All right, good morning, everybody. I'd like to call to order this meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors for December 10th, 2024. Madam Clerk, can we get a roll call, please?
Supervisor Hartman.
Here.
Supervisor Nelson.
Here.
Supervisor Williams.
Here.
Supervisor Capps.
Here.
And Chair Lavanino.
I'm here. Please stand and join the board in pledging allegiance to the flag.
I don't think I'm gonna be asked to do anything.
You're going to lead the pledge. No. All right, ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, our next item of business is the approval of the minutes from the December 3rd, 2024 meeting. Can I get a motion?
Approval?
Move approval from Supervisor Hartman,
I'll second.
second by Supervisor Capps. All those in favor? Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Next item of business is the county CEO report.
There is no report this morning, Chair.
No reportable action from the CEO. Okay. That takes us to our clerk announcements. Madam Clerk, any announcements or changes to our agenda today?
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, I do have a few announcements this morning. We posted an addendum on Friday, December 6, 2024, adding administration item number 31 to the agenda. Administration item number 31 is from the Public Works Department. It is regarding a second reading and the adoption of an ordinance amending speed limits specified in County Code Sections 2315, 15.2, 15.3, 15.4, 15.5, 15.6, 15.7, 15.8, and 15.9. And this is in the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th districts. Additionally, we received a withdrawal request for administrative item number 5. Administrative item number 5 is from the County Executive Office and the Behavioral Wellness Department regarding a reservation letter for opioid settlement funding for the Council on Alcoholism and Drug Abuse, CADA, for the California Department of Healthcare Services, DHCS, Bond Behavioral Health Continuum Infrastructure Program, BHCIP, Round 1, Launch Ready Program Grant Application, and this is in the 1st District. With no request to speak, the withdrawal of this item can be added to the balance of the administration agenda. Additionally, we received a continuance request from the department for departmental item number 1. Departmental item number 1 is from the Planning and Development Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the Kargasaki appeal, case numbers 24 APL 18 of the County Planning Commission approval of the Blanco grading for Access Road Improvements Project, case number 15 LUP 72, and this is in the 3rd District. Again, this department is requesting a continuance to February 4th, 2025, and we have no request to speak on this item, so the board may take up this continuance immediately following the approval of the balance of the administration agenda or after general public comment when we begin the departmental agenda. Lastly, for the Board of Supervisors' methods of public participation and to provide public comment on general public comment or an item on the board's agenda, please see page 2 of the agenda. Individuals that would like to provide verbal public comment may do so via Zoom by registering in advance via the link available on page 2. If you have any questions, please contact the clerk of the board's office at area code 805-568-2240. Again, that number is 805-568-2240, and that concludes my announcements for today.
All right, great. Thank you very much. We'll take up that continuance with the balance. So the next item of business will be our administrative agenda. Would any board members like to pull any items from the administrative agenda?
I believe I pulled it already. Hopefully you have it. A9, please, and A27.
A9 and 27. Supervisor Nelson?
Yes. A16 for comment, and A21 I'll need to recuse myself.
A21?
Yeah, so I'll need a separate vote
Yeah.
on A21.
Got that? Supervisor Hartman? None? Okay. Any members of the public pulled any items?
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, we have requests to speak from the public on A9 and A27 that have been previously pulled.
Okay. So I have A9, 16, 21, and 27. I'll now entertain a motion to approve the balance of the administrative agenda, also with including the addition to A31, the withdrawal of A5, and the continuance of D1.
So moved.
I'll second.
Okay. Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Those items pass unanimously. Let's move to, let's do the resolution first. Next item of business will be A1, I believe, resolution. Supervisor, let's go to Madam Clerk.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, administrative item number 1 is sponsored by Supervisor Williams. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation celebrating the service of John Abraham Abe Powell on the Montecito Fire Protection District Board of Directors. And joining us here in person today, we have Abe Powell. And if you can please make your way to the podium, and I will go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas John Abraham Abe Powell was first elected to the Montecito Fire Protection District Board of Directors in the general election of 2012. And during his 12 years of service as a director, he has demonstrated an unparalleled level of commitment to organizing and informing the community he serves, far beyond what is typical and expected of any elected official. And whereas prior to his election to the Montecito Fire Protection District Board of Directors, Abe served 14 years as president of the local environmental advocacy nonprofit Get Oil Out, spent 5 years as the president of the Mountain Drive Community Association, and 5 years as a Mountain Drive Brush 6 volunteer firefighter. And whereas Abe joined the Board of Directors of the Montecito Fire Protection District during a time in which many members of the Montecito community were still attempting to rebuild after the devastating 2008 Tea Fire. And during his time of service on the board, Abe would support the district through even greater and more unprecedented challenges, including the 2017-18 Thomas Fire and subsequent debris flows and the COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas Abe Powell is a community organizer at his core and responded as such in times of disaster, putting in countless hours to personally notify residents of numerous evacuations that have been issued for Montecito in the wake of the 1/9 debris flows, and leading a grassroots effort to dig his neighbors out of devastation by creating the Santa Barbara Bucket Brigade with his wife, Jessica. And whereas in the nearly 6 years since the Thomas Fire and debris flows, Abe has harnessed the community energy and spirit of collaboration that existed in those early post-disaster months through the Santa Barbara Bucket Brigade into volunteer-led community betterment projects, including walking paths and community gardens. And whereas Abe's recognitions for his exceptional service to the community include the 2018 Montecito Association Citizen of the Year and the 2019 Environmental Defense Center Environmental Hero Award. And whereas Abe will surely continue to give his time and energy to his community following the completion of his service on the Montecito Fire Protection District Board of Directors, and this is merely a recognition and celebration of his remarkable efforts as both an elected official and community member thus far. Now, therefore, it is hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors acknowledges John Abraham Abe Powell's contributions to the well-being of our community and expresses our deepest appreciation for his years of dedicated service on the Montecito Fire Protection District Board of Directors, passed and adopted today.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. Thank you so much for this honor. It's really nice. I want to acknowledge some staff here from Montecito Fire today that came out. Thank you. Thank you guys for coming back there to support this. I just want to say, I came onto the Montecito Fire Board at a time of rare controversy in the district. The Tea Fire had just burned down 210 homes, and the recovery effort was really challenging for some people. And there was a moment in the community where they felt like their district board was out of touch with the needs of the community and not connected and responding to them. And so on the heels of a hotly contested election, the first one in 50 years in the district, a new board came on, a larger board. They expanded the board, and the purpose was to reconnect local governance to the community. We all recognized after that fire that the climate threat was here and our community resilience capacity was here. And the question was, how are we going to bring this up to meet the threat that we're facing? And, over the last 12 years, we've learned over and over again that the top-down approach to governance doesn't work. And when initiatives, especially community safety and resilience initiatives, come from the grassroots up, amazing things can happen, right? Over and over again. And the importance of local government's willingness to stay connected to community organizers and leaders and to work with them and listen to them has just become so clear as a huge priority. And with that in mind, I want to thank DOS in particular and the whole Board of Supervisors for being such excellent partners in building resilience and in responding to crisis here, because when county, the county and county fire are working well with Montecito Fire and the citizenship and local groups that are working, out on the street to try to help make things better, really good things happen. And I think we've seen some really hard things happen in this community with the fires and debris flows and floods, but we've also seen genuine signs for hope. Because when we work together in collaboration, in the spirit of community, no matter what the challenges we're facing, we know we can get through it together. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Supervisor Williams.
Well, I just want to pay a personal tribute to Abe. His sort of signature brand of resilience has really caught on in the community. He's been talking about it for a long time, and it caught on in the Mountain Drive community after the T fire. But in the wake of the debris flow, it's been, especially for folks who have lived in Montecito for a longer period of time, and even outside of Montecito, because that spirit has caught on in the community at large, a deep resilience, right? Not just signing up for text message alerts, though that's really important at readysbc.org, but a deeper resilience, one in which we are there for our neighbors, one in which the district and the county are seamless in operations together. I also want to thank Abe and the board and the last two chiefs and their staff for really being just amazing partners at the Montecito Fire and Protection District. And Abe, everybody knows, or at least anybody my age and younger, call you the unofficial mayor of Montecito, and I hope you won't shed that mantle after this retirement.
Supervisor Capps.
Yeah, I just wanted to add my thanks to Abe Powell. The way that your work on the fire district has dovetailed with the Bucket Brigade, and in particular, just the way in which you've involved young people and kids and mentored them to really be part of the solutions locally, not just in Montecito, as Supervisor Williams pointed out, Elings Park, all over the area, North County, et cetera. So thank you.
Supervisor Hartman.
Well, I just wanted to chime in about what you've done in other parts of the county, things that I've that have really touched my life and constituents. But first, you're a bridge between the community and government, and we need those bridges, and you've really shown us how it's done. And that's tremendously appreciated. And I'm a trails advocate, as are you, and so very grateful that you've taken what you learned in Montecito and brought it up to the Santa Ynez Valley. Trails are places where people interact with each other, and it's how you design space helps to create community, and you're well aware of that, and trying to make that happen throughout the county. I've worked with you after the Refugio fire, what burned out people who didn't have any insurance, and there you are with your team, inspired, me included, all day, hot, sweaty, heavy equipment, sooty. I mean, it's hard, heavy work that you do and that you get other people to do and feel great about it. Most recently, the garden in Lompoc. People are so excited about that. And the work that you're doing with young people to teach this idea of deep resilience and investment in community and quite frankly, how we're going to survive really challenging conditions in our future. So you're a star in our firmament, and thank you so much.
On behalf of all of us, thank you so much, Abe. You're that, as Supervisor Hartman said, the bridge. A lot of times people look to elected officials as the leaders in the community, but it's really the people that are out there getting it done. And you're actually part of, Bob and I are going to welcome you into the GSD party, which is the Get Stuff Done. So we appreciate that. So thank you for all your work. We really appreciate everything. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We are now going to take administrative items in order that have been pulled. We'll begin with A9. Madam Clerk?
Chair Levanino and members of the board, administrative item number 9 is from the General Services Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding contract renewals with Rich and Famous Inc., doing business as Big Green Cleaning Company for countywide janitorial and custodial services and supplies. And we have one request to speak from the public on this item, and we are going to Zoom with Charles Newman. Charles?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. Chair Levino and members of the board, as you, I actually intended to speak to item A8, which was redenominated in the agenda, but I hope you will accept my comments, even though you've already acted on that. I come before you with
Hold on,
a
just,
background.
I'm sorry, just hold on so we can read A8 into. I'll let you go ahead and comment on A8, but let's figure out what it is first. So, Madam Clerk, can you please read A8 into the record?
Yes, thank you, Chair Levanino and members of the board. Administrative item number 8 is from the General Services Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding the lease agreement with T-Mobile West LLC, T-Mobile, Betaravia Government Center Building, Santa Maria, California, and this is in the 4th District.
Okay, we'll reset your time, Mr. Newman, so go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I come before you with a background and experience of 45 years practice of law, 4 years of service on the MPC, a victim of the Thomas debris flow as to my property, and with full awareness of the Federal Communications Act, which does limit somewhat the capabilities of local governments to restrict telecommunications. But the problem I want to raise in connection with this item is that we in Montecito and others in the Santa Barbara County continue to suffer from exceptionally poor quality cell service. It impacts us greatly day to day and also has the impact potentially with emergency communications, including those by text to which you referred earlier about the debris flow. So what is my ask today of the board? My ask today of the board is that you ask the county executive and those before you with respect to this lease, whether this lease and the equipment that T-Mobile intends to operate on the property is state of the art. Is it the equipment and technology that a county deserves to ensure effective emergency and day-to-day communications? And will the T-Mobile facility located on this facility provide that? I would suggest, in fact, that the metric of the merits of this proposal doesn't lie solely in its financial calculus, which is all that's before you, but rather in the quality of the installation and equipment that's there, which seems to have been ignored in the calculus. And I hope that, I'm not singling out T-Mobile at all, but I hope that telecommunications and the quality and lack thereof in our county is a very high priority for our board in its deliberations in all matters affecting cellular communication. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavanino. I'll just respond to the public commenters. So we already have approved A8 in this, and I know you brought this up just to raise a larger point, but I just want to let the speaker know that this is a leased item. We are in the county pursuing a public safety radio network where we're making significant investments of tens of millions of dollars into public safety radio systems throughout the county so that we can make sure that in an emergency that all of our first responders are able to communicate. This is a little bit separate from that, although I know that we also sit on the backbone sometimes of our cellular networks, and I hear in my district, which is has some extremely rural areas that we need additional cell phone services. But my understanding is a lot of this is driven by the cell phone companies and their selections on choosing where to put their cell phone towers. So this is kind of a free market approach on this. I think us as supervisors can sometimes reach out to them and advocate on behalf of our constituents, and that's what our office has done and will continue to do moving forward. But I think we also see our locations as potential locations for permitting of these and leasing, and then in this case, it's a lease that will bring $45,000 to the general fund here in the county on an annual basis. So I don't think there's any reason for us to move beyond this. And I think it's kind of the all the above approach. But I wanted to be responsive to Mr. Newman's questions.
Okay, thank you very much. And we already voted on A8, so that one's done. So was there anybody else that wanted to speak on A9, or was that, okay, so should we read A9 again, or are we good with reading A9 in? Are we, okay, I'm looking, it's fine, okay. So A9 was, once again, the big green contract, Supervisor Capps.
Thank you, Chair. I pulled this item because I was concerned about, and I wanted to see if there might be an appetite to delay, potentially to learn more. This is for janitorial services, and I was just surprised to learn that we outsource that. Janitorial services are so fundamental to our functioning and ability to do our work on behalf of the people of the county in clean, safe structures, and they're also tend to be some of the lowest income workers in our county, and I just concerned that with outsourcing it to a company, does that mean that they have benefits? We don't know. Maybe we do, but I just caught my eye because A, it's a big ticket number. It's $7 million, which is significant, but I understand we haven't done an analysis for 25 years on the economic impacts, and are we really saving money, and should we be saving money on really the backbone of workforce in our county? So. Had some questions. We can proceed if we need to, given the time frame. I don't want to pull things up. It's a 2-year contract, but I do have some concerns about outsourcing this very fundamental staffing.
And Supervisor Nelson also.
Yes, along those lines, this item caught my eye as well from a little bit of a different direction than Supervisor Capps, but just still the idea of, we're just renewing a contract with, I think the company's called Rich and Famous, which I thought was a little odd, but how often do we put that out for bid? I think that we should be taking a look at multiple bids as well as doing it in-house. What is the cheapest way? But at the same time, as Supervisor Capps is, she wants to be, and we all do want to be concerned about the workforce as well. So I think looking at that holistically is something that we should be doing, especially for such a large contract.
Director Lagerquist.
I guess I'll Supervisor Nelson through the chair. So we went out 2 years ago, October of 22. We did a full RFP and then awarded a 2-year contract with a 2-year option. So this is the exercising of that option. Supervisor Capps through the chair. So yes, we did a analysis in 1999 at the bequest of the board to see what it would cost in-house versus a contract. And it was 3 times more expensive 25 years ago. I would have to believe it's similar results today. I mean, we could pull those, but I mean, salaries alone, if we need a staff of at least 30 is what we recommended 25 years ago, plus supervisors, so add another 2 or 3 onto that. I'm a fully burdened salaries, at least 100K. So that's $3 million alone, just for the workers themselves. And then we need locations, shops to work out of, both South, Mid-County, North County. Vehicles, equipment, supplies. I mean, so it does add up.
Do you know if the vendor provides prevailing wage?
They do not. So unlike construction, janitorial is not one that requires a prevailing wage determination.
See, again, that just concerns me from a human perspective, that these are folks that work really hard and have mouths to feed. And again, we have to be fiscally responsible, but by outsourcing it means we don't know, again, about their benefits. We don't know. And I just, having worked in the school district, the janitorial folks were really the part of the blood and heart of schools. And I see that in the same way here in our county buildings where we make them accessible to the public. So I just have a lot of concerns about that decision, and I would love to see more updated financials. Again, I don't want to hold things up because clearly we need to move forward on a contract, but perhaps depending on where the board is, we could either do that analysis prior to the next contract, or if there's an appetite to actually say time out and see if this is the best path forward for our workers.
Supervisor Hartman.
Well, I think Supervisor Capps has put her finger on a really important issue. When I came to the county, really surprised me because we contract out many, many services. And I think my preference would be rather than just focusing on this one, I think we'd have to step back and look more broadly at it seems that we would want to look more broadly at that role in the county rather than just because this happened to come up, looking at this one as the only one. I won't mention, but we contract out a whole range of things across departments. And so to selectively take this one and not look at it in context doesn't make sense to me. And I realize you weren't here when this came up last time, but there was some discussion about this contract. And so for now, I'm supportive of exercising the option and moving forward, but figuring out how to have a discussion about what we should contract out and what we shouldn't. I don't think we've ever had that discussion.
CEO Miyasato.
Yeah, supervisors, so thank you for bringing that up, and I agree with Supervisor Hartman. If you would allow us to exercise this option, which was part of the original RFP, and then the next 2 years or prior to that, we give staff the time to look holistically a lot of our contracts and bring that discussion to the board. We're going to be having discussions with with their board and our department heads in the next several months as we look at our 5-year forecast. We have some hard decisions to make in the next couple of years, and financially what makes sense, but what the board feels, as Supervisor Cap said, what the board should be contracting out for or not is up to you, but we need to provide all that information to you at one time. Thank you.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavanino. Thank you for reminding me that we had just put this out to bid for a couple years ago. That was always something I want to check, especially on a big item like this. I think, as Supervisor Hartman mentioned, that we got to look this holistically. If we don't have infinite amount of dollars, so at some point we also have to look at, if we do bring this in-house and it's significantly more expensive, what does that mean that we're not doing somewhere else, right? Is there additional positions that we can't outsource because there's something that only a county employee can do that we're not able to fill, or maybe even pay those existing employees that we have the wage that we all want to. So I think it's a real balancing act, and I think it is a good exercise for us to have some methodology, though, on a regular basis to kind of run these numbers through so that we've done some kind of internal analysis so that we really know whether it is still cheaper to go outsource. I mean, it may or may not, and I think that's what we have to do is weigh, is that delta worth what we can, the opportunity cost. So I think that's ultimately what the board needs to look at in the future. And I like I said, it's not in all these cases, not every case is a county employee more expensive. We hear a lot, especially in the health care side and other services, that sometimes it can be more expensive to hire out. I know outside attorneys, for example, versus in-house attorneys. So there's a lot of different positions in our county that we look at, and it's not always true that outsourcing is cheaper for us. So whatever system that we can put in place, I think would be beneficial. But I'm fine with moving this one forward today.
Supervisor Williams.
Well, I think this is a good issue to bring up. The city, of course, has a living wage ordinance that equalizes kind of sets the benchmark, the minimum benchmark by which contracting with the city needs to have wages and benefits, and a substantial amount of our contracts are below what the standard that the city uses for a living wage. We could argue about whether that's the right standard or not, but I do think there's an advantage to having a standard, even if it's not the same standard as the city, because then the contractors are fighting over what services they can provide efficiently instead of competing on the basis of who can pay the least wages and still retain workforce. And I think there's a real logic to having county workers get paid more than what it requires to be on county services, right? That if we contract out services to a company that pays wages and benefits that are still below the poverty line, those individuals still come to us to make up the difference at social services. Now we can say, well, that's not general fund, but you know what? Does it really make sense from a societal perspective? I question that. So I think this is a big issue. I think it's an important one to wrestle with, and it's not just janitorial. Yeah. We have folks that we depend on really heavily out there that are being paid under what's regarded as a living wage.
Supervisor Capps.
Thank you, Supervisor Williams, for the sentiment. I just want to ask, I appreciate, looking at other consultants outsourcing that I've raised those concerns as well. I would just want to make sure that we do so with the lowest wage workers in mind, because again, the reason why the cost savings exist, at least as of 1999, is because they're paying them less. And these are our folks. So if we say we need to look at every sector, that could take a long time. Does that mean we don't make any decisions until we do? I do have a question to the CEO. Was that outsourcing of sectors part of the KPMG process that I came into very late? Because it seems like it would have been a kind of fundamental question.
No, it wasn't, Supervisor. And I think the county's had a practice of outsourcing certain services before I got here, and so we've continued that. With tight budget times, it made sense. We haven't re-looked at it, as Mr. Lagerquist said. That's why we can look at it again, but it wasn't part of the KPMG study. I don't believe it was part of general services. It's just been a practice that the county has always had, and because we've always been on tight margins with our budget, most likely.
So I'm not sure what the direction is, given the sentiment to want to, thank you for the answer, to take a look at outsourcing. That sounds like a big project to me. Do we need to appropriate funds for that? What's the next step? Again, I'm not comfortable outsourcing this sector, given the fact that we're doing so because they're paid less, and we'll need our services even more, as Supervisor Williams pointed out. So I'm just curious what would be the next step with Supervisor Hartman's very astute comment that we should look at more. What does that mean?
Well, I'll be the wet blanket a little bit. The other thing we have to look at too is the other side of this coin is that we are spending taxpayer dollars. And I think that our fiduciary responsibility is also to try to get the best deal that we possibly can. And so in cleaning our facilities, if I'm a taxpayer, I'd much rather have you guys bid it out and find who can do that job the cheapest, and still do a reasonably good job. That's kind of what I would want my county to do. So not necessarily looking to create jobs at the county level to then bring in county employees and pay them wages and benefits that a lot of people in our community don't receive. So I'd like to have a bigger discussion on this. I don't know, Kirk, Mr. Lagerquist, Director Lagerquist, did you get to the point of whether or not we should be moving this one forward time-wise? Are we in a time crunch? Because this was already negotiated, correct? I don't know if it's up to the board. It sounds like we've hit on a kernel that, yes, we do want to look into outsourcing. How do we get there, and do we do it on this one? It sounds like we're all in agreement, or we have enough votes to move this contract forward. CEO Miyasato, when do you think we could kind of phase this in or bring this up for discussion?
Chair Levinino, I think if you go ahead with this contract, the 2-year extension, but then give us time, maybe before the end of the fiscal year, to bring back a larger discussion for the board on outsourcing. We'll do the research to see what are the top contracts we have, what we think those employers are paying. They'll tell us, do some kind of comparison and bring that data to you. We know we might be asking departments to also be looking at more efficiencies, but before the end of the fiscal year, I think that would be a good time for us to do.
Okay, Supervisor Hartman.
It strikes me that this might be something to consider in light of our budget workshops in the spring, that we could see both sides of the coin in that context, and it's an opportunity to hear from different departments and dive down with our BIFs and things like that.
Thank you. So I appreciate the conversation. I'm comfortable voting for this contract if it includes that direction.
Okay.
I'm not if it doesn't.
Right.
So if that's, I don't know what the
I think that
exact
sounds,
language.
Yeah. Do you want to just, you can make the motion to approve this with the added language that you'd like to see come back?
Okay.
And then I'm just curious, Director Lagerquist, do we have anything else huge coming before that you see in the process that maybe we should tap the brakes on until we get to April?
Chair Levinino, nothing's coming to mind at the moment.
Okay.
But.
All right. CM Miyasato, does that work as far as part of the budget work?
Yes, we can bring it back as a special issue, part of the budget workshops. Thank you.
Excellent.
Okay, so
Good
do
work.
I need to restate that motion?
Sure.
Okay, so I move that we move forward on A9 with the added direction to include an evaluation of our outsourcing of workforce, necessary workforce, during our budget workshops in April.
Second.
That's moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. All right, good. That takes us to I think 16. Madam Clerk?
Chair Lavanito and members of the board, administrative item number 16 is from the Public Health Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding a cost of services study report for environmental health services.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you. This is just kind of a general philosophy that I wanted to make sure I vetted out there with the board is that, we've gone through, especially through the renew process, to look at a lot of cost recovery throughout the organization. As we just talked about, county employees are expensive. And so often many of our services tend to be expensive. And therefore, when we charge our constituents for the use of those services, these fees can be high. And so I just wanted to kind of highlight that for the board as we look at these levels of services. It's not just the person who is paying the fee that benefits from the fee, right? The general public does. The reason why we have the ability to charge fees is, and the purpose is to protect the general public, not just the person that is asking to do the work. And I think in our county, the amount of fees that we're charging in some of our departments is a chilling effect on economics of our county. We've for too long made our development process only available for those who are already wealthy. Most people that are of middle or lower classes aren't able to even access our land use system because of the cost it is to participate in it. So I just wanted to highlight this because this is part of this fee study. I don't mind that that our applicants pay a portion of fee for services, but I think that we're getting past a level of reasonableness when it comes to cost recovery on many of these fees. And so, I know, again, we're talking about where does that money come from, just like with this last item that we were discussing. That's a challenge, and I think that's something the board should be looking at in the future, that our fee load is so expensive. And now to the point, even with planning, you can't sit down and talk to a planner without paying a $1,500 deposit, on something beyond just the basic questions at the counter. And so that's really troubling to me, and I think it's something that we need to be looking at as a county. I'm fine with moving this item forward. This is an accept and file item, but I want to take the opportunity to highlight the issue with how expensive our fees are getting in this county, and make sure that that's out there on the radar for staff, my colleagues, and the public. So that was my only comment on that.
Supervisor Hartman.
Well, I agree with you. I think, though, that we have a policy of the board that is for full cost recovery, and the departments are operating on that. So we would need to look at that. And I think we're in the bigger context of public finance and how that rules that have been set far above our pay grade shapes the revenues that the county can receive. So it's a really big discussion, but it would start with looking at our policy, and I would never feel comfortable on a one-off when we've got a policy.
And I would, if I could respond to that, I agree. And that's the point where I'm bringing it up, is just I think we should all be thinking about that, because if you start to look at the load of what the fees are costing, it is getting outside of reasonableness. And, we either need to start to find ways to cut costs with some of these departments so these fees are lower, or we need to look at whether we want to subsidize those fees in the future. Again, you pay a fee for a service, but really it's a service that not only, again, helps the applicant, but helps the general public. And that's the authority, the police powers that we have in the very beginning, is to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the general public, not just that applicant. So I think that there's actually an expectation that our general funds should be paying for protection of the public. And so I know why we've gone down this route. We had a significant amount of pension debt. We had growing costs in our county, and we needed to be lean and mean over the last few years. And so I know why we went down this route, but I do think as we start to look at, do we want economic activity and prosperity in our county? Well, these are things that sometimes stifle that because of the load and the cost to do those things. So you may not get in the front end, but maybe it ends up leading to additional revenue growth throughout the organization when you actually allow, economic activity, which is being stifled by a significant fee load. So yeah, greater conversation I think we should have at some point in the future with this board.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Williams.
So, I think this is a good subject. However, and I agree with you insofar as it is a good practice to try to sometimes go, well, maybe we don't need to do this. Maybe we need to do X but not Y to grant a permit. Maybe we need to do this but not this. So from an efficiency standpoint, I agree with you. From a subsidy of permitting activities and safety activities, I disagree with you, and I will be a prophet of doom, because what it eventually does when you try to subsidize with general fund is the subsidy doesn't last. The ability to subsidize it doesn't last. And so eventually you cut staff, or you make staff do more work with less resources, and then it slows down the permitting or enforcement activity, which then costs the businesses even more money. And I've just, this has happened in a cycle in the city many, many, many times. And I just, would caution that, because time costs businesses a lot more than permitting fees. I think you're onto something good where it comes to efficiency. I would caution when it comes to general fund subsidy, because not that it isn't a legitimate policy choice, but just that the legitimate policy source can rarely last.
Okay, so we don't need a separate vote on that?
Don't need a separate vote.
Okay, cool. That then takes us to 21. A21, please.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, administrative item number 21 is from the Public Works Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding a first amendment to the agreement for services of independent contractor with Diani Building Corporation, a local vendor, and this is in the 3rd District.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavanino. In accordance to the Levine Act, where we're not allowed to vote on items that we may have gotten a campaign donation from greater than $250 within a calendar year. I wasn't able to confirm whether I'm right inside or outside that with this one. So with that, I'm going to go ahead out of abundance of caution and recuse myself from A21. So I'll quickly step out if I can and let you guys vote on that one.
Okay.
I'll move staff recommendation.
I'll second.
Moved by Supervisor Hartman, seconded by Supervisor Capps. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Oh, we did have one recusal. Yes. Okay. That takes us to A27.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, administrative item number 27 is sponsored by Supervisor Capps. It is to consider recommendations regarding a contribution of $5,000 to the Isla Vista Community Services District, IVCSD, rental housing mediation program from the 2nd District discretionary funds. And we do have one request to speak from the public on this item, and we are going to Zoom with Jonathan Abood. Jonathan?
Hello, everybody. My name is Jonathan Boot, General Manager of the Isla Vista Community Services District, and this time speaking on our behalf. Thank you to Supervisor Capps for making this allocation to our rental housing mediation program. It's one of our oldest programs we've had since early 2018. It's hard to say, we've been around that long now. The goal of this program is to provide an impartial third-party mediation service for free to IV tenants and landlords to help get to issues before they escalate into bigger issues. We've run the program entirely in-house, and it's used by landlords and tenants who've requested our services, and the utilization has been growing. Last year, we had 38 requests for services. Not all of them went to mediation because sometimes just asking for help resolves the issue for the tenant and landlord. But for the ones that did go to mediation, I can say 100% did get resolved. So that's good statistics that we like to highlight. We've solved tenant interpersonal issues, which wasn't actually one of the original issues we were looking to solve, but it became an emerging need, is interpersonal issues between tenants, housing, security deposits, habitability, rental payments, maintenance. We've resolved it all. And it's hard to estimate the financial benefits of the program between the costs saved in court or the costs saved of people needing to move or avoiding housing problems. It's hard to say what the financial impact, but we know it's there. And so we're currently also undergoing a revamp to make it more efficient and effective and better meet our users' needs. And this funding will help us pivot. So we appreciate this from Supervisor Capps, and I hope to earn the vote of the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
Supervisor Capps?
Yeah, thank you. I'm proud to bring this forward to dedicate some of my office's funds for this purpose. Rental conditions of renters in Isla Vista is a strong concern of mine. As this board knows, 97% of Isla Vista is renters. 72% of Isla Vista lives below the poverty line. And also another important statistic is 86% are of college age or young adults. And so for many reasons, I'm fully supportive of Isla Vista Community Service District's program for mediation. We work hand in hand with them on a daily basis because this program really does two key things in my mind. One, it empowers young renters to really understand their rights and know that if you're living in subpar conditions, there's something you can do about it. And number two, this promotes avoiding litigation. And for those landlords who want to do the right thing, this helps them avoid lawsuits and going to court and more expensive. And again, given the poverty issues, these are folks that cannot afford to seek legal services, hire lawyers, et cetera, and we want to keep it that way. So proud to donate or to hopefully designate these funds to support this program.
Very good. All right. Any public comment on that item?
We concluded public comment on that item.
What's that?
We concluded public comment on that
Okay,
item.
cool. All right, so we are going to take motions on, do we still have 27 to do? Okay, we're going to do all the motions at once at the end. So that was 27. So can I get a motion to move 9, well, I think we voted on 9, 16, and 27.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? They pass unanimously. Now is the time for members of the public to speak on items that are not on today's agenda. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak on general public comment?
Chair Levanino, members of the board, we have 3 requests to speak on general public comment today. We are going to begin here in Santa Barbara with Diana Sandoval, to be followed by Karen Howenstein. Diana?
Hi, everyone, and Director Plowman. My name is Diana Sandoval, and I'm here at the Board of Supervisors for the 7th time to share what's been happening with Santa Barbara County Planning and Development. To give you a quick recap, I believe there's a serious issue with how planning and development operates. In my opinion, it feels like a pay-to-play system that results in unethical violations of local, state, and federal regulations. Worse, it seems that no one's holding them accountable, not the Planning Commission, County Council, County Executive Office, or even this board. Previously, I asked for your help and oversight, but received none, when 1, Director Lisa Plowman and Deputy Aaron Briggs allowed my neighbor to build an illegal third access road and a new bridge on my private property in a high flood zone and environmentally sensitive habitat area without any permits, violating the Coastal Act and CEQA. After the fact, building official Craig Johnson issued a same-day permit for the illegal bridge, resulting in the unlawful taking of my private property and violating my constitutional rights. Third, Aaron Briggs approved several permits for the neighbor's property without meeting the required permit conditions, such as recording a public trail. It seems to me like this private polo field property is exempt from the rules the rest of us have to follow. But I'm not here today to focus on those points, as they're part of an ongoing lawsuit, Diana Sandoval versus Santa Barbara County. Today, I want to highlight to the public the retaliation and unethical conduct I'm continuing to face from Santa Barbara County Planning and Development. On June 17, 2024, I filed a complaint about the new bridge illegally on my property that violates the Toro Canyon Plan, the Coastal Act, and my property rights. But Lisa Plowman and Aaron Briggs refused to open my complaint. Fast forward to November 18, 2024. Lisa Plowman and Aaron Briggs had no issues rushing to open a complaint against me for a fence that the neighbor built on his property. Let me repeat, the neighbor built the fence on his property, which I do not control. On November 18th, the neighbor built a second fence in the environmentally sensitive area, and instead of holding them accountable, they're blaming and threatening me with daily fines. Interesting how the county emphasizes following procedures, yet seems to apply it inconsistently when the situation calls for it. As of this morning, Plowman and Briggs still haven't bothered to open the complaint against the neighbor for the fence. I believe in fairness and transparency for everyone. To read more, go to unsafebridge.com, again, unsafebridge.com, and I'll see you next week.
Thank you.
We will now go to Karen Howenstein here in Santa Barbara, and then we will go to Zoom with Callie Steele. Karen?
Good morning, Supervisors. Karen Howenstein here, North County, from Lompoc. We're attempting to shave the armpit, and we're going to bring the Lompoc issues directly to supervisors over this next year. I did not arrive here in time to pull items A, 3, and 4. I have serious questions about why this county is outsourcing over $2 million a year to outside counsel. You guys have your own counsel. We have county counsel. We pay them a lot of money. What kind of trouble, what kind of decision-making are you guys getting the county into that requires $2 million a year to be paid to outside counsel? Namely, Myers-Nave and Rutan and Tucker LLP. Well, that's going to have to be on my list of investigation. Okay. Partisan use of law and partisan use of law enforcement was rampant in this county over the last 10 years. It resulted in an unlawful case being brought against me in 2020, case number 20CV02746. Ruined me financially. It bankrupted me. And that's why I come here to talk to you all the time, why I have to focus on my county. My county. One county, one future. We are together forever. There's two terms that are really dangerous when you place them together. One is social equity and the other one is environmental justice. To the ends of environmental justice back in the 1980s, we had a hunter who would come out to our property to hunt from a blind, who observed an environmental biologist who would gather these newts and these tree frogs and these geckos from the islands. And he was actively trying to repopulate them in tanks on private property on the mainland. And we caught him. And he couldn't do it anymore. That was environmental justice. Let's not see that happen anymore in the 246 corridor, because they did try to take it against the Mendes property, the Essene property, and they did get it on the Campbell property, and now Campbell's with the land trust. Merry Christmas.
And unfortunately, our final speaker has not joined our meeting on Zoom, so that completes public comment for today.
Okay, public comment is now closed. We'll move on to our departmental agenda item. Item number 1 has been rescheduled, so we're going to be moving to departmental item number 2. Madam Clerk.
Chair Levanino and members of the board, departmental item number 2 is from the Planning and Development Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding a senior mobile home park conversion interim urgency ordinance extension.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning,
Are
Chair.
you drawing short straws over there to see who goes first?
Yes.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. We are returning to the board to extend the urgency ordinance for the mobile home parks, and Mr. Wilson, my assistant director, is here to make the presentation.
Awesome. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. The item today is to bring back the interim urgency ordinance for continuance of that ordinance that was adopted on November 5th. On November 5th, we adopted the Senior Mobile Park Interim Urgency Ordinance. It was good for 45 days. And on that hearing, we were asked to come back today for an extension. According to Government Code Section 6585.8, it provides for ability to extend urgency ordinances twice. The first one would be 10 months, 15 days, and then it can be extended again for another 12 months. In addition, that Government Code section requires that prior to the expiration of the interim ordinance, that a written report is issued describing measures taken to alleviate those conditions. Just as a recap, on November 5th, we adopted the ordinance. We returned today with a request to extend it for the first extension of 10 months and 15 days. That means it will expire on October 25th of next year. And the board agenda letter also provides information on measures taken to date to alleviate those conditions that was necessitated the ordinance. Just as a recap from the report that is being issued that was submitted for the board's review, the department is continuing to evaluate the different mobile home parks and update our JS database in order to identify those parks that may be designated as a senior mobile home park with an overlay. And we're continuing to research potential ordinance amendments as well as analyze those parks that are currently designated as mobile home park and determine whether or not a rezone would be necessary or not. Just as a quick summary of the next steps that would be required to come back with an ordinance to establish an overlay would be to continue to analyze ordinance language and draft that language, research the current zoning of mobile home parks and see the effectiveness of changing the underlying zoning to mobile home park from whatever it's currently zoned. There's a number that are zoned other designations other than mobile home park, and then evaluate and examine the effectiveness of the overlay process, and then also draft the ordinance that would establish the senior mobile home park overlay. Then the following steps would just evaluate what type of environmental review would be required, and then draft the ordinance, present it to the County Planning Commission for recommendations, and then return back to the board and present it for adoption or consideration. So in summary, our recommended actions today is to receive and file and issue this report, adopt an urgency ordinance that extends it by 10 months and 15 days, determine that this extension is exempt from CEQA, and then direct staff to return to the board 10 days prior to the expiration, which is again October of next year, with a report or the ordinance that established the overlay with an update. We're available for any questions from the board.
Okay. Questions to the board?
Just comment.
Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavanino, and I thank you, staff, for continuing to work on this. The issue of the senior mobile home park conversion mostly directly impacts my constituents in the 4th District, especially in the Orchid area, which I think has more mobile homes in the unincorporated area than anywhere else and is most impacted by the decisions that we make on this potential urgency ordinance or eventually overlay. And I also just want to take the moment to counter something that was put in the record by the attorneys for Del Cielo. They make mention that we are forcing them to convert to a senior-only park. And in a communications with Mr. Obaldi to my office that I put into the record, Mr. Obaldi admits that he was told by his previous owners that it was not going to be able to be converted from senior to all ages. So, I have that in the record. Him trying to have some type of revisionist history here is something, I understand why he's doing it, but I just want to make sure that I correct the record and that he's actually acknowledged that that was how it was expressed to him when he purchased it. And so, the assertion now that he purchased an all-age park that I think is something that he would like to change the facts that exist for his own legal purposes. And so just wanted to get that out there, especially to correct the record and Mr. Baldi's claims. So I'm thankful that we're doing this, and when we get a chance, I'd like to make the motion to receive and file and adopt the extension of the emergency ordinance.
Supervisor Capps?
Yeah, I just want to join in and thank the team I really applaud you for how fast you've moved on something that's so important out and about in the community. I've heard strong support for this action that the board is taking. Particularly want to thank Martha Hassenplug, who I believe is going to speak soon, who's organized her neighbors. The need is so apparent. We have very little low-income senior housing, and we need to protect the existing housing stock that we do have. So again, just thanks for moving so quickly, and thank you for those residents for using your voice and making us aware of this issue. Thank you.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, just for historical context, indicate that it's been really important for the survival of affordable mobile home living in the South County, in particular, where the market has worked against us, for the county to stand up for those residents. So this is really important continuance of a long tradition to defend mobile home owners.
Okay, with that, we'll open up public comment on this matter. Madam Clerk?
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, we have 5 requests to speak from the public on this item. We are going to remain here in Santa Barbara to begin with Martha Hassenplug, and then we will go to Santa Maria to begin with Gary Hall. Martha?
My name is Martha Hassenplug. I live in Rancho Santa Barbara Mobile Home Park. The senior zoning overlay is extremely important. These overlays are not a new idea. They have been implemented in the city of Santa Barbara and in Ventura. In the previous board meeting, the health and safety issues were listed by senior home park residents. On behalf of the residents of our communities, we are grateful that the board is supportive of senior housing and is listening to our voices. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Santa Maria with Gary Hall, to be followed by Lisa Cassiasis Simpson. Gary?
Yes. Go ahead and press that button right there. Am I here?
Hi, Gary. We
Is it
can hear
on?
you. Please proceed.
Oh, I see my ugly face. Thank you very much. Good morning, Chair, board members. My name is Gary Hall. I'm a senior retiree and a resident of Rancho Buena Vista Mobile Estates, a seniors mobile home park here in Santa Maria. Like the residents of Del Cielo Mobile Estates, I specifically bought my home in Rancho Buena Vista because it is a seniors park, knowing my neighbors would always be seniors. Now, I was here in September, and since that time, I really want to acknowledge the speed in which the board has pursued this issue and thank the staff for pressing it forward and getting it to this point. I want to finalize with statements of please adopt an urgency ordinance extending the senior mobile home park conversion interim ordinance by the 10 months, and at the end of that or before that, a senior overlay would be very much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will remain in Santa Maria with Lisa Casillas Simpson to be followed by Steve Wagner. Lisa?
Yes. Hello? Okay. I don't know where to look. Yes, hello. My name is Lisa Casillas Simpson, and I'm here today as a proud, retired military family member who have been fortunate enough to find safe, affordable shelter to live out our sunset years here in Santa Barbara. It would appear, though, that the sanctity of our fragile and vulnerable communities are under attack right now by corporations, greedy corporations. And we're just here today to thank you for taking a stand for us and with us. And we implore that you continue the good fight for us. Appreciate it. Thank you.
And we will remain in Santa Maria with Steve Wagner to be followed by Stephen Simpson. Steve?
Good morning. I owe you folks a huge apology, especially Supervisor Bob Nelson. When this thing first came up, I didn't have any faith that you folks would do what you did or with the speed that you did it. I am just impressed beyond no end. And you've now been subject to a little bit of the bullying by Attorney Paul Beard and Nick Ibaldi, the same bullying that the residents of Del Cielo are subject to a lot. I am the associate manager for North Santa Barbara County for the Golden State Manufactured Homeowners League, and whenever there's a complaint, they send it to me. And I've been flooded with complaints since these folks bought that property. So like I said, I am just impressed no end by the way you moved so quickly and hopefully are continuing. And I know this may go to court, and no matter what the result, I still want to just say thank you and how proud I am to live in Santa Barbara County, where folks actually care about what happens to seniors and other people. I also want to let you know that if this senior park overlay does take effect, it's going to be noticed by the city of Santa Maria, which also has senior parks that are going to need protection and will hopefully follow your example. And of course, Santa Barbara is the garden spot of the country, the best weather, and so many things that go on here are superior to any place else. And if this senior park overlay passes here, it's not going to be unnoticed by the rest of the nation, where this stuff is going on across country, where we have, in my opinion, unethical management companies taking over parks and trying to turn them into parks just for profit without any regard to the senior life there. Well, that's all I have to say. Thank you so much.
And we will remain in Santa Maria for our final speaker, Stephen Simpson. Stephen?
Yes, Haku, good morning. I'm just here to thank you for taking a stand on the senior park overlay. I am a resident of Quail Meadows East Senior Home Park and had the great opportunity to live in Santa Barbara County from 1958 to 65 before my father took me back down to Venice. It was always my intention to retire to the Central Coast. And at the time of my retirement, I found that the senior parks were the most affordable and that I would be able to live here on the Central Coast in the senior park. And I appreciate the steps you're taking to preserve affordable housing for seniors on the Central Coast. Thank you very much.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
All right, I'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavanino. And I just appreciate the comments from the public on this item. And I know I got some attaboys, but I really want to thank my colleagues for definitely taking up this issue and owning it as well. So I think that without the five of us being united on this, that we wouldn't be as successful in moving it so swiftly. But I think our unified voice has really helped encourage staff to move this along, as well as council. So, with that, I would like to adopt, I believe it's A, B, and C, that motion.
Okay.
And I'd like to second.
It's actually A through D.
A through D, I apologize.
A through D.
Yep.
All right. And seconded by Supervisor Capps. I just want to give a shout out to Ron Foss. I saw that he made a public comment, even though he's living in Olympia, Washington. Those visits you made to my office, Ron, all those years ago did not go in vain. So thank you very much. And all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. All right, before we get into the Ag Enterprise Ordinance, why don't we take a 10-minute break, and we'll be back here at 10:25-ish, 10:30. Okay, we're back. So just to set the table for what the rest of the meeting is going to look like, we're going to do items 3 and 4, the Ag Enterprise Ordinance, and 4 is appeal of HLAC nomination, and then we'll break for lunch, and then we'll come back and start with the Miramar. Okay, let's go to departmental item number 3.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, departmental item number 3 is from the Planning and Development Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding case numbers 23 ORD 5, 23 ORD 6, 24 RZN 4, and 24 RZN 5 to adopt the Agricultural Enterprise Ordinance.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. We are here returning since November 5th, when we had our first hearing on the Ag Enterprise Ordinance, providing a response to some of the issues and questions that were raised by the board. Today, we have Alex Tuttle, Deputy Director, David Lackey, Supervising Planner, and Julie Harris, Planner on the project, to present today. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Harris.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I will be giving the presentation today. Let me get started here. At your last hearing on November 5th, you considered the whole of the proposed Agricultural Enterprise Ordinance, or AEO, and the Planning Commission's recommendations. You received public comment and then discussed 12 potential revisions to the project, 10 of which are revisions to the zoning ordinance language. One amendment was proposed to the limited agricultural enterprise overlap for your consideration, and then one amendment to the uniform rules. Today's presentation will focus on those 12 potential revisions. So the board memo summarizes the 12 potential changes that were discussed at the last hearing in Table 1. We're going to be using a modified Table 1 to present them as we go through this presentation. All of the information presented today can also be found in the board memo. To begin, for items 1 through 3 of the board's dialogue at the last hearing, staff assumed consensus but is seeking board's confirmation on making the 3 revisions on this slide for small-scale campgrounds. These include requiring a conditional use permit, or CUP, for small-scale campgrounds on Ag 2 premises that are surrounded entirely by Ag 1 zoning. Adjusting the number of campsites allowed per premises by splitting the middle size, the 100 to 320 acre tier, into 2 tiers, and allowing up to 20 campsites on premises of 100 to 200 acres, and up to 25 sites on premises of 200 to 320 acres, and then incorporating a transient occupancy tax requirement, or TOT, for landowner-provided accommodations. Regarding the first proposed change to require a CUP for small-scale campgrounds on Ag 2 surrounded by Ag 1, staff is seeking clarification as to whether the conditional use permit be a minor CUP or a standard CUP. The primary difference between the two is the decision maker and the appeals path. A minor CUP is reviewed by the zoning administrator, whose decision can then be appealed to the Planning Commission, and then in turn, that decision can be appealed to the Board of Supervisors. A regular CUP is reviewed by the Planning Commission, whose decision can be appealed directly to the board. This slide presents the draft ordinance language to accomplish the proposed revision to split the middle tier regarding the number of campsites allowed per premises. We can return to this slide later if the board wishes to discuss further this proposed revision or the proposed ordinance language. And this slide presents the draft ordinance language to incorporate TOT for campground accommodations where applicable. This slide summarizes the next 4 potential revisions, which include allowing landowner-provided accommodations on 80% instead of 60% of the total number of proposed campsites in a campground, increasing the setback for composting operations adjacent to agricultural commodities to 1,000 feet from row crops and 400 feet from orchards and vineyards, applying campground quiet hours, which begin at 9 p.m., to educational experiences, small-scale special events, and farm stays, and adding a new permit tier or tiers to farm stays to allow up to 9 or 15 guest rooms or bedrooms. Staff is seeking confirmation whether to include these revisions, and if so, is seeking clarification regarding some of the details of the proposed changes. The first suggested revision is just very simple. As we mentioned on the summary, it's just seeking confirmation to increase the percentage of allowed landowner-provided accommodations at campgrounds from 60% to 80% of the total number of proposed campsites. This slide presents draft ordinance language to effectuate the proposed change to increase the setbacks of small-scale composting from adjacent agricultural commodities. We can return to this slide later if the board wishes to discuss this revision further. As mentioned on the summary slide, staff is seeking clarification from the board regarding a proposal to apply the campground's quiet hours, which begin at 9 p.m., to other uses to address noise and neighborhood compatibility. To accomplish this, the revisions would end amplified sound at educational experiences and small-scale special events at 9 p.m. instead of what is currently proposed in the ordinance, which is that amplified sound end at 10 p.m. And it would also start the quiet hours at farm stays at 9 p.m. instead of the current proposed 10 p.m. In addition, staff is seeking further clarification regarding small-scale special events. Currently, events are proposed to end at 11 p.m., which is 1 hour after the current proposed amplified sound end time of 9 p.m. So the question is, if the board changes the ending time of amplified sound, if it's moved up to 9 p.m. instead of 10 p.m., should the ending time of events also be moved up an hour earlier? That is from 11 p.m. to 10 p.m. Regarding farm stays, staff is seeking further clarification and direction regarding a proposal that was raised to allow additional new permit tiers for farm stays that would allow up to 9 guest rooms or 15 guest rooms at a farm stay. Now, there are several possible iterations for this proposal. You could allow up to 9 guest rooms only. You could allow up to 15 guest rooms. Or you could allow a combination of 9 and 15 guest rooms using 2 different permit types. And the board, and as of right now, all farm stays up to 6 guest rooms are proposed to be allowed with zoning clearance. And the board can choose, for this option, they can choose between land use permits, minor conditional use permits, and regular conditional use permits. Also, a question staff would like clarification on is whether the board would want to increase the maximum number of allowed guests or persons that would be staying at the farm stay commensurate with the number of guest rooms. The current farm stay proposal for a maximum of 15 guests at 6 guest rooms equates to a rate of 2.5 guests per room. If the board wanted to increase the maximum number of guests using that same rate, that would allow up to 23 guests at a 9 guest room farm stay and up to 38 guests at a 15 guest room farm stay. Another consideration that the board may want to think about is whether a larger farm stay of 9 or 15 guest rooms would be limited to an existing dwelling or other existing structures, or be allowed in new structures or park trailers. Now, this slide, I'm not going to get into the details, but just wanted to let you know this slide presents the example draft ordinance language if the board were to choose, for example, to allow both 9 guest rooms, up to 9 guest rooms with a land use permit, and up to 15 guest rooms with a minor conditional use permit. But we can return back to this when you discuss farm stays in more detail. However, before I move on to the last group of revisions, Staff also wanted to seek your direction regarding the farm stay use in the coastal zone. If the board proposes to allow some increased level of tiers to the inland area, would the board also want to increase and allow an additional number of guest rooms within the coastal zone? And we're seeking that similar clarification. The reason that we're asking is in the coastal zone, due to higher permit requirements, the options available for a 9 or 15 guest room permit tier would be minor conditional use permits or major conditional use permits. This slide presents a summary of the last 5 proposed revisions at your last hearing. These include creating a registry of sites for tracking small-scale special events, prohibiting reapplication for the same use within 12 months of a permit revocation after a permit or zoning clearing has been revoked, considering an adjustment downward of the minimum 100-foot setback to 50 feet with neighbor agreements, modifying the boundaries of the limited agricultural enterprise overlay map by removing several assessors parcels, and revising the uniform rule regarding the number and size of campground development envelopes to better align with the Planning Commission's recommendations. So diving into these with a little bit more detail, on November 5th, a supervisor suggested that there should be some mechanism to ensure that agricultural landowners pursuing small-scale events are aware of and comply with the applicable ordinance requirements and development standards, and that the county is able to monitor and track special event activities, perhaps creating a registry of event sites. 2 suggestions were raised and discussed at the last hearing to accomplish this. The first suggestion would require a landowner to obtain a formal exemption determination from planning and development, and renewal of that exemption every 1 or 2 or 3 years, for example, a time frame that the board would deem suitable. The alternative mentioned would be to require a zoning clearance for these lowest levels of use instead of an exemption. A zoning clearance is planning and development's lowest, or I should say the county's lowest permit level, and it would inform the county regarding event sites for tracking purposes. The zoning clearance can also be revoked for noncompliance. So staff is seeking direction from the board regarding this level of use, which option to proceed with, and we're also seeking direction on whether to add permit renewal to whichever option the board chooses, and also whether to add or consider adding a permit renewal for special events in the coastal zone. Staff drafted ordinance language for the exemption option. We can return to this later in your discussions, and again, this language with all other draft language is taken directly from your board memo. So a suggestion was made to have the ability to revoke a permit and limit applications. So a revocation process is already available in the land use codes for zoning clearances and land use permits, as well as the higher level permits, the CUPs. And these permits can be revoked for noncompliance with development standards, conditions of approval, or any other ordinance requirements. So to address this suggestion about reapplication, since we have revocation already, staff drafted proposed language to limit reapplications for small-scale special events, farm stays, and campgrounds within 1 year of a permit revocation if that were to occur. However, exemptions cannot be revoked because they're not permits and they're not subject to the permit processes of the land use code. So currently proposed in our setbacks is a minimum 100-foot setback, and it would apply to, would be a setback from adjacent premises that, and the setback would apply to 5 of the ag enterprise uses. And these are the small-scale special events, educational experiences and opportunities, campgrounds, composting, and farm stays. The Ag 2 zone does not otherwise have any setbacks from side or rear lot lines. A supervisor suggested allowing an adjustment of this minimum setback downward to 50 feet with an agreement between neighbors. Staff suggests this reduction can be accomplished if land use criteria are established and required for consideration of a setback reduction. And this would be similar to the setback adjustments for agricultural commodities. A private agreement can be considered in conjunction with the land use criteria. This slide presents draft ordinance language to address this proposal, and it includes intervening topography, vegetation, roads, four-lane highway, protected habitats, or other features that would provide a sufficient buffer to reduce land use conflicts and would protect the adjacent premises. On November 5th, the board also began considering 2 requests to remove several parcels from Exhibit 2 of the proposed LAE overlay. The board expressed interest in 3 parcels and requested additional information regarding their location within the highlighted area in the southeast corner of this overlay exhibit. Zooming into this area and adding an aerial photo for context, we identify the 3 parcels being considered. 2 assessors parcels. Let's see, I'm going to try to get these. These 2 assessor parcels here are just west of Gary, and they're shown kind of in a purple. The 3rd assessor parcel is the Cottonwood Canyon Winery parcel. This is shown in red here. Between hearings, staff was informed that the real interest with regards to Cottonwood Canyon was to remove from the overlay just the portion up here in the northwest corner where the winery and tasting room structures are located. And as we talked last time about avoiding creating any kind of donut holes in the overlay, staff suggested that we pull out some portions of assessors parcels that are lined in blue. So over here on the right, there's a large parcel and a couple little slivers down here that would be pulled out of the overlay as well to create a more cohesive boundary. And then it was also discussed pulling out the area, in addition to this portion of Cottonwood Canyon, pulling out this kind of barranca area or drainage area on this other parcel. A question for the board also to consider is if these additional parcels are removed, should there be any setback requirements included for parcels adjacent to the overlay to protect adjacent agricultural commodities? And last, the board discussed options for addressing the differences between the Planning Commission's recommended ordinance amendments for small-scale campgrounds and certain uniform rules for campgrounds to ensure that agricultural premises remain compatible with their agricultural preserve contracts and be able to participate in the AEO campgrounds. The compatibility rule is something that was required by mitigation measure Ag 2 in the final PEIR. During the November 5th hearing, staff suggested a compromise to modify the mitigation by retaining the proposed compatibility requirement for small-scale campgrounds on lands qualifying for prime land contracts. These are typically properties or contracted lands that are under 100 acres, while modifying the compatibility criteria for lands qualifying as non-prime land contracts to align more closely with the AEO allowances for campgrounds on larger premises. In addition to the modified compatibility criteria for campgrounds, staff made other revisions to the uniform rules amendments in attachment 8, addressing other AEO uses to align more closely with the zoning ordinance AEO allowances. And these other revisions were something that the Agricultural Ag Preserve Advisory Committee had reviewed. And on this screen, this is in case we need to refer to it later, this is the draft language. We also included it in your board memo that would, that that details the modification that staff raised at the last hearing. And this concludes staff's presentation. The recommending actions for adopting the AEO are included on this slide and the next slide. And that completes our presentation, and we're available for your questions. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, board members, if I could just add that obviously Ms. Harris went through quite a lot of information. And what we can do when we get to that point of your deliberation is refer back to the tables and maybe go kind of one by one and use that as a guide for discussion purposes. Sure.
Yep. Okay. We'll kind of do it like a little mini budget hearing. So, all right. Back to the board for questions. Supervisor Hartman.
Let me start by first thanking staff for all the work, and particularly Alex Tuttle and Lisa Plowman have spent hours with me exploring ideas, and you've been patient and diligent, and thank you very much. If you remember the last time we heard this, it was at the end of a long day that happened to be election day, and so we had.
I apologize, Alex. I'm sorry.
So we had a lot of things coming out, and it was our first really bite at this. I think it took 7 or 8 planning commission hearings and many community meetings that many on our P&D staff participated in. Again, thank you for that. So I do have a couple of questions that I wanted to put forward, and then a modified proposal. My first question has to do with setbacks. And what about waterways? Are those covered from farm stays and from small-scale events and from campgrounds in other parts of our ordinance?
Supervisor Hartman through the chair. We do have setbacks that would apply to most of the agricultural enterprise uses, including for farm stays. We have a standard 100-foot setback from riparian habitats that's it arose from the EIR as a mitigation measure.
Okay. And then with regarding setbacks, I just would like to put out there the setback from crop, we have pretty consistent setbacks, I think, in this ordinance, 100 from the lot line, 400 from the residence, and 200 from crops. I do think, on reflection, that 300 from crops might be better to protect people from chemicals on crops. I believe that I did speak with the Ag Commissioner. He had some thoughts, but and maybe P&D can explain how his thoughts have evolved. But I would like us to consider a 300-foot setback to protect people exercising the opportunity for these new uses from agricultural chemicals, and also protecting those who apply them. I just had an image sent to me on the 246 where you apply them, but then it blows and you can't necessarily stop. And this was over a county property on outside Lompoc that was receiving these chemicals. So a 300-foot would be one thought that I would like to put forward. We talk about no amplified music, but we do have amplified voice. I've got a question mark about amplified voice, so I'll just put that marker out there. I just want to clarify something. It's not really a question, but we limit the stays at campgrounds, maximum stay of 14 days, total 28 nights per year, 1 week between stays. And I just wanted to emphasize, we don't want people living there. This is just, and so these rules are there to prevent that, and I think that's very important. A difference between campgrounds and farm stays is the campgrounds are temporary housing, and the farm stays have kitchenettes, and really the structures are to endure longer. So I think it's important when we think about campgrounds to think about RV hookups. And I understand that at the Planning Commission, there was discussion from environmental health about RVs emptying into septic systems and then that leaching into the groundwater. So I think we should consider a development standard that says no RV discharge into septic systems or no hookups for RVs into septic, because we don't want those chemicals into the groundwater in agricultural areas. I guess the biggest point I want to make is that when the Ag Enterprise Ordinance was first explored with community groups who and industry groups and many people who had ideas about this, the starting assumption was that it would have a broad EIR so that we would study a range of options and not have to recirculate. And so we did that. Instead of making it narrow, we made it very broad. The original name of the Ag Enterprise Ordinance was the Ag Tier Ordinance, and the assumption was that with higher level, more intensive level uses, we would elevate the permit requirements. And what has happened with this is instead we have exemptions or zoning clearance, very low level, that really is applying to a broad range of uses. And so I think it's important to remember that, especially as we hear some comments by people coming forward. There are many people who look at Santa Barbara County and particularly the Santa Ynez Valley, where I live, from the outside and see dollar signs. And that really, what we're trying to do here is help existing agriculture with some additional uses at a very low permit level so that they can stabilize their income during the ups and downs of what's a very difficult way to make a living in agriculture, but the biggest industry in our county. So I have a really keen interest in protecting the Santa Ynez Valley, where we find a lot of uses, Ag 1 and Ag 2 interspersed, EDRNs, again, next to Ag 2 premises, and tremendous potential then for conflict. So I did, last time, put out a proposal that for Ag 2 properties that are totally surrounded by Ag 1 properties, that we would have a higher level permit. But it really, what I'd like to propose instead of that is that when Ag 2 properties touch Ag 1 properties or residential areas or urban areas, that they require a higher level of permit. I would propose an MCUP, but a CUP. I think that we have real problems of compatibility, and this is a way to try to preempt that and make more compatibility and allow neighbors an opportunity to interact and have a role in the decision. So those are my comments for now.
Supervisor Hartman, just one clarification. On the last part of your discussion where you are making a suggestion that a CUP be required, are you referring to campgrounds?
Yeah, thank you. Yes, yes, campgrounds, and it's also been suggested for small-scale events. So definitely campgrounds, and I'm open on small-scale events.
Thank you.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yeah. Yes, thank you, Chair Labanino. A lot there. We got it. Hopefully, we can debate some of that. Initially, on my questions here, going back to slide 14 for a moment, a question about zoning clearances. I can get there. Yeah. Just trying to understand. Maybe I got the wrong one here. Oh, it made me think about how we do this, whether it's an exemption or a zoning clearance. So when somebody comes in to get a zoning clearance, what's that process? Do they sit there and they present you what they're going to do with the project, and they attest to that they're going to be complying with it, and you guys stamp that, do we look for a lot of verification? Do we go out there and do site visits? I think we're trying to keep it a low level, but also be something we potentially permit, because then if there's a permit, we can potentially revoke it, and we at least know about it because there's a permit. I think that's one of the questions here that's a concern. So can you kind of walk me through what a zoning clearance for one of these, an ag enterprise ordinance item would look like?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, I don't know that there would necessarily be a one-size-fits-all approach here with the zoning clearance, just because a zoning clearance, as Supervisor Hartman attested, could cover a pretty broad spectrum of uses. So I don't want to say that there would never be an instance where a site visit would be required. I think the goal and objective would be to have these as streamlined as possible. And so someone would be presenting what their proposal is and where on the property it's located. Staff would review that against the development standards that have been proposed, and if it's consistent with those development standards, be able to issue the permit.
Yeah, because I think that's where the heartache comes, that, there's a lot of discretion on staff on what they want to do with that zoning clearance. If they just want to take their word for what they're offering and it complies with the development standards, then there should be stamping it, which gives us the ability to then go in enforcement if there's an issue where somebody says, hey, they were doing over 5 acres versus over 3 acres, and you go out there and take a look, and sure enough, and then they'd be in violation of that permit. If it means a process where, a lot of staff time, and again, we've talked about, or earlier I brought up what our fees look like, it could start to become expensive as we start to look at that. So, I like kind of almost a self-attestation style of this, and then have the enforcement. And so that prevents you from, a pure exemption where we don't know where anything's happening, but versus somebody coming in the front door saying, this is what I'm going to do, get the zoning clearance. You guys say, yes, as long as you follow these development standards, and they all agree, they'll sign it. And they go out there and do that. And then at that point, if they're operating and there's not any problems, then that should be no problem. It doesn't need to be, wrapping up into a lot of county process. So that's my desire, and that's my intention when I see zoning clearance here, is that this becomes a very staff-intensive process. I really want zoning clearance to really be that low-level permit that it's supposed to be. Again, I think we have a lot of discretion, and sometimes we try to make everything a graduate-level project when it doesn't need to be. So I guess that's just more of a commentary on my part. The other question I have is about, some of these farms, especially some of these wineries that are operating with a winery there that might have been pre-winery ordinance. Those are kind of what we call legal non-conforming wineries. You guys are familiar with those. If they start to do some of these ag enterprise ordinance uses, is that tripping them now into needing coming back in the door to do the development plan, or are they just getting to add this onto their existing use? Because I think that's a real problem with a lot of these different projects. If you already have a development plan and now we're adding to it, the way I view it as a policymaker, and I hope my colleagues do as well, these are things that are above that and not going to interfere with that existing entitlement. But we don't want to create a disincentive for somebody to do some of these activities because they don't want to lose their legal non-conforming status or have to amend their development plan. So can you give me some peace of mind on how we're going to move forward with that?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. So let's take farm stays, for example.
Yeah.
If a winery meets the eligibility requirements and wants to propose a farm stay, which as currently drafted would be a zoning clearance, that would be the permit that they would obtain, would be a zoning clearance. They would not need to go in and amend their development plan or amend their winery permit.
Okay, that's what I'm hoping, and that's what I wanted to hear. And
if they are making changes to their winery, then that's a different matter. But if it's strictly for a farm stay or for a campground or for one of the other AEO uses, then it would just be the permit for that use.
Okay. And then just because there's a couple things I think we should probably talk about what Supervisor Hartman addressed, but one of them right off the bat, and maybe environmental health can address this, is that I'm not sure what the chemicals that would go into a septic system that we would be concerned about impacting the groundwater. I think septic systems are designed typically to prevent pollution, not to create it. So if it's sized for a hookup, and it's appropriately permitted that way, wouldn't it in theory, be protecting the environment, not, we obviously don't want people just dumping things in open pits, but if there's something, I know that there's a technology behind it, smarter people that get degrees in environmental health know about this, not supervisors. Could you speak to that, Mr. Seifert?
Yes, Supervisor Nelson through the chair. As far as RV dumping goes, there is a distinction in state regulations as far as how that is handled. So there's basically a regulatory distinction between whether it's domestic waste or from RV waste. So it's handled differently under the state regs. And so that is something that would be, if they were going to have an RV connection and dispose of the waste in there, it would actually require a state permit from the Regional Water Board versus County Environmental Health.
That's not easy, right? I mean, there's a process to that, right?
So it's going to be a lengthy process and a more involved process through the state.
And it's designed to protect the water. I mean, that's why it's going to the water board, right?
It's designed to protect the water from a lot of times chemical toilets in RVs. They use additives and other things to basically make sure, like deodorizers, things like that can cause a problem with the environment.
But if it's designed properly, it should be able to resolve those issues, and that's why the water board regulates that.
Yes, there is wastewater treatment plants and treatment units available to take that out, but it would be basically then something that would be under the authority and responsibility of the state to permit.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Hartman.
Oh, that just raises a really important issue that there are standards outside of what we're having here. And if we do have people come in, I think it's important to refer them to the additional standards of environmental health or fire or what other, because again, this will be a low-level permit and we need to educate people, and it's not just our P&D, but other standards. And I guess I'm still for Mr. Seifert. What I want to make sure doesn't happen is that RV effluent gets discharged to septic, because septic doesn't pull out those chemicals, and we don't want that going into the groundwater. And if people don't know about state rules, or we need to make those kinds of things very clear to people.
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, that's one of the things that would be addressed through the zoning clearance is prior to issuance of that zoning clearance, any other approvals that would be necessary, whether it's a fire protection plan from the fire department or approvals from EHS or state water, we would ensure that those have been obtained before that permit is issued.
And if I might add, I think I'm very much in agreement with where I think Supervisor Nelson is going, that a zoning clearance is really the only mechanism that we were thinking of some exemption plus where people would come in, but we don't have that anywhere else. It's just confusing to people. So I think a zoning clearance at the lowest level of permit, it is preferable to trying to make up something else. And again, I think it's so important because we need to educate people about these uses and then hold them accountable. If we have an exemption, we don't really have an enforcement because we can't really say revoke anything.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you. And yeah, I think we're on the same page. I think that would be really helpful. I think it all comes down to how staff, at the counter deals with that. And I think you guys ultimately have a lot of discretion on that, and I hope that you guys take it. And the reason why, the septic thing, if it's illegal to do already, to dump into a septic system, then I think, maybe, I don't know if we need to make it, maybe it's redundant, but I still want to have that pathway for somebody who wants to go permit the other route. I don't want to prematurely close that permitting pathway, and so that's why I wanted to address the hookup issue. I don't want that door closed for someone who wants to go through the state water board and get that in place and that can comply with that, which are pretty strict standards. I mean, they're often stricter than anything we offer here at the county. So I don't want to prematurely close that door for somebody who wants to go through that process if that's part of their potential business model. So, all right, that's it for my questions right now.
Okay. And we're going to go over each one of these individually because I think there's plenty of meat on the bone to banter about. So let's go to, can we open it up to public comment at this time? How many speakers do we have?
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, we have 8 requests to speak from the public on this item.
Okay, and when we start with the first one, we'll close the roll for public comment on this matter. So let's start.
We are going to begin on Zoom with Nancy Emerson, to be followed by Susan Baloney. Nancy?
WeWatch is responding to the staff's very helpful memo, which addresses most of our concerns. Educational experiences, special events, campgrounds, and farm stays are all non-agricultural uses, cause problems for neighbors, and need regulation. There are at least 5 regulatory tools to protect neighbors from the inescapable problem of noise, etc. Setbacks, hours of operation, number of participants, number of accommodations, and CUPs. Each can be valuable and is included below. 1, we support either a minor or CUP for campgrounds, but add special events and educational experiences if Ag 2 adjoins residential or Ag 1 zones. 2, we need fewer campsites, not more, and no more than state-allowed 6 farmstay bedrooms. Evaluate in 3 years and add more then if okay. Both uses are allowed 365 nights a year and in remote locations. If 15 bedrooms, both uses, 158 guests for Ag 2 140 and 198 for Ag 2 hospitality. Hospitality companies would love it, but not neighbors. 3, we support TOT for campgrounds and farm stays. 4, we support 9 p.m. ending times, quiet hours for all 4 non-ag uses, making all consistent. More strict ending hours in the winery ordinance worked well to reduce neighbor complaints. 5, we support registry formal exemption provision if add exempt educational experiences and 2 incidental food services. Uses ZC if it's the only way to do. 6, we support revocation for all 4 non-ag uses. We need this. 7, no reduction in minimum 100-foot setback unless the involved neighbor agrees. Still needed. 1, do evaluation in 3 years after annual reports. 2, include setbacks for residential and Ag 1 zones of at least 400 feet from AEO property boundary of the 4 Ag tourism non-Ag uses. Correct the campground setback as it needs to be from the AEO property boundary, not the adjoining residence.
Thank you, Nancy. That is your time. We will now go to Susan Baloney, to be followed by Catherine Rohr for share and merit. Susan?
Okay, I unmuted. Am I there?
We can hear you. Please proceed.
Good morning, Chair Lavanino, supervisors, and staff. My name is Susan Bellany from Solvang, and I'm speaking for WeWatch today. We did more map study, and I want to talk about understanding Ag 1 zoning and the AEO inside the San Ynez Valley Community Plan using 3 maps. I can't see anything, and I don't know if the maps are up. If you can put the first map up, that would be great. In 2012, Bob Field, past chairman of the Valley Plan Advisory Committee, wrote an article called Understanding and Appreciating Ag 1. He said in Santa Barbara County, not all privately owned land is zoned either urban or agricultural. Ag 1, primarily parcels from 5 to 20 acres, is a hybrid zone that represents an intermediate land use, partly residential, partly agricultural. In Bob's article, he said the Valley has about 1,600 Ag 1 zone parcels inside the community plan. It is important to understand them. On the first map, are you guys seeing the map?
Yes, we are.
Thank you. You can see the long red dashes that outline the community plan boundary. Inside that, you see a green area, which is called the inner rural area, and its boundary is called the rural boundary. The rural boundary separates the inner rural and rural areas. The pale yellow areas are called existing developed rural neighborhoods, or EDRNs. Together, the green and yellow areas enclose the community plan's 1,600 Ag 1, 5 to 20 acre zone parcels. Next map, please. The second map shows all the AEO eligible Ag 2 parcels in the community plan. I hand outlined in blue the AEO eligible Ag 2 100 acre parcels, and the eligible Ag 2 40 acre zone parcels are outlined in yellow. I hand counted about 70 AEO eligible Ag 2 parcels total. Last map, please. On the last map, out of curiosity, I drew yellow highlighter on all the boundary lines shared by hybrid Ag 1, urban residential zoning, and Ag 2 parcels, where potential conflicts might arise from the new AEO non-agricultural uses. Surprisingly, these lines represent roughly 60 miles where concerns along property lines about noise, traffic, and pollution from non-agricultural AEO activities might occur. Lastly, I want to let you know the wine ordinance already sets a precedent by giving more resident protection both to the green hybrid Ag 1 inner rural area and the residential zoning of our cities and townships. But the AEO is only given more protection to the cities and townships and not to the 1,600 approximately Ag 1 properties. Please acknowledge our hybrid Ag 1 zoning in the Valley with the same protections, or at least more protections, as the residential zoning has in the AEO. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
We will now go to Catherine Rohrer, to be followed by Ed Seaman. Catherine?
This submission is from Sharon Merritt on Santa Rosa Road. Honorable Supervisors, I've spent years as a member of both the Gaviota Plan and the AAC, concerned that this ordinance would escalate into something that benefits a few at a cost to many. I had reason for concern. The ordinance was initially conceived to allow some supplementary activities at Gaviota: nut processing, firewood sales, horseback riding. Not development or entertainment or agritourism, just some additional uses. Years later, it got re-envisioned as agritourism and making money for quote-unquote local farmers. This ordinance will make some people rich. It will bring in investors. It will increase the cost of land, which is okay with my kids who will inherit my farm, but it will essentially lock out new farmers. It will create noise just like cannabis creates odors. Enforcement will be difficult, and just like you can't tell which farm is producing noxious odors, you won't be able to tell which farm is producing noxious noise, because so many will simultaneously be having events and camping and quote-unquote educational opportunities. While I think the best project is no project at all, here's what I think would make this version tolerable. 1, no amplified sound. Not only are there people living on and near Ag 2 properties, owners and farm workers whose quality of life should be considered, but the Santa Ynez River as well as creeks are adjacent to or near many Ag 2 properties that will take advantage of this ordinance. Please consider the fauna that are part of the river ecosystem and could be agitated or harmed by amplified sound. Think nesting and mating. 2, no lights, for the same reason. A mountain lion visited my farm, which is adjacent to the Santa Ynez River, twice in the last month. Do you think she might be disturbed by lights and non-ambient sound? Would foxes, coyote, and deer? What about birds and reptiles? Do we care about anything other than making more money? 3, any activities should be 1,000 feet from property boundaries and 1,000 feet from water sources. Sound and light travel far in open land. If the property isn't large enough, then no activities. Why must farmers and farm workers and wildlife be disturbed so investors, just watch, can make money? We are not talking about helping subsistence farmers in Santa Barbara County. We are talking about people who were lucky enough to inherit land or bought it or will buy it for millions of dollars. I know planning did a lot of outreach about this ordinance, but few people know about it. So it's going to be up to the 5 of you to actually represent your constituency. Please think about this before you vote. Thank you for your consideration. Sharon Merritt.
We will now go to Ed Seaman on Zoom, and then we will return to Santa Barbara with Anna Citron. Ed?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
All right. Well, compliments to the Planning and Development Department. Good job, Julie. I think the ordinance is excellent. It's taken a while and it's gotten to a good place. I don't think it's perfect. I don't think anybody does. But I want to focus specifically on composting right now, something that I've advocated from the beginning. I want to add my voice to the letter I submitted to the clerk on Friday. It's pretty thorough, so I won't waste time repeating it. If you haven't read it yet, please do. It's in the folder. Some of my brethren in agriculture don't like composting. The board has received comments from other folks in food production that actually urge the elimination of composting as an option for an ag enterprise ordinance participant. This is going backwards. We can't go backwards. The whole idea is to go forward here. I think the extension of the setbacks to 1,000 feet from food and row crops, and I think it was 200 feet for residences. I can't remember right now, or maybe 400. I think it's unnecessary. I think composting, when protocols are held to, there are no vectors for pathogens. There's no pollution. It's not going to affect the water. It provides another way to nurture plants. If we have those setbacks at 1,000 feet, then it discourages small scale composting enterprises, folks that would otherwise compost as an adjunct. We need more clean compost, and micro enterprises will blend higher quality compost than the industrial composting facilities we have on the Central Coast right now. Again, we need to encourage everyone, including the row crop producers that want this 1,000-foot setback, to replace fully or partially the use of their fumigants, pesticides, herbicides, and chemical fertilizers with nature-based solutions, which we've been working on for years. We know it can be done. Clean organic compost is part of the future of agriculture. I would like us to embrace that today. I would not increase the setbacks, and I would just say, let's get it passed. Thank you.
We'll return to Santa Barbara with Anna Citron to be followed by Galer Macon. Anna?
Good morning, Chair Lavanino and Supervisors. Anna Citron, Legal and Policy Director for the Gaviota Coast Conservancy. We are generally in support of the AEO, which will help small farms and ranches on the Gaviota Coast and elsewhere stay viable. Prior comments notwithstanding. We have some specific comments about revisions 4, 5, and 8. But first, I want to address something that was said just recently and hopefully get some clarification around the suggestion from Supervisor Hartman and Nelson that the lowest tier permit should be a zoning clearance. First, looking for clarification around whether that is intended to apply to all ag enterprise uses, including the supplementary ag uses that so far nobody has really objected to. Maybe put composting aside, but things like lumber processing, horseback riding. I don't think the intention, hopefully, is to have to start requiring permits for ag uses. Okay, awesome. I'm seeing some nodding. And then, also some of the uses like, educational opportunities. It seems like, having those be exempt and potentially some other uses, was really an important part of what the Planning Commission was trying to achieve and what, I've heard many members of our local community voice support for. So I understand there's a concern about enforcement, and perhaps some of the uses need to be scaled up in terms of requiring a zoning clearance. But I would just urge caution in any sort of blanket approach that just applies this to all of the uses, because I think many of these uses are uncontroversial and we all just want to have them available on ag parcels. Quickly, involving composting, I've said many times, talked about the many benefits of composting, and you just heard from Mr. Seaman as well. And we heard from Supervisor Nelson at the last hearing that most farms and ranches, they're composting anyway for their own purposes. So what we're really talking about here is allowing them to make some supplemental income from that. And there are requirements at the state level that they avoid contamination, creating a nuisance. And I wonder if something like posting the state requirements on the county's webpage or somehow cross-referencing them in the land use development code could provide would-be applicants with notice of those requirements if they did proceed with an exemption without having to come in for the step of getting a zoning clearance. So that's just something to consider. With respect to percent of owner-provided accommodations, we did favor a lower percent, the 60 rather than 80, just for consideration to keep a diversity of campground types, including more affordable sites where you bring your own tent or RV. No dumping, that's okay. Understand that concern.
Mr. John, your time's
that's
up.
my time. All right.
But we do have some questions for you. Supervisor Hartman.
I just have one question. I know you've been very involved in composting, and I just wondered if we might adopt a development standard to cover the compost pile. Would that make sense?
Sure, yeah, I think adding a development standard would help to the extent there are concerns about contamination, and just making clear perhaps some of the state standards that do apply.
And then another question, I'm not sure you're the right person, but that there's specific feedstock that goes into compost, and then is there any testing or check before it's sold?
I am not the person to ask for that, but yes, I do believe there is some type of check required.
Supervisor Nelson also has a question.
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavanino. Thank you, Ms. Central, on those some great points. My concern, though, is that my understanding is what we were trying to allow here was something that wasn't going to be regulated by the state. It was a smaller compost. So you're saying that these are state standards for these types of things, but you're also saying, but then I just heard last time that this is under the regulation of the state. So can you square that for me?
Sure. Thank you for that question. To be exempt at the state level, you have to comply with certain requirements, including the feedstocks have to be limited to certain specified ones, and the requirement that you not create a nuisance or contamination, also a 100-foot setback from waterways. Those are to be exempt from state permitting. You have to meet those requirements.
Okay, so there's these development standards as well as size requirements that make them exempt under state requirements is what you're telling me?
Right.
Okay.
And again, I think having those articulated somewhere in our code would be very helpful to provide guidance for people as to what they can and can't do consistent with state law. Having it all in one place.
Thank you for that feedback, and I'll count on staff if that's not correct to correct the record on that. If there's anybody here that can do that, but I'll take your word for it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
We will now go to Gallery Macom to be followed by Teddy Kabugos. Gallery?
Hi, thank you. You said my name perfectly. Good morning, Chair Lavanino, honorable supervisors. My name is Gallery Macon, Principal Land Use Planner with Flowers and Associates. I've been involved with this transformative ordinance since the beginning, working with several landowners throughout the county. I want to thank P&D staff and the tremendous effort at the Planning Commission, especially Commissioner Park and Reed, for putting forward a thoughtful ordinance. Unfortunately, there's one aspect of the revised ordinance that's problematic. I'm representing the that one Ag 2 property that's surrounded by Ag 1 that's being singled out to require CUP, although I am hearing that now it's not being singled out, so that's good and bad. So we submitted a letter, and so I was just going to summarize some of those points. The landowners have been actively engaged in the process. This sort of came at a shock last month because it wasn't really discussed at any of the Planning Commission hearings. And the impact to Ag 1 properties is somewhat of a new concept. The development standards and the carve-outs and the setbacks was really geared towards row crops and protecting the row crops and making these site restrictions and standards to adequately safeguard all adjacent properties regardless of their zoning. So if there is a desire to further protect residences, perhaps CUPs that are adjacent to residential, like high residential or urban uses. But the intent of the Ag 1 zone is to provide standards that will support ag as a viable land use and encourage maximum ag productivity. That is from the Land Use Development Code of what Ag 1 is supposed to be providing. So requiring a CUP if you're touching an Ag 1, in my mind, doesn't necessarily make sense. So I think we can all agree a CUP is not something that any property owner wants to undertake. So this small scale campground, this low impact campground, to require a CUP, like no one's going to do it. No one is going to submit an application for a CUP for a small scale campground. And it's unfortunate, like to bring this up right now. So we simply request you remove that CUP requirement. Everything else is wonderful. We support the AEO. We love the AEO. Thank you.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavigny. I have just a question for staff about CUPs. There's just this comment really highlighted it for me. Since this is a programmatic EIR, will CUPs have the benefits of the environmental review and the statements of overriding consideration that exist here, that the exempt properties will be as well? Because I mean, it was a programmatic EIR, and that's trying to address those things. Is that how this would work?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, they would be able to rely, at least in part, on the programmatic EIR. Typically, when a project comes in, it's with a CUP, it's still subject to CEQA. You look at the analysis that was done in the program EIR. Are they compliant with the mitigation measures? Are there any unique site-specific issues that would require further environmental review? Otherwise, they would be covered.
But we're going to be making statements of overriding consideration on quite a different few standards here.
Correct.
Those projects would be able to grab onto that as well, right?
Yes.
Okay. I think that's really important, especially if we do go down the CUP process with some of those, that they'll be able to benefit from those benefits that this programmatic EIR. Because I think that one of the big scary things is that a CUP in our county is a couple of years and a couple $100,000, and a big part of that's environmental review and trying to mitigate to get things less than significant. It sounds like if we're addressing some of those things in the EIR, then we're further ahead than a typical CUP. Thank you.
Supervisor Hartman.
Ms. Macon's remarks raised a question of clarification. In the proposed ordinance, I believe we make a clear distinction between low-impact campsites and others. And I think I wonder if, my understanding was the low impact was tents and things where you might be allowed to use porta potties, but there's no lasting infrastructure. And and that's distinct from where there's owner-provided facilities like yurts and Airstream trailers and things like that. So would you just elaborate on that a little? Because I think it's important. The campground, it's not all low impact.
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, there are two categories, as you mentioned. There's the low impact, which was modeled after a Senate bill, actually, that hasn't or did not get adopted, but up to 9 sites with no permanent infrastructure. These would be tents or bring your own RV or trailer, no landowner provided accommodations. The concept was that these could be potentially supported if the county updates its public health code to be served by like portable toilets or composting toilets or other non-permanent infrastructure. What happened through the process, however, is the low-impact camping got consolidated with the more permanent, larger level of camping, both into a single tier of the zoning clearance. So while there are two different categories, they're both subject to a zoning clearance as currently drafted.
Right, and so we have to make a call on level of permit as well as what the percentages are for each. Is that correct?
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, in your consideration of whether to apply, for example, a CUP if it's adjacent to the Ag 1 or residential, it's certainly within your discretion to determine or to differentiate between the low impact camping versus the more permanent type of camping if in making that determination.
Yeah.
Or you could just take it as a package.
Yeah. Just to put mine out there, sorry for public comment, but it's the camping is very complex as it is, and so that wouldn't be my. But the 80-20 or the 60-40, does that go to the distinction between low impact campgrounds and owner provided? Is that the number?
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, that the percent of owner-provided accommodations, the 60 or 80%, wherever you land, that's only for the higher impact camping. The low impact camping technically has no owner-provided accommodations.
Okay, I still don't understand, but we'll come back to this.
We will now go to Teddy Kabugos, to be followed by Chip Wolbrandt, who's our final speaker. Teddy?
Good morning, Chair, honorable supervisors. Can't say I'm not a little bit more confused after today, but I just wanted to come in again and say thank you guys all so much. I know with everybody's input, you guys have a lot to deal with. I want to specifically thank staff, John Park, I've been working with a long time on these ordinances. I'm just thankful for any additional uses that we'll be able to do, specifically food service for wineries. As we all know, alcohol is declining rapidly across the entire country. That's never going to make a miraculous comeback. Wineries specifically, I'm talking about wineries. I think can take advantage of that food service and overnight stays to really help with either not being able to sell their grapes or, again, people drinking less. So thank you guys for any uses that you do decide to put together. One request that I did have is maybe if the board can be in communication with APAC to make it so that APAC can help support the applicants that are trying to use this in the way it is designed. So thank you guys again. Happy holidays.
And we will now go to our final speaker, Chip Wolbrandt. Chip?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, thank you. I think I came here today expecting to get up and urge that you adopt this ordinance and that you adopt it quickly. I've been working on this, and by the way, I live at an Ag 1 zoned parcel. I've never thought that it was some sort of special interim zoning like a state, because the county has a state zoning. I know there are people who believe that they're entitled to some sort of protection on their ranchettes. Again, I've been working on this expanded potential uses on Ag 2 parcels since at least 2009, which is when the county adopted the Santa Ynez Community Plan, which has a land use action item in it, which says the county shall support expanded agricultural tourism opportunities in the Santa Ynez Valley. I heard Bob Fields mention this morning. Bob and I fought a lot over a bunch of things. I would hate to learn that his legacy is that the Ag Enterprise Ordinance essentially becomes what I urged you 4 years ago to please not do, which is recreate what happened on the Gaviota Coast and adopt an ordinance that then nobody is ever going to apply under. I think this concept that Ag 1 properties need to be protected from Ag 2 uses so that the people who have houses and essentially estates on Ag 1 get protected. I know that's not how it's being presented, but I think that's really what is happening. So again, I would urge you to not include that. I do have one other thing that I wish I would have thought about months or years ago that I think could help in the farm stay arena, which is to include a clustering concept. It would be sort of like a transfer of development rights concept, where if you have multiple parcels that want to get together and create a premises, then you can put your keys, your rooms on one of those parcels that may already have developed areas and preserve the other portions. I know that's kind of a late last minute idea, and so I would urge you all, and I know you talked about having a reopener potentially in 6 or 9 months. I would urge you all to have a reopener for this ordinance. I would urge you to have it certainly in less than a year. I think we all learned from allowing food service at wineries that a lot of the fears that were expressed 4 years ago when you first allowed for food service at wineries haven't come to pass. I don't think there have been any complaints to P&D about any of the wineries that have food service.
Thank
and I
you,
think
Chip.
you're going to have that same thing here. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, kick it back to staff. Was there anything that you want to address before we bring it to the board for deliberation that you heard?
Just a couple of responses to the comments that we heard, Chair Lavanino. For Mr. Wilbrandt's, the last comment regarding the farm stays and an option for clustering, that's already in the ordinance. It's based on the farm stays per premises. So if a landowner has multiple parcels, they could either site it in close proximity to the residential area or allows also for clustering on maybe another parcel within that land holding of multiple parcels. So that's already built into the ordinance. We heard many comments regarding the composting regulations and state regulations in particular. We do have development standard in our composting section that requires that the composting operation comply with Title 14, which is the state regulations for various levels of composting, from the agricultural composting, which is the more straightforward, to more developed composting. So I believe it covers those concerns, as well as there's a compliance development standard that if there's applicable water quality plans or compliance with the Regional Water Quality Control Board, that those also be demonstrated. And so it would address it, particularly if there was a larger commercial composting operation. It may trigger some requirement for the Regional Water Quality Control Board that they adhere to certain standards in the basin plan. So I think those were our main questions that we want to answer. Mr. Tuttle, I don't know if you have any comments.
Mr. Chair and members of the board, there were some comments from Ms. Citron that talked about some exempt uses that we may want to keep exempt. And we have a list here that we can go through with the board now, or we can start going through the table and address them when we get to that issue about land use clearance versus exemption. But we just wanted to make sure that we touched on that because I think that's a really important piece that the board needs to provide direction on.
Okay, why don't we go through the table? Why don't we start with, well, let's start with table 1, just as you had. All right. So small-scale campgrounds. So, okay, so I don't know how we want to do this. If we want to just start with whether or not we feel that we should require CUP on the new change that Supervisor Hartman brought today. I'll just start. Let's start down here. Supervisor Williams.
So I think this is a really interesting one. And I would say that there is a need to maybe prevent conflicts, but you can go too far with this when we are granting Ag 1, to use the word of one public speaker, some kind of hybrid zoning. Treating Ag 1 like it's a hybrid residential zoning will be the death of farming in Ag 1. And we can't do that, right? And so I would just say maybe there's a way to prevent, well, and I guess the other thing is a CUP is a de facto ban. Maybe 1 or 2 people will be adventurous enough to spend $60,000 to apply for a CUP, but most people are not going to do it. Especially not for camping, which doesn't, make a whole lot of money, as evidenced by the fact that we, the county, do camping. So I think my question to Supervisor Hartman is, could we handle this with the standards? Because there's pretty good stuff in the standards, right? I mean, could we extend quiet hours? Could we restrict amplified sound? Some other way to permit camping with a zoning clearance, but to have teeth in those standards. And that's also for that reason why I really think that you need to be able to revoke a zoning clearance for cause or without cause, for any reason, right? Because you don't want to get into litigation over whether they really were a nuisance or not. You want to have staff be able to revoke the zoning clearance if there's been a problem, and just have to make a judgment call. But I would, if anybody's curious, in the rural recreation E1 section, it's meaty. There's actual things that you have to do to operate a campground, and so I guess that's my question to Joan is, couldn't we handle this in the development standards?
And so if I may, Chair Lavanino, respond. First of all, the Ag 1 zoning in the Santa Ynez Valley expects to be next to agricultural uses, not urban uses, not events and visitor serving uses. That isn't what the investor-backed expectations were, and there have been a lot of accommodations to understand that because the two are so interspersed. The second point I would make is that, again, what staff and what the Planning Commission, the idea was an ag tier ordinance, and it was the low impact camping that was anticipated, but it has grown by certain agents who are eager to promote land sales and get clients to something much bigger. And so this, the owner-provided campgrounds, I think, are where we really need to look carefully at what we're encouraging to happen. And so I think that's not what we expect in ag zones. At the state law, as was mentioned, the low impact. In addition to protecting agriculture in our county, another incentive behind this whole ordinance is to help people understand where their food comes from. I've done work and had kids say, come with gloves, and they show up with Subway plastic. I have a lot of people who don't know that blueberries and strawberries actually have seasons. They think that they're, we don't have, people in the big urban areas that border us don't know about food and agriculture. And so I think that's what the low-impact campground and some of these things are really designed to do. It's not to create hotels. It's not to create, those really should be in the cities. We don't want dispersed hotels on agricultural land. We want to create and serve these uses that I've described, protect agriculture and help people learn about it and appreciate it and want to protect it too. And that's not by transforming it into, again, dispersed hotel rooms, but to give some opportunity for lower impact. And so protecting these investment-backed expectations and peace in the valley, I think is absolutely critical. And I think it's not only this. I think we do need the quiet hours. I think we do need the setbacks in addition, because things travel, and my office gets the complaints.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to offer a possible bridge to this issue. Right now, we have a zoning clearance or a CUP. But there is an intervening permit type, which is a land use permit. So that is an option. We could take these low-level campsites, the 9 sites that Mr. Tuttle was talking about, you could make that exempt, and then you could, I'm sorry, zoning clearance or a zoning clearance. Yeah, that's what it is now. But it could be exempt, potentially. My staff is looking at me like, maybe not. Anyway, but we could move some of those small-scale campgrounds into the land use permit column rather than the CUP column. And that is a permit, it requires notice, and it's appealable.
So what did the Planning Commission sign off on?
They signed off on a zoning clearance.
Okay. So for me, we can write an ordinance, but if no one's going to do it and we create it that it's so demanding as far as a CUP, and we've witnessed how difficult CUPs are, I just don't see, either don't do it or do it where actually people can make it through the system. Ag 1 is the zoning that we always have the most difficulty with, because the people that sit on Ag 1, when residential is conflicting with them, they say, well, we're Ag, or we're Ag 1, man, we're Ag, and we need to do what we do with Ag. And then when Ag 2, when they have conflict with Ag 2, they're like, well, we're not really Ag, man, we're Ag 1. So we're kind of residential, and we have a big yard, and I have a big house, and you guys are kind of bringing your problems onto my property. But that's basically all of your zoning. I saw the map, yeah. So that's why we have so much conflict inside San Ynez Valley, is like the zoning is built to create conflict. I wouldn't support requiring a CUP basically on any of these things. I'd rather see them either scaled down to where they're workable. I'm not going to vote to require a CUP to do small-scale campgrounds, but I understand that these are kind of larger than what I originally had anticipated. So if they were scaled down some, and then you could scale down your permit part of it, that you could be okay with, that's fine with me. But yeah, the small-scale campground CUP is no-go for me. But Supervisor Nelson, and then I'll come back to you, Jim.
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavanino. To be honest, I was a little disappointed in what I saw in some of the public comment kind of late here, and I understand that when we get up here and so when sometimes people finally start to engage in the process, because this has been a couple of years in the making, and nothing here is new to me. I've been getting regular updates from Ag Advisory Committee and Planning Commissioners for years on this, maybe if I didn't suggest so many changes on November 5th, we might actually have this already adopted. So I take a little bit of the blame here, where I was just trying to make it better and more economical. I saw a sea change up here on the board where 10 years ago we were trying to prevent anything commercial happening on ag zoning, and we didn't want food, we didn't want wineries, we wanted nothing, and we've really changed that on this board, and I thought that was the direction we're heading down. If we would have before COVID, we would have tried to do a food ordinance to allow food in wineries. We'd have a similar discussion that we're having here now, where everybody come out and think that the world's going to come to the end because there's going to be a restaurant at every corner. But it's been a huge success because we got a chance to do a little pilot project.
And it would have taken 4 years.
Yeah, it would have 4 years. And so I see this similarly. And what I really am hoping that we do is we land something at least similar to what we got from the Planning Commission, because there was a lot of input in there. And I also, to be sensitive to Supervisor Hartman, and also a lot of areas in my district too. It's not just the San Ynez Valley, it's going to have some issues here. There's definitely some areas in my community as well, is that we are quick to adjust when those nuisances come. Because I think when you look at a programmatic EIR and we're changing our land use code, everybody goes to the worst case scenario. And that's often what we study too, is we have to study the worst case scenario, but that's sometimes not what ends up getting delivered to us. So, I'm hopeful that we stay closer to the direction of the Planning Commission on this, and I'm not going to be for a CUP on there. Maybe we could send something like that back to the Planning Commission to have that vetted out. The reason why you didn't see a ton of people in this room that were pro AEO is because they thought this was already kind of, complete. They showed up in big time at the Planning Commission, and they saw us on November 5th be pretty much positive to this stuff, so they didn't even show up. Otherwise, this room would be packed with people that have been allies to this. It's really the naysayers that came in a little bit late, which some of them have really good points. I'm not trying to disparage their fears, but I'm really concerned that we're going to go in the wrong direction if we start at a last minute requiring significant portions of the county, and especially one specific community, to have a buffer that requires a CUP. That's not something where I can be at this point.
Supervisor Hartman.
This is a really big issue. And, in one fell swoop, we're rezoning Ag 2 properties in very significant ways in our county, providing a whole set of new uses that during the process at the Planning Commission, again, evolved to become more intensive rather than less intensive. What was studied in the EIR to give maximum flexibility sort of became what was adopted. So this is a big experiment, and I think to in one fell swoop make this big of a jump is at least for me not a great idea. I've had experience with LUPs, and they don't deal with issues of compatibility, and we all have on this board, and we have another ordinance where we experienced a lot of frustration because of the inability. I think an MCUP is a good, again, I need to distinguish. There's small-scale campgrounds that are very little infrastructure, and then there's owner-provided camping facilities that are a lot more. And I think we need to, not confuse those two things. And when it's a lot more, yes, it's more profitable, but it brings in a lot more demand, and that creates a lot of pressure on the neighborhoods. I think an MCUP is a good idea. It goes to the zoning administrator. If there's not a problem, then it's done. If there is, then there's an opportunity to appeal, and if there is incompatibility issues, there's an opportunity to vet those. So I'm hanging tough on this one.
Okay, what about the idea, just a sec, what about the idea that Supervisor Nelson had of, is there a way to tier off this particular issue without sacrificing the entire ordinance and possibly take this piece back to the Planning Commission? Okay, so Supervisor Capps, that's just an idea.
Yeah, I just wanted to weigh in and just give some broad general support for where Supervisor Hartman is on this. I just know how intensely she's been working on this and also just has the keenest sense of the balance that we're trying to achieve here. So I appreciate the comments of my other colleagues, but I think I also just, the philosophy of proceeding cautiously with a new with an experiment, as mentioned, is better than trying to unwind and roll back and disrupt. So we can, if this works well and there are compatibility with neighborhoods, then perhaps expanding it is a better approach than trying to walk something back.
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Hartman, I just want to make sure we're following your recommendation or your request, and that is an MCUP where Ag 2 abuts Ag 1 on at least one side for small-scale campgrounds.
But again, at least I think we need to be clear about small-scale campground. At least in some of the materials I read, there's a distinction. It talks about small-scale campgrounds being these tents and.
Well, there is a broader definition of small-scale campgrounds, and it includes a range of things. And right now, they're all under zoning clearance. And so what I thought I heard you say was you wanted to take the subset of properties, Ag 2 properties, that abut an Ag 1 property and move that requirement for these campgrounds to a minor CUP. All other Ag 2 properties that do not abut an Ag 1 zone would still be a zoning clearance.
Yes, that's exactly it.
Okay.
And if that is, if I can't get 3 votes, then I would support Supervisor Nelson that we just excise this from the AEO now and send it back for further discussion. I would be open to that.
Okay, well, this one seems to be the most controversial, the first one, so this is helpful. So Supervisor Nelson.
Yeah, and I think this is good that we're doing it, because I think after this will be easy, guys, so Miramar will stay tuned. We'll get to you. I think what the confusion is, it's the small scale campground, it's the low impact campgrounds, right? And I get that, and they're both in there as options. The benefit of the small scale, and one of the reasons why I pushed for more and for more percentage that was potentially owned by the property, is because that's when we actually get the TOT. So we actually get the TOT when it's the accommodations are provided by the landowner. And so that's where I'm trying to get also the revenue benefits. So that's why I'm promoting a higher percentage. And that's a max. That's not a minimum. And it at least includes a 20% of tent campers or something else that would be provided. So that's where I'm trying to balance it out as well, is I want to be able to maximize that when it's appropriate. It's not every property is going to be able to do that. Some of these are going to be, those are, if you go get the nice Airstreams, those are fairly expensive. So it's going to be a capital investment. And so, I don't think we're going to see massive Airstreams. I mean, we will see some. And I think that's one of the reasons why we also need to be nimble as a board and be, keeping our ear to the ground and be a lot more responsive earlier in the process. If this does go sideways, I think it would be really important for us to get back to the board. And I would support bringing an item back in, 6 or 9 months if all of a sudden we find out this was a lot worse than we imagined. And so that's the distinction, and that's one of the reasons why I've been advocating for the owner provided accommodations and make sure we can maximize some of the economic value as well.
Supervisor Hartman.
So we slipped into a slightly different issue, but an important one, and that is, what is the ratio? And I want TOT. I want it enforced and do everything we can. But I also think about equity, and again, the larger purpose. How do we allow people to learn about agriculture? And it's not that hard to take your tent somewhere. It doesn't have that big of impact. But again, to stay in an Airstream or a yurt, that really closes out a lot of people. So I'd love to scale back the 80, maybe 70, 75, but I think it's important to try to keep an opportunity open to people who really would benefit from learning and ultimately benefit all of our agriculture in our county.
I'd support scaling back to 75 or 70, but just, the low impact will be 100%, is my understanding. Will be 100% tent provided, right? So those that want to provide low impact, there's going to be no owner supplied accommodations. So they're going to get 100% of the low impact and maybe 25% of the small scale. Right? Am I getting the math wrong?
Supervisors, Supervisor Nelson through the chair. Right. So currently, if you are coming in with a low-impact campground, there would be no landowner-provided accommodations. Now, I think what's maybe creating a little confusion is all of the campgrounds are currently in a single category. Okay. They're all under the small-scale campground category and tier for a zoning clearance. So it's just a matter of, am I obtaining a zoning clearance for a low impact where I don't need to put in a lot of infrastructure, or am I obtaining a zoning clearance for a much larger operation?
And the development standards are smaller for a low impact versus a small scale? Is it easier to do in theory?
The ease would come in the, if we are, as a county, successful in modifying our LAMP to allow for portable toilets, the ease would come in terms of not having to invest as much upfront to establish all the infrastructure to support a larger operation.
Supervisor Williams.
So this is just a quintessential example of how hard it is to make policy with the Brown Act, right? And I guess my question before we kind of punt and try to give up on figuring out the campground situation is we have low impact camping areas that right now are 9 campsites that can't be owner provided and can't have like sort of community barbecues or community rooms or things like that. And then we have small scale campgrounds that can be, depending on the number of acres, a number of sites and be a ratio owner provided and then have some common areas. Supervisor Hartman, is the potential for nuisance in your mind, more associated with the number of sites or more associated with the ratio of owner provided? Because you could use for instance, if you expanded low impact to include some owner provided, but without sort of amplified sound or other things, maybe you could create a broader brush than in the zoning clearance amount, but still head off larger problems in more sort of opulent large places. I guess the only thing that we're thinking of is do you want to have an El Capitan Canyon right next to you? But most of this stuff is a lot smaller, or according to these ordinances, supposed to be a lot smaller. So I'm just trying to tease out is it the number or is it the use that's more associated with the potential for nuisance?
I think it's both. I think we would expect with the owner provided, as you said, a lot more impacts to the land and more permanent. But if we went with the PC recommendation, which is different from the APAC recommendation, it would be 2 campgrounds, 15 sites, 8 people per site, max 120 people, and then 2 vehicles. And then you add farm stays with 15, and so you can stack uses. So I just think campgrounds bring a level of intensity of use that is beyond anything we've had experience with before. I think the low impact sites have less potential. I don't think we're going to have the demand and kind of the push from outsiders to take advantage of that. But, you know, as I think about the PC recommendations and the APAC recommendations and the stacking, the more I think about it, I do think we should take campgrounds and pull it out, because I don't know that we're going to get that resolved today. It's so complex. I mean, I've spent the weekend making a table trying to understand how this all works. So that's my response.
How about we do this? Why don't we go to one that we can agree on? Let's shelve this one, because I think we're either going to send it back to PC or something. So let's go to number 2.
So number 2 represents the split
Yeah.
in the 103.
All campgrounds.
I'm
let's
sorry.
Go to
the
something not
next
campgroundy.
slide. I think we all agreed on TOT, but yeah. Okay. So number 5 would be the next non-campground related.
All right. So, and is this, in this revision, is this the Planning Commission's recommendation?
Mr. Chair, this is the suggestion from one of the board members
November
of the
5th.
November
Yeah.
5th.
Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you, Chair Levin. You know, it was the one item that kept coming up from the AAC and the grower shippers was the concern about the setbacks, or at least composting, what the impact was to food or row crops. And I think most of the places like Mr. Siemens, that this is not, it probably won't impact him, because I don't think they have the same food and row crops there. And I think he's doing worm casting, which I don't really think is the same thing as what we're looking at composting here. I just think that, you know, E. coli is a real thing, and I'm just really concerned about potentially damaging our number one industry in this county, which is production agriculture. And you know, I think that fear is warranted. We've seen it in our county where E. coli outbreak impacted the worldwide market at some point that was sourced back to our county. And it doesn't always have to be intentional, right? I mean, so I think that was just actually birds that you know, transmitted that. And so there's a lot of concerns out there around that. And I think that this is a compromise already, because I think they asked to eliminate small scale composting. I thought adding the buffers that we previously had talked about, or they had, was kind of a median where we could keep small scale composting in some areas, especially those without food and row crops, and we could still make sure we're protecting our you know, our farms on the food safety side.
Supervisor Hartman?
What about a development standard to cover along with the other standards that we learned about? I do think composting aids agriculture, and I've seen property in my district where they spread a 1/4 inch of compost, and we don't have enough in our county, and it helps hold water. It helps grow better forage.
This isn't applying compost. This is a compost facility, right? So, I mean, applying compost is part and parcel to
Right, but we have a
agriculture.
shortage of it in our county. It's very expensive to transport. So can we provide, and then there's a lot of feedstock in agricultural operations to allow them to profit from it where there is a shortage. So I'm just asking, are there development standards? The setbacks are pretty extreme. I mean, it's over 3 football fields. So the question is, are there other ways we might approach it?
Well, I think the concern around compost is that, and E. coli in particular, is that it does, 1,000 feet might not even be enough. but we're trying to create a buffer so that we minimize that percentage of chance that might broadcast from one place to the other. And so that's what I'm trying to do here. And I know what you're saying is, can we get some development standards? I guess, is it animal waste? Is that what we're trying to keep out of that? I don't know enough. I'm not educated enough on what the state requirements are to feel fully protected. But I think we did hear from the Ag Advisory Committee and the grower shippers is this is one of the top of their list issues was their concern, and I think they're pretty hip to a lot of these standards themselves. So it was enough for them, and I kind of listened to them as the experts, that I'm not ready to just go back to what the Planning Commission had on there. So that's just kind of a big issue.
Is the concern, if I may, water compost getting into the water? Is the concern it blowing? I mean, I just,
I think
if I
it's
understood
potentially
it
to be-
better, maybe there's things we could do.
Right, and I think it could be potentially airborne, and that's, I think, one of the issues that why it potentially travels some certain distances. The water's not as much of a concern to me as that, the airborne factor of it, but water can be one of those ways.
So we compost in the county at Tehiguis, and we cover the compost piles, and that goes a long way to provide a lot of benefits. Keeps them warmer, makes them compost more quickly, and is that something you'd entertain?
Yeah, I guess if it's covered, I mean, again, then now it's making it even harder for these small guys to work. So I just don't, I guess is the juice worth the squeeze here on that to get these small compost facilities for what they might potentially impact on the food side is where, again, I would prefer these larger setbacks. I think that is a compromise position. And maybe there are some additional development standards. We can send this one back to the Planning Commission too to look at. But this is where I was landing at as of today.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
Well, it won't surprise anybody that I would like to see more composting. I think Joan's onto something. So I'm just, what I think is hard when we do these is when we have to try to guard against any possibility in the ordinance, right? There's still other police powers that the county has. Places still have to adhere to state law on public health. They still have to adhere to all these other things. Do we really have to design this ordinance to prevent any possible problem? Or do we trust, in some cases, like in this compost one, that state law has some tools for public health staff and for state regulators to deal with, and that could allow us to, back that off a little bit. I mean, I think the reality is that most people out there, because there's an awful lot of stuff that would otherwise be coming to our landfill. So a lot of people are composting and just self-composting, or they're sending it to somebody and not getting a permit to sending it to them. So and I don't know that there's been a problem here. There's been problems elsewhere. So I don't think you're wrong to not worry. But I guess my question is, isn't the potential more exciting for agriculture than the fear?
Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you. No, I think the fear is real, and I think the potential is great for me. I think really it's what is, and maybe staff knows about, leafy green standards. What is their requirement for? Do you know what that is? I mean, that's not technically a tool that we typically have, but we need to acknowledge that exists out there. Are you guys aware of any potential setbacks that some of those agreements have in place? Because I'd like to maybe adopt that. If that's something less, I'm interested in that. Does leafy green have any issues with?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, I think what we've heard was kind of conveyed from the Grower Shippers Association and their experiences with leafy greens, and those are in private agreements between the wholesaler and the grower in terms of, and they vary, but they were in the several hundreds, 500, 600, 700, and then where the conversation landed more often was it was around 1,000 feet from row crops. But that's kind of the current, and looking in the future, there was concern from the grower shippers that it may increase.
And that's why they wanted it completely eliminated, because they were afraid that in the future that might go to 2,000 feet. And so that's why I was going to at least try to get it set to what the current standard is, because what that means, if the neighbor goes ahead and moves forward a small scale composting, commercial operation, then they're going to have to no longer grow row crops, further into their property that they're not going to be able to grow now. And so that's what, because they're going to have a setback from that. The setback comes from that use. And I think that's where the problem is. And that's what we're trying to do, is avoid conflicts here. And we would be naturally creating one artificially. I don't know if that's the highest and best use for a lot of properties that would, that are near row crops. But again, that's where the fear is, that somebody comes in and plops that adjacent maybe to even the ag overlay, and it bleeds out into that area. And that's really where the concern is for a lot of my constituents, is because they still have that agreement in place. They have to keep 1,000-foot setback from a compost facility, whether it's covered or uncovered. It's I was asking a professional about that, and there's no differentiation as far as those agreements go on whether compost is covered or not. It's a strict, are you X amount of feet from a compost facility, we'll take your product. If you're too close to a compost facility, we won't take your product because it's not worth the risk. And I can appreciate what we're trying to do. But I also am more concerned about this, especially the North County. This is in the Santa Maria Valley. This is what we do, and I don't want to negatively impact that.
Just Supervisor Nelson through the chair, just as a reminder also, we haven't gotten to the overlay, but the Planning Commission, this was one of the ways they addressed the use of the overlay was for those historic row crop areas, and they increased the discretionary permits for those. So a composting operation in the proposed overlay, which is primarily these row crop growing areas, they would start off with a minor conditional use permit. So you would have the ability to even increase the potential setbacks if there was a composting operation within the overlay. The Planning Commission outside the overlay recommended just a 200-foot setback from all commodities, from row crops, orchards, or vineyards.
So inside the overlay, they'd have to come in for
a minor conditional use permit. Yes.
Which at that point we could condition. Okay. All right, so let's move on to educational experiences and opportunities of small-scale events and farm stays. Is that next? No, that's not next, or is it? That's next? Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, board members, so just a refresher on this one. It's currently, as currently drafted, there's a quiet hour for campgrounds of 9 p.m., and it would be carrying over or applying that quiet hour period to other AEO uses, specifically amplified sound associated with educational experiences and small-scale events, as well as a quiet period, just generally speaking, for farm stays. So that's the question for your board, and whether you apply it uniformly or whether you apply it perhaps only if in certain circumstances similar to the campground issue.
So the person being affected by the noise would feel better if it was for educational instead of somebody just having a good time, I guess. Supervisor Hartman.
I just want to be clear. We don't allow amplified music anywhere, right? The amplified sound is simply a voice, or do we allow amplified sound for small-scale events, for music?
Amplified sound for a small-scale event or even educational activity could include music, amplified music.
So I read somewhere that it said voice only.
That's
Supervisor Hartman.
Small-scale events.
Through the chair.
I thought I read no amplified music, voice okay.
For the exempt level for the small-scale events, that was a distinction for the the trail rides and larger activities, sporting events. So the discussion was, well, they might occasionally use a bullhorn or something to speak out some instructions. And so they didn't want to, that's why there was a distinction in some of the wording between amplified voice and amplified sound. But for, if it was a combination of music and or speaking through an amplified system, it would be referred to as amplified sound.
Yeah, then I misunderstood that, but then I think our wineries close, they have quiet hours, generally 7, 8. So I think 9 o'clock across the board would be consistent. People would understand. It makes a lot of sense. Again, we're in a rural area, and the idea isn't to bring a lot of urban uses to a rural area when they could be in urban areas. It's really to try to understand and be part of and learn about the rural areas. So I think 9 o'clock across the board is a good idea.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yeah, I can support that. I mean, there was a comment that we brought down it from 10 to 9, that we'd bring the event down from 11 to 10. I'd prefer to leave that flexibility as long as it's still quiet. Leave it at 11, but then bring the amplified music down to 9. Maybe it's a kind of a compromise because some things wind down, and I just don't want as long as they're quiet. I think that event should be able to close up. You don't want to force somebody to rush out, especially if they have got an event that's been pretty. I don't want to have that artificial limit on it. I'd rather keep to 11 o'clock for the event ending, which I think was already in the ordinance, the proposed ordinance from the Planning Commission.
Yeah.
But I would support going down to 9 o'clock as Supervisor Hartman has suggested.
Okay, we all cool with that? Let's go to the next one. All right, what's next? Farm stay. Supervisor Hartman, or, yeah. Yeah.
This one is a little confusing because we have the APAC recommendation, and then we have the PC recommendation, and kind of where the farm stays occur. And then potential stacking of uses. So I would prefer not to go up to the not to go up to the 9 or 15, because that's 2.5 people with each of those and more cars. And I think, let's start in a more restrained way and then build it out. That would be my preference.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yeah, this was me. What these farm stays often are what a lot of other counties call bed and breakfasts. And that hasn't been legal in Santa Barbara County. And so maybe these are getting a little large, and that's why I was okay with those being a larger level of permitting, so at least there'd be a permit pathway for us to have bed and breakfasts in the future. I wasn't actually thinking of any particular property necessarily. I mean, I think that there's others that are going to be looking at this in the future. If it's a conditional use permit, we do have discretion on it. And that's where I was trying to head with this. So it was popping up to 9 with a LUP, so there's still an appealable process. And I think I was asking for 15 with a minor conditional use permit, so that would bump it up. So there was some discretion there. Again, I am chasing a little bit of TOT here, just knowing that that's one of the places that we can potentially capture revenue in this county, and that's something I'm interested in seeing us do. There's a lot of facilities that are underutilized out there that are on ag properties that, there was a time when many of the residents and structures on agricultural properties, as it was a kind of a family farm, that a lot of those houses there that could be better utilized. A lot of our other competitors in the wine industry in other counties maximize these things, and that's one of the reasons why they're so successful, and we've struggled in some of the ways of trying to keep some of these wineries going. And so that's where I'm trying to, again, maximize not only the TOT, but the economic opportunity for our wineries and other agricultural operations.
All right, what do we have consensus on? So, okay, Supervisor
So
Williams.
how many are allowed right now in the proposal?
6.
6.
And that was the Planning Commission.
Yeah, so 6 with a zoning clearance.
Zoning clearance. So I was just trying to bring up the numbers through a different permitting. I was just trying, and I don't have
So
any
it's
property.
6 with a zoning clearance, 9 with an LUP,
And
15 with a CUP.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to
All right.
And
step it up, that's all.
320 acres or more, or on what size parcel?
I don't know if what's the 6 on? Is the 6 on any parcel?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, yes, for farm stay, the only requirement is a 40-acre minimum premises.
Okay.
But there isn't any scaling like the campgrounds.
And then the question is, are they clustered or remote? And what is the overall acreage that we would allow to be devoted to it? So it raises additional questions.
It does require additional, well, first, the clustering, that was something I said, sometimes multiple houses on a property, right? And so would you allow them to use those multiple houses as part of the conversation? I mean, you want to cluster it, you don't want them to, we're using just existing infrastructure as most often, and I think the other question was, could they add some other bunkhouses or additional facilities to get the room count up? And I don't know where we ended up on that. Was that part of this piece too?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, so the current planning commission recommendation for farm stays, it's the 6 rooms and 15 guests, but in terms of how they're accommodated, they could be within the existing single-family dwelling, it could be a conversion of an existing permitted structure, as you mentioned that many are on the ag properties, or it could be for new cottages or trailers. And so the question for this increase, whether you wanted to go for the 9 or the 15, it would have differences. If it was new construction, obviously there would be more footprint, or would it be more appropriate for a conversion or residence? That would be a question.
So I'm okay with pushing that all to the conditional use permit, because I think that's where we get our maximum discretion on that. I was hoping to get a few more with an LUP, but if we're concerned about all these other additional impacts on that, I just wanted to create a permitting pathway for those who potentially want to do more than the 6. I don't want that to be the ceiling. What is allowed in the county? I mean, could the county, under existing regulations, if somebody came with the CUP right now, could they do a farm stay is there a max currently? Maybe this is moot.
Yeah, Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, the farm stays are only currently allowed in Gaviota, and that's with the CDP. So that was the whole purpose, of this, tiered permitting that we started with, was to consider allowing farm stays throughout the rest of the Ag 2. So it's not allowed currently outside of Gaviota.
Can we just make it allowable above 6 with a CUP, so then it can be on a site-specific evaluation?
An MCUP?
I'm fine with a CUP on this. I mean, I think it's going to be covered in the programmatic EIR. I don't think MCUP would be great, sure. I would prefer a lower level, but.
And then we would apply the same standards, the 1 acre area of development, et cetera.
Yep.
Okay.
Up here having flashbacks.
Yes.
I mean, I just want to explain to people, we are so far into the weeds of trying to tweak these things, and the reality is it's going to come down to enforcement. Because if you're having a conflict with somebody on a Friday night, and the guy's, whether he's speaking or he's singing, I mean, these things that we're doing, and there's no one to call. I mean, they're by the time they call, that thing's going to be done, and it's the next day, and then we get into these things of, well, I'm calling, and nobody's responding, and this reminds me of another ordinance we were on. We spent a lot of time trying to really get it perfect, and the reality is, it's all about enforcement.
In the development standards, it does, for camping, it does require 24-hour on-site people that you can call, so that the staff or the planning commission learned something from our trauma. But I just want to point out something with the farm stays is this doesn't mean I'm against doing it at a larger level, but if you do it at a larger level, you are really making it a lot easier to do a farm stay than housing.
For farm workers.
Right now. And so I just think that whatever you do, it should be a bookmark where you go, whatever we do, we should actually make it the other way around. It should be easier to do, farm worker housing, employee housing than it is a farm stay, ultimately. It's okay for a couple months for it to be, easier to do farm stays than housing, but I guess that speaks to why it needs to be a major priority in the long-range development plan,
And I would argue that a little bit different on housing on ag property is that when it's your business that's on your own property, you can adjust the times of year when you use it, right? I mean, there's different intensification of agriculture on different times of the year. There's different applications at different times of the year where you may not have people in your campground because you got the wind machines out there, right? Or you're applying something that, a pesticide that you're definitely within the label, but you want to be extra careful, so you're going to make sure you don't have guests there. When we start to do residential, I mean, these are people that are going to live in, that's their home. And, there's all those additional full-time setbacks that are really important. So I do respect where you're going with that, and I think we should be as flexible as possible, but it is slightly different. Yes, they're spending the night, but there's a difference between temporary accommodations and permanent residency that we have to do in housing, but that's a tangent, so we'll stay away from that.
So if I was hearing consensus, it would be a zoning clearance for up to 6, anything above 6, minor conditional use permit.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, what's next?
Mr. Chair, just one more clarification, just to confirm the ratio of guests for that increase. Should we use the same proportion? I think it was 2.5 guests per.
That makes sense. Reasonable.
Yeah, so we'll apply that. Okay, thank you.
Yep. And then on other consensus too, I heard that it would be 70 or 75% of the total campsite, the campground. What do you want to?
This is farm stay.
Yeah, I know, but I'm going back. I'm trying to wrap all this up because do we have anything after farm stay? Oh, okay, sorry.
We have one more set of items to walk through. Small-scale special events. The discussion was currently they're proposed to be exempt, all of them, unless they involve amplified sound or new structural development. So the discussion was formal exemption or a zoning clearance for that, for those special events.
I think this is a fast one. I think we discussed it earlier. I think a zoning clearance, because we want to be able to track and enforce, and so we have to have a permit of some kind.
I concur.
Good. All right, next. Revocations.
And this is a pretty straightforward one. It's just if a permit's revoked, inability to reapply for a new permit for at least 12 months.
I think this one's really important just to prevent nuisance by having there be a solid recourse for nuisance.
Okay, we're all good.
Just would like to add a couple of wrinkles. Some people do this.
No, more wrinkles.
If you have a permit, it's easy to revoke. We have a lot of activity out there with no permits. And so I would like us to consider telling them they've got to get a permit, but what happens is when we enforce, we find somebody who doesn't have a permit, then we tell them, okay, get your permit, and you're not a bad actor, it goes with the land, everything's fine. And so why should anybody, I mean, they might pay a small penalty, but why really get a permit? Why not just wait till you get caught? So I think we need something for bad actors better than what we have. And we say we can't do it because of the land, not the person, but I think that if we find them, then we say you don't get a permit for a year and you cannot operate and really focus on that.
Well, okay. Enforcement is really, really difficult. And so, so how would you propose, so we would have people going out? I mean, because like on cannabis, at least it generates revenue where you have a team that actually goes out proactively and looking for these problems. This isn't going to
No,
create that kind of revenue.
we may get there someday, but if there is a complaint, this guy is doing such and such, and we have to then respond to that, and we find that they don't have a permit and they haven't been paying TOT, that we go after them to pay the TOT that are in arrears, and that means an audit, and we say you can't do it and you're not going to do it for another year, and then you come in for a permit.
So an unpermitted actor caught without a permit would face a 12-month.
Yes, like somebody who violated their permit, because right now what we do is incentivize people not to get a permit, because then they'll just get it. So they get it worse, and they don't have to comply with the standards, so they have it worse than the people who get permitted and slip on their standards.
Director Plowman? I'd like for there at least you have some ability to look at that, because if somebody's got a couple campers on their property and hasn't been running an operation and you find out it's not that big of a deal, I don't know, there just needs to be some sort of balance instead of somebody running a full-scale operation with 20 people on their property all the time that didn't get a permit.
It would be pretty hard to parse that out, Mr. Chair. I mean, right, Supervisor Hartman is correct. When we find people that are violating now, we encourage them to get a permit and to come into compliance with our code, and that's a standard practice.
That's what we do with everything.
It's what we do with everything. I think it is tricky tying it to the user because the permit runs with the land. So what if the property is sold or another person comes in and invests and they're the one that comes in with the permit? It would be hard to track. I think it could be very hard to track because let's say I'm the violator and then I ask my friend to submit the permit on it. Then they can get the permit. So I understand your goal, but I think it's tricky and could be avoided.
We're now charging hourly for our enforcement time now, right? So it's not just a fine. We have the ability, because that it's not what it used to be. It used to be we could find somebody just $300, and so there was no incentive. But now there's the amount of staff time, which, as I discussed earlier, is expensive.
Where we've, Supervisor Nelson through the chair, where we find a violation, we do charge for staff time.
Right.
We initially go out and we investigate it, and if we don't find a violation, we don't charge.
So I think.
So there is some consequence other than just a notice of violation and a fine. There are staff charges for the investigation.
But if I may, the penalties are pretty minor, right?
It would depend.
I think special events, they're higher, but I think it's...
They're the moderate. They're moderate.
Like 250, 500, and 1,000.
Yeah.
So it's a cost of doing business.
But if staff spends
But it is per day.
4 hours on it, that's
It is per day.
Yeah, and if staff spends 4 hours on it, that's $1,000.
I believe it's not. I think it's, isn't it? I think the max is the max, and then it starts again in the new year.
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, there's two types of violations. One is for a sort of a single event that, as opposed to an ongoing violation. For the single events, we are limited. It's just a single fine. If you have an ongoing violation, you can be fined and assessed a fine for every day in which the violation continues. So if they're running an illegal, unpermitted campground operation, that would be an ongoing violation, as opposed to if they are found to hold an event without obtaining the proper permits, that would be a one-time.
So that's satisfying. Although, have we ever done it with short-term rentals or homestays?
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, I'm sorry, I can't answer that off the top of my head.
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, I'd have to look into that. We have our administrative hearings. We charge fines for violators. They often come in and appeal. Sometimes we allow them to reduce those fines, sometimes we don't. I'm sure we have charged fines for people who are illegally setting up homestays, but I just don't know what level.
Supervisor
Yeah,
Williams.
I can tell you, there's been a number of enforcement, TOT-related enforcement cases in District 1 in the last couple of years, including very large back TOT. Yeah.
I mean, I'm willing to go along with this then as it stands, but I do think I would like staff to take away board direction that we be aggressive in the penalties and, you know, not just try to find out what we can about ongoing and charge for that, not just staff time.
Okay, so does that take us to number 10? Setbacks from adjacent premises. Are we all, bless you.
Mr. Chair,
I think this was
supervisors,
Supervisor
this was,
Nelson's
yeah.
10?
This was reducing the default 100-foot setback, being able to reduce that down to 50 feet with neighbor agreement, along with looking at other criteria that could be used to evaluate whether there's potential conflict or nuisance.
I was just trying to open it up a little bit, you know, through an agreement. It's not major, so if somebody has a lot of heartburn about it, we can get rid of it, but you know, it'd have to be a willing agreement between two neighbors. Even get the 100-foot is going to take that as well. So I was just trying to remove potentially artificial barriers.
Yeah, I think we got an opinion that this isn't really a good idea, so I'm reluctant.
All right. Well, 100 foot's not that major anyway, another 50 feet. So let's not die on that one. Okay, let's go to 11. Modifying the boundaries of the overlay. We moved on. We're on 11.
I'm sorry. Can we just get clarification about the setback?
It's going to stay at 100 feet.
Great. Okay. Thank you. Yes, moving on to the overlay. And Ms. Harris, do you want to bring up the maps, please? We're going to change PowerPoint. We're going to bring up the other PowerPoint. If you give us a minute.
I'll speak to it as she brings it up. You know, this wasn't originally contemplated in the overlay, but I do think it makes sense. The properties that are being potentially removed, one of them is in a barranca. That's not going to be really good agricultural property in the first place, and it's a part of an existing winery in the Santa Maria Valley that's always kind of struggled. And I think it would, you know, giving them the opportunities to add some of these additional uses to make that more economical, I think is essential. So definitely want that Cottonwood section there. And then I think those that are on the edge of the town of Gary, you know, they made a request. It's on the edge anyway. They'd only be buffering from themselves. So I'm okay with giving them the additional uses on their property. It's already ran by a vineyard. So I think it was so we're talking about the blue sections.
Right.
And I'll go back to the last one.
Yeah. So, Mr. Chair, we have two maps.
Yep.
Supervisor Nelson, we have two maps. The original map, Ms. Harris, can you put it back to the original slide? This is a map that we had discussed after the last board hearing to try and identify the sort of the valley associated with the winery, which we would exempt, and we've connected it to areas that are outside the overlay. And then we also identified an alternative parcel over in Gary that's outlined in blue that could be excluded from the overlay as well. So we discussed this as a possibility. We also received another map. So Ms. Harris, can you change that, please? This is an alternative to that. And this would take a larger portion, would take the winery out, Cottonwood, plus the entire valley or creek area. And then would only take the properties out adjacent to Gary that were identified in that letter. So that extra piece would not be removed. So those are the two options that we can present, that we're presenting to the board for your consideration. And we can toggle back and forth whenever
Can
you
you go back
need.
to the alternative one for a moment?
Sure.
Yeah, I think just so everybody's clear, because it's a little bit different, I think what we're really talking about is the blue sections and the purple section, right? Because the
correct,
the crosshatch red section that's on the southwest would still remain in the overlay. Is that correct?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, that is correct. The area in the very southwest corner that is not encircled by the blue would remain within the overlay. So the idea with the blue was just to kind of extend, rather than create a full donut,
Yep.
it provides a connection to an area that's already outside of the overlay.
And that, so I want to keep the integrity of the overlay as much as possible. So I like alternative one because I think
Okay.
it minimizes, the impact. It gets in Cottonwood in there as well as the other parcels that were requested, at least by the tester group. So I'm comfortable with that. If my colleagues are comfortable with this alternative here, and again, it's the purple and the blue sections, which includes a crosshatch of red in that corner. So.
We all okay with that? Yep, okay.
Great.
And where does that take us?
To the last item.
Back to the top?
Not quite. Last one, which is the uniform rule modification, the compromise that was proposed by staff at the last meeting to try to bring into greater harmony, but not perfect harmony, what's allowed under the uniform rules versus what the Planning Commission recommended with regard specifically to the small-scale campgrounds on the smaller premises, the prime contracts. And so staff had proposed sort of a hybrid approach that still retains consistency with the mitigation measure, so avoids any further environmental review or recirculation, while bringing it closer to the Planning Commission recommendation.
Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, I think I had some of the greatest amount of heartburn about this previously. I was frustrated that after all this process, 75% of the parcels were out of this because they were all, regulated by uniform rules. And I think this is a good compromise. I'm willing to accept this and support this, but I also just kind of want to signal to the Ag Preserve Advisory Committee that the board wants these things to happen in some of these parcels. So I'm hopeful that as you guys evaluate the uniform rules, can keep the integrity and the intention of the Ag Enterprise Ordinance when evaluating some of these ag properties in the future. And if this is something that in 6 months or 9 months that we see, that project doesn't work because of the because of uniform rules, that project doesn't work. If this becomes an ongoing problem, I would love to potentially bring this back to look at in the future, but I'm willing to try it out for now. So I can support it.
Okay. Supervisor Hartman?
Just want to reiterate, there's nothing preventing the APAC from going to sharing their ideas with the Planning Commission, right?
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, correct, yes.
Okay,
And I
so
think we also heard that from the Planning Commission.
so
had better
I think if these things get synthesized, integrated earlier on, instead of giving us two recommendations, that would be far better.
Agreed. Okay. So, Alex?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor, so there's two remaining items for consideration, which are back to the composting and then the campgrounds.
Let's tackle composting first, because I think campgrounds is not going to happen today. So, Supervisor Nelson.
Yeah, so I checked with some of the experts on some of these agreements between shippers. The largest shipper in the country requires 1,320 feet between compost and row crops. So that's why I'm concerned about, again, cultivated agriculture. Our row crops is hugely important to my district and our county, and I just don't want to threaten that by in some extremely productive ground. So the 1,000-foot I thought was a compromise from the grower shippers as well as the Ag Advisory Committee that asked for us to completely eliminate that. And so I'm still kind of hanging tough on that, is a 1,000-foot setback for row crops. That doesn't mean a 1,000 setback on every property. That's just ones that are adjacent to row crops. And that mostly that's going to be in the Santa Maria Valley and potentially a few other places throughout the county.
But isn't the rule that you're saying 1,300 feet from the crop to the compost? This is 1,000 feet from the property line to the compost.
I'm seeing 1,000 feet from commercial.
From the lot line of the agricultural premise.
Okay. Well, I'm willing to, then if we're okay with adjusting it to the actual crop, that's fine. That's what I'm hoping to get out of that. I mean, really, it's the purpose is not to prevent compost as much as it is to protect those crops. So I think 1,000 foot from commercial cultivation is what I think would be a strong compromise here.
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, just to clarify, as with some of the other setbacks we have adjacent to ag commodities, we do have the language in there that allows for reducing that buffer when there's, for example, there is no ag commodity on the property line, or there's intervening things that would, like a freeway, that would be cause for reducing that buffer. So we'd still have that language that could account for a situation like that, where, say, the ag commodity is far set back from the property line, that would be cause for reducing that buffer.
Maybe I'm just getting maxed out. So you're saying we could implement as a compromise 1,400 from the compost to the crop instead of to the property line?
I think what Mr. Tuttle is saying is we would set it at 1,400, and we would have the ability to reduce it if there were no crop in that area. So let's say, the composting is 600 feet from its property line, and then there's another 600 feet. We could reduce that.
Okay.
So that it's that we always have the 1,000 feet between the row crop, actual crop, and the composting facility, and then the 400 feet for the vineyards and orchards.
Okay. Yes.
And just so I understand, so I can explain it to people, Bob, Supervisor Nelson, you're saying that the distributors demand some certification when you sell your crop to that effect?
That's correct. So you've heard the leafy green. There's also some other agreements out there. Again, the largest shipper in the country, like I said, requires 1,320 feet. So it's a real thing out there, and we do provide a lot of product for those shippers, so it matters.
Okay, so we cleared everything up except campgrounds, small-scale camping. And I think we're at such a crossroads that I don't want to, I mean, I'm not sure what to do. I think this is the environment that we built. Instead of trying to shove something through with 3 votes, let's go back and send it to the Planning Commission, see if it can come back with unanimous. Because I think there are votes to move this, but I'd rather see it all, let's break off what we can. Does that make sense from a planning perspective, that we can move forward on this and send that little piece back? Or do you want to keep the whole?
It's supervisors and Mr. Chair. I think it will be challenging to extract it. It's not that we can't. I think we had hoped we could maybe even take a break and try and find some kind of compromise, but if the board really feels like it's going to need additional planning commission input, we could do that.
What do you think was, what are we going to do? I mean, you're going to take a break, and I'm just trying to figure out how we would get to this moment. Is there a path that you see that's different than a CUP that Supervisor Hartman could live with?
Could we take 10 minutes or take your 30-minute lunch and then we could come back, or?
Why don't we do this? Why don't we, okay, let's do our 30-minute lunch and we'll come back.
Okay, thank you.
So do I have to, we're just recessing for 30 minutes for lunch. We'll be back at 1:30, hopefully wrap it up. reconvening this meeting of the County Board of Supervisors. Planning Development is working on some graphics and some things to put up for us on item 3. So in the interest of time, we're going to move to item 4. We will come back to 3, finish that up really quickly, and get on to item 5. So item 4, if we can read that into the record, please.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, departmental item number 4 is from the Planning and Development Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the property owner's appeal, case number 24 APL 17, of the Historic Landmarks Advisory Commission's nomination of property addressed at 2929 East Valley Road as a county historic landmark, and this is in the 1st District.
Staff?
Thank you, Board. Today we have Veronica King. This is her first time before you presenting. This is an applicant appeal of an HLAC determination to designate a property.
All right. Well, welcome, Veronica.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and member.
Okay, never mind. Go ahead. That was.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the board. My name is Veronica King, and I will be presenting the property owner's appeal of the Historic Landmarks Advisory Commission's nomination of 2929 East Valley Road as a historic landmark. This is an aerial view of the proposed project site. The subject parcel is outlined in red, and East Valley Road is depicted with the dashed black line above. The property is 9.94 acres and is currently developed with a 2-story residence and an attached garage built in 1918, as well as a guest house built in 1986. Here are photos depicting the driveway entrance to the site. The residence is set back more than 300 feet from the street and is secured by a gate off of East Valley Road. The photo on the left is the view looking southeast at the existing residence and garage, while the photo on the right is the south elevation facing north. The original house was designed by Carlton Winslow in the French Norman Revival style. According to a historic report prepared by Post Hazeltine, the residence is one of the few remaining examples in the county possessing distinctive characteristics of this style. The report concluded that the residence, garage, and landscape features may be eligible for listing as a historic landmark. In November of 2023, the property owner applied for a coastal development permit to allow for an addition to the existing residence, and HLAC was subsequently notified of the project. The historic report concluded that the property would maintain its historic integrity after the new project is constructed. Furthermore, the property owner expressed that they do not wish for the residence to be landmarked. Nevertheless, in October of this year, HLAC proceeded to nominate the property. Shortly after, the property owner filed an appeal of the nomination, which is now being presented to your board. The property owner opposes the designation and argues that it is uncommon for structures to receive designation without owner support. They assert that there is no imminent threat to the property, as they have complied with all county and state rules and are committed to protecting its historic value. Additionally, they contend that designation will cause delays and expenses on future projects due to lengthy county planning processes in place for landmark structures. They argue that the potential incentives for landmark status either do not apply, are unwanted, or are unavailable in the county. And lastly, they stress that the structure is a private residence and is not accessible or visible from any public viewing area. In response, staff has determined that while HLAC has the authority to nominate a site without property owner support, HLAC bylaws do encourage consultation with property owners in good faith. The property owner provided 2 letters to HLAC outlining their opposition to the designation in June and July of this year, and the representatives attended HLAC hearings to voice their opposition as well. Furthermore, as asserted by the appellant, there is no public access to or view of the residence that the general public would benefit from. The temporary landmark designation by HLAC will expire on January 12th of next year. The board has broad discretion to either uphold the appeal and reject the designation or deny the appeal and designate the property. If your board chooses to reject the designation, it is exempt under CEQA guidelines section 15270. If your board chooses to designate, it is exempt under CEQA guidelines section 15308. Today, your board may take either of the following sets of actions. First, you may uphold the appeal, reject the designation, and determine the project is exempt from CEQA. Alternatively, you may deny the appeal, approve the designation, adopt a resolution with conditions, and determine the project is exempt from CEQA. That concludes my presentation. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you very much. Before we go to questions, let's take care of ex parte. We'll start on my right. Supervisor Williams.
I have only one ex parte communications, which is last week met via Zoom with the owner and their agent to discuss the designation.
Okay. Supervisor Capps.
Yes, I met also with the appellant's attorney, Amy Steinfeld, and planner Steve Fort.
Okay. I met with both of those also on November 25th. It was a phone conversation, about 15 minutes, just talking about the lack of public access. Supervisor Hartman.
And I met with the same, and we talked about the owner's desire for privacy, about other protections, and about the historic sensibility of the current landowners.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavanino. I also met with the attorney and planner for the owner and had similar conversations as my colleagues did about the owner's wishes for the property.
Okay. So at this point, we'll have the appellant presentation. It'll be 5 minutes.
If you could pull up the presentation, that would be great. Good afternoon, Chair and Honorable Supervisors. I'm Amy Steinfeld, and I'm here on behalf of the homeowners. I'm also joined by lead project planner Steve Fort. We have our historic architect, Richard Ashman Felix, and Tim Hazeltine, our historian here, and they're also here to answer any questions. So as staff explained, the property is not visible from any public road and is in a very remote area of the county, as you can see from these photographs. In fact, the homeowners purchased this home due to its private location. They're now worried about all the unwanted attention through these continued hearings. In fact, this past October, trespassers with cameras jumped over their fence. They're especially concerned about copycat trespassers and their own security, especially if the property is designated and their address is posted on the county's historic website. Besides the home's private location, the buyers fell in love with this home, and it really was no accident. They have a history of carefully preserving older homes. We're here today to request that the board reject designation of this property as a historic landmark. I'll explain both why this process has been atypical and why designation would be contrary to HLAC's mission. Here's HLAC's mission. The bolded portion highlights that the designated historic resources are meant to be for the use, education, and view of the general public. This home is not public and never will be. It will remain a private residence as it has for over 100 years. This is very different from the majority of designated landmarks in the county, such as the Coral Casino, All Saints by the Sea, or Maddie's Tavern. We surveyed all 53 county historic landmarks, and only 16 are private homes, the majority of which were nominated by the homeowner. Here, designation is not necessary to protect this historic resource. In fact, this home has already qualified as a historic resource under CEQA by this county, the lead agency, and therefore any changes or alterations to this home require that a historic resources report prepared by our historian must be prepared to comply with federal, state, and local historic policies. Plus, any future projects will undergo review by the South Board of Architectural Review, or SBAR. HLAC review is therefore unnecessary and duplicative. Plus, for any future projects, HLAC retains the ability to provide comments and appear at SBAR. The current home restoration project illustrates that the homeowners have complied with all relevant standards and requirements. In fact, SBAR complemented the current project design. The nomination process here was highly unusual. When the homeowners purchased this property in early 2022, they had no expectation of designation. They hired a team of renowned experts to help guide them through the complex county standards and to ensure compliance with all relevant standards and consistency with the home's historic character. But in early 2024, the home was unexpectedly nominated by HLAC. This slide highlights again that the process was atypical. In fact, the HLAC bylaws encourage HLAC to work with the homeowners if the homeowners are not the nominating party or applicants, but this did not happen here. In fact, designation of a private home against an owner's wishes has not happened in the past 20+ years. Our survey demonstrated that 100% of post-2002 county designations were nominated by the owner or signed off by the owner. Here, the homeowners don't want or need additional layers of review. They have already spent tremendous resources restoring the home. They don't qualify for the tax benefits, and they're not interested in using the lax historic building code. It feels as if no good deed goes unpunished. The homeowners here were the first to evaluate the home's historic significance. Then HLAC at the last minute unilaterally nominated the home using the report that the homeowners had commissioned. It bears repeating that this home is in no danger. It's being thoughtfully restored for the first time in a very long time by careful stewards so it can stand for at least another 100 years. The homeowners have continued to demonstrate that their home is under no threat. They take care of the home in each one of the steps due to their appreciation for architecture and desire to preserve the historic nature of the home. Importantly, the home's sandstone facade is not being altered. All future projects will also undergo the same careful consideration under CEQA to protect this historic resource. If this home is designated, it will set a bad precedent for would-be historic home buyers. Restoration, as you know, takes significant time and resources without additional review and opinions from up to 11 commissioners.
Thank you. That is your time.
Okay, thank you.
You'll have 2 minutes for rebuttal once we hear
Okay.
the rest. Okay? So are there any requests to speak from the public on this item?
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, we have 2 requests to speak on this item. We are going to begin on Zoom with Mark Armente, to be followed by Keith Kaufman-Gray here in Santa Barbara. Mark?
There. Hello, this is Mark Armente and Youngstown. We're the owners of the property. And yeah, just I think to summarize, we believe we're great stewards of the property. We love the property. We're going to take exceptional care of it and restore it, hopefully to its former glory, getting rid of the alterations that were done in the 70s and 80s, which were frankly abhorrent to us, and bringing it back to its 1918 stature. We're also very concerned with our privacy. Again, the home cannot be seen from the road, and after the designation here, the potential designation, we started to see trespassing on the property with cameras, and we're concerned for our own personal safety for that reason. That's really it. Thank you,
Mark.
And we will return to Santa Barbara with Keith Kaufman-Gray. Keith? Oh, it appears Keith is not here. And that concludes public comment on this item.
Okay. Would you like to rebut your own appellant? Okay, client? Okay. Well, in that case, I'm assuming we're good with rebuttal? All right, I'll bring it back to the board for questions, comments, or deliberation. Is there any questions? Doss? Supervisor Williams?
Well, I think this brings up an interesting policy question: in what circumstances should a property be designated against property owner wishes? We haven't done that in 20 years. And I would think that the first time that the board does it, it should be a really good reason, right? A property that is imminently in danger for some reason, or extremely public profile. neither of which seem to apply here. This home is well down a driveway, and it's being bought by an owner that has owned historic homes before and restored historic homes before. So I would submit that though the enthusiasm, especially after such a terrible case as the Moody Cottage issue, is understandable by the HLAC, that this might not be the right test case for crossing that line.
Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavanino. My question for staff, if I understand the way our process works, that if you're going to get a building permit to do any type of significant work in our county, and the building's over 50 years, which I know this building's over 50 years, you have to look at the historical significance of that as well, just to get the building permit. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair and Supervisors, for any property that submits a building permit, our zoning counter will look at that application to see whether or not there's anything unique about it that could be potentially historic. And then if that's the case, we would ask them to provide some sort of evidence to demonstrate whether it does or does not have historic significance.
And then at that point, they potentially would have to get an LUP, right? That goes with, if it is shown to have some historical significance?
That is correct. There is a potential for a requirement of a LUP if there are changes that could impact if the structure is historic.
So not only potentially land use, but also building side, there's some mechanisms already in the county to potentially protect this property if somebody came along and wanted to do something to it. Is that correct?
That's correct. And in this case, it'd be a CDP because this is in the coastal zone, I believe.
Right.
Yeah.
And then my other question has to do with, so let's just hypothetically say it gets the historical significance. Is there a plaque that goes out front? How does that all work? What do we do with that? What would that look like potentially?
Mr. Chair and Supervisors, I believe there is a plaque that goes up. I'm not familiar with what exactly that would look like, but we can follow up with you if you would like more info.
So either be a plaque that said somewhere where you can't see there's something historical that you'll never get to look at. Yeah. Okay, I just imagine that'd be somewhat unsatisfactory to the public, and there seems like there's mechanisms in place to protect something like this, that if they wanted to go down a route, somebody wanted to demolish it, for example, that would go through a permitting process. There would be opportunity to appeal that. Just like anything, even if we just determined that this was historical today, that could be changed in the future. So there's never ever permanency with anything that we do. So the question is there mechanisms in place to protect it? And it sounds like we already have that in place, and it's, along with the landowner's concern about the unintended consequences of a historical designation, has me not supporting the current proposal for designation.
Supervisor Hartman.
Picking up on some themes Supervisor Nelson raised, how does a historic designation affect privacy? I mean, I assume you wouldn't have to put a plaque up. Is there, do we have a registry with addresses, or how, can you elaborate a little for me?
Go ahead. Mr. Chair and Supervisors, so when a property is landmarked, it's a public process. Like as we're here, the address is listed. There's a resolution, and then the resolutions for each of the landmarked properties are posted on P&D's website. So we do have a listing of the different properties that are landmarked.
With addresses?
They do have the address of the property. Yes.
And can you tell me? Is it entirely duplicative, what the authority that HLAC has with the CEQA review under Department of the Interior standards, or what's the added value of HLAC?
Supervisor Hartman and through the chair. So it is duplicative in that the historic resource is protected by both our policies as well as under CEQA. So regardless of whether or not it is a landmark, has a landmark status, it is still has to be evaluated under CEQA and under our policies. Now, the extra layer of HLAC, having a landmark status, is that there is a resolution that includes conditions of approval so that when there are future updates, it would add on top of the review by staff through P&D to analyze under CEQA, also to send it to HLAC, and HLAC would be able to review and decide, hey, we think this is appropriate or this is not based on the prior historic analysis that was completed. So it's an additional time and cost for an applicant to have this landmark status.
But is there also an additional benefit in terms of historic protection? Is there value added to the broader community is kind of my question.
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, the county does not have certain historic resource protections that a lot of other jurisdictions have, like entering into the Mills Act. So it's my understanding that getting the designation is simply just a designation to be on our list of historic resources in the county. And certainly I think an applicant could apply for more protection at a state level or something like that. But in our jurisdiction, there isn't much of a financial incentive that we offer for people to do this at this time.
It seems to me this raises a lot of important questions about HLAC and what we want and expect, and what they, as spending their time and energy on this, what they should expect. Maybe we want to make a distinction between public and private. Maybe we want to be clear about what the protections are. As a general principle, I think historic resources are a bit like biological resources and rare and endangered species. They are not just on private property, but that they have a community benefit, a public benefit. And just like property transitions, it turns over. And so these protections survive those transitions. So again, as a general principle, I think I favor protecting historic resources. It really grounds us in who we are, where we came from, and appreciating the achievements that the shoulders on whom we stand. So I think I'm a little uncertain here because I think we're unclear about HLAC and what we expect, and I think that needs greater clarification going forward. I don't know how we could ever bring that up, but I know I've been proposing a lot of different work plans today, but I get kind of stuck because we create a lot of confusion and ill will because we're not clear.
Chair, if I could say one thing. I think to provide you a little bit of comfort, to speak to what Mr. Dargle said, we do have policies and we do have CEQA. And so if anything has some sort of historic merit, we are getting historic reports that are providing boundaries for what people can and cannot do when they come in to get permits with us. So even if it's not designated, we are still providing a good layer of protection for anything that has historic value.
So what good is HLAC?
Say that again?
What good is HLAC?
Well, I would say they do provide review of historic structures, reports, and verify that they think something is a historic structure. They can work with applicants for designations when they're seeking designations. There are times where a historic body, and it's not just in this county, will recommend the designation of a structure where the landowner does not want that designation. And in my experience, other jurisdictions tend not to want to force it on a property owner when they don't want it. That doesn't mean it can't be done. It's just that that's the pattern that I have seen. But I think what we're saying is that we have provisions to protect historic structures aside from actually giving it a designation, which then adds another layer of protection. Now, I think And I don't know why the county doesn't make the Mills Act available, which gives people tax breaks for historic structures. We don't have that here in this county. And Keith Kaufman Gray explained that to me, because I know other jurisdictions do, which gives some incentive for landowners to enter into that kind of that status of protection as a landmark status.
So just two final points. First of all, I think a great deal of the people who serve on HLAC, and when I said what good are they, that was facetious, because they invest an enormous amount of time and bring a tremendous amount of expertise. And that's why I feel like to just brush them off makes me a little uneasy, especially because as I read our ordinance, they have the authority to do this. They consult, but they have the authority. So I would be really interested in future looking at tax breaks because I do think these are important. And like many of us, I've lived on the East Coast where you see so many historic structures, and we really, they're far and few between in Santa Barbara County and on the West Coast, and so I think they're especially precious, and whatever we can do, it's a bit like Williamson Act. It's important to try to protect them, so I'd be interested in that in the future.
Supervisor Capps?
Yeah, thank you. This is a peculiar situation we find ourselves in. So I just want to make sure I understand. The reason why this whole process was triggered is just because they went for a permit. So then HLAC is then required to review. Is that correct?
Supervisor Capps, through the chair. Yes, that's correct. They came in for a coastal development permit, and that's where they submitted their historic report, which found that it consistent with our policies.
So I think everybody's in support of the very hardworking, tedious, painstaking work that HLAC does. I certainly am. But in this situation, I think this is potentially an example of government overreach. I mean, we have a situation where the applicant, the homeowners don't want it. If I'm hearing this correctly, there's no threat that they're not protecting their home. If there is a future threat, we have our own guardrails already in place. And on top of it, the designation that they don't want makes their address public, which has already caused them some challenges. Lastly, the designation costs them more money should they go make changes that would preserve a historic house. So is that correct?
Supervisor Capps, through the chair, that's correct.
Well, then I think it's pretty clear for me that this is not the way to go.
Supervisor Nelson?
Yeah, I don't want to get too philosophical. I think we've done that a lot today already. But, I think the issue is when we put the whole entire burden on the property owner to be the steward of our historical values. If we as a county and as a community want to preserve it, I think that's where we got to put our money where our mouth is. I think the same issue happens with environmental resources as well, where if we start to put that whole entire burden on that property owner, we make it a liability and not an asset. And I think that's where we have to be really careful here. So again, in the future, if that's something we want to look at, and we as a community say, yeah, no, we're willing to give a tax break for you to be able to preserve that and go through those extra layers of protection, then I think that'd be great. But we don't have that in place now. And so again, I'm still where I was at on the historical designation.
I'm in the same boat. Like I really appreciate HLAC, and that's why I'm going to say this is, for me, don't bring me anything that doesn't have the landowner's approval on, unless it's an egregious situation. It's just a step too far for me, and so try to save you some time, because unless the building's getting ready to get torn down, I'm going to need the landowner to be buying off on any kind of a designation. So we'll let Supervisor Williams, would you like to make the motion?
Sure, I'll move to uphold the appeal and deny the historical designation.
And I'll second.
Second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Okay, so we are going to do a little cleanup real quick. We're going to go back to number 3, and I think Planning and Development's been working through their lunch to kind of come up with something. Alex looks a little hungry there.
And Chair Lavanino, members of the board, this item was previously read into the record, but just a reminder for the public, departmental item number 3 is from the Planning and Development Department. It is a hearing and consider recommendations regarding case numbers 23 ORD 5, 23 ORD 6, 24 RZN 4, and 24 RZN 5 to adopt the agricultural enterprise ordinance.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Chair, members of the board, so we have developed a table that provides some options for the board to consider. And in this table that we're currently bringing up, we have the Planning Commission recommendation, and then we have an alternative. So if we, there it is. Okay, so as I indicated, the left-hand column is what the Planning Commission recommended. So they had, for low-impact campgrounds, it was a zoning clearance. For small-scale campgrounds of all different sizes, was a zoning clearance. We have an alternative that tries to bridge the differences that we're seeing on the board. And that is, for low-impact campgrounds, we just keep them at a zoning clearance. For small-scale campgrounds of all sizes, if they're not abutting Ag 1 and residential zones, they remain a zoning clearance. Then for parcels that are a little larger, that could probably site a campground better, further away, we would have a land use permit, and it would be if they're abutting an Ag zone, Ag 1 zone or residential zone, between 100 and 200 acres, up to 20 sites, 200 to 320, up to 25 sites, and then the 320, they would get a land use permit. But when you start to get to the smaller parcels, which tend to be closer to the inter-rural area, you would have a MCUP, a minor CUP, between 40 to 100 acres, if abutting the Ag 1 and residential zones, and any site surrounded by Ag 1 will get a minor CUP. So this gives the tiered approach that Supervisor Hartman referenced, but does preserve the clearances for the properties. We don't anticipate there to be conflicts because of their location.
While they're reading, I just want to say thank you for working on this through lunch. This is, whether we agree on it or not, it's very well laid out.
And Chair Lavanino, members of the board, I would like to note for the record that this is now available online, and there are copies in the back of the room for anyone who is interested.
I see lights on, but I'm not sure if that's from, no. Supervisor Hartman.
Yeah, just a question. So with 20 sites on 100 to 200 acres, that's 160 people, right?
Potentially.
And then 40 vehicles. Yeah,
Potentially.
yeah. That's still pretty intense in the Santa Ynez Valley, I would say.
So that one would require a land use permit, which would be noticed and could be appealed.
But we have learned that our discretion is hugely limited on appeal, and we don't have a compatibility finding. And so, I mean, outline for us again what we are able to decide on appeal on an LUP, because we're greatly constrained.
I think you're correct in that there's not the finding about compatibility, but there's an opportunity to have a discussion with the landowners on placement of the campground and adding provisions potentially to minimize any potential conflicts. That's where it really comes in, but you're right, it's limited.
So it's a way to try to encourage discussion.
Correct.
Between the parties, but it doesn't really give the board any authority. Very little authority.
As long as they're meeting all the development standards, that's correct.
Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavanino. So let's just hypothetically say that we've opened Pandora's box at some point, and we realize that we've gone too far, that this experiment didn't work. I guess maybe this is county council. I mean, if we did pull this back, we'd have to have a ramp down process. Could you just describe that a little bit? Because the board does have some tools. I know we think that land uses are in perpetuity, and in many ways they are. But this is one of the reasons why I want to early look back on this, is so that we actually, there's less investment potentially, so that we actually have more, we've got a better case to potentially pull this back if it blows up on us. But again, food hasn't blown up on us, I'm optimistic that this will not blow up either.
Mr. Chair and Supervisor Nelson, you are correct. So if we make an amendment to the zoning code today, the board still has discretion in the future to consider an amendment in the future that would revise it. If in the meantime someone has obtained a permit and relied on that permit, then we would need to have an amortization period to phase that out. But we have done that in the past, and that's always an option for the board.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we have either PC recommendation or the alternative. Okay, I'll weigh in then. And having said that, I want to be perfectly clear. I don't have any of these. I have very few of these going to be available in my district. So take with that what you will. But I'm leaning very heavily to the PC recommendation. So I'll throw that out there as that would be my vote. Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavanino. I'd be willing to support that. I think it's important to get moving forward with something today. So I'd be okay with moving forward with that and passing on some of the other changes I wanted on the small scale campground, if that gets us at least started into this. And again, I do think it's going to take an active participation by the board and an active conversation in a community about these impacts. This is a new ground for us in the county, and I know I'm going to be keeping close tabs on it. And if this gets us started, at least with the PC recommendation that's been vetted through many, many hearings in the community, it's not necessarily what I wanted, but at least it gets the door open for trying out this new use.
Supervisor Hartman.
Well, I would prefer my first option, which was for Ag 2 with the PC recommendation touching Ag 1 land, at least in the Santa Ynez Valley Community Plan area, that require MCUP. This alternative is a possible fallback. I wonder if we could reduce the number of sites. Again, we're stacking this, so we've got farm stays and we've got special events. We've got a lot of new people and new uses and new vehicles. 102 acre, 200 acre, those are not huge parcels. Eager to see what my other colleagues think.
I don't see a light on. So Supervisor Williams and then Supervisor Capps.
I feel squeezed into a false choice. I mean, I feel like that there's ways to address the possible nuisance issue without, what I view a CUP is a de facto not allowing it there, because the economics of camping is not lucrative like that. So I don't want to be voting for the PC recommendation, but the idea of expanding this, the CUP requirement to a number of other parcels is, it's not even what we talked about 2 weeks ago, right? So it's just hard to be like, in concept, we should do that without analyzing, what these parcels are, and I just feel like both, if you have a structure for revoking the zoning clearance, or the LUP, that's the reason for people not to have nuisance. But I would go for other things like not amplified sound, in the campsite. But I to me, the alternative is as restrictive as I could go.
Okay, Supervisor Capps?
Well, I'm just going to stick with my colleague Joan Hartman on this one because, again, this is literally her backyard, and not to mention her years on the Planning Commission prior to being a very well-trusted voice of balance in her district.
Okay.
And-
Supervisor Hartman?
Yeah. To say, I would take issue with Supervisor Williams on these are not lucrative. We make the county on its Kachuma and Halama, those are the cash cows for our park system. And there's so much focus on these owner-provided because it's a potential real revenue. And I've seen plans that people have come into me with that are pretty extreme, and they will charge. Hotels in the San Ynez Valley go for $300, $400, $500 a night, and that'll be what we're looking at. So it is not just camping with a tent. It is high-end camping. I have learned that revocation, to get the evidence, to get people out there on weekends when these things are happening, Chair Lavanino said it early, the enforcement is really not where we are. We aren't great at it because it requires such a burden of proof. It puts the burden on the neighbors. That's why I'm trying to protect them. And we have seen this again and again and again. So I just have to make this case.
So is that for the alternative, or you still want stronger than the alternative? You wouldn't vote for the alternative?
I potentially would vote for the alternative. I would like the no amplified sound, and I would like to reduce the numbers.
Okay, well, then we're kind of back where we were. So we can open up this can of worms, start all over again. We could send it back to the Planning Commission, or we can call for a vote. And I'm not going to feel good about this, but we've been working on this ordinance for how long? Years. And
this was on the long-range planning docket when Joan and I took office 8 years ago.
Okay. Well, when I feel like the Planning Commission has vetted this. We all have representatives on the Planning Commission. They looked at it very carefully. I don't think I'm stepping out into some crazy area when I accept the Planning Commission recommendation. So I would go for the alternative also, but I want to get a vote today so that we can move something forward and we can try to start this so that we can see where the issues are. So I'll wait for a motion, I guess.
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
For the alternative, however, 100 to 200 is 15 rather than 20 sites. The 300 to 320 is 20 instead of 25 sites, and no amplified sound.
Point of,
No amplified sound for the campground, not for other uses, right? Okay.
point of clarification. So can you go through those numbers again?
100 to 200 is now 15 instead of 20 sites. 200 to 320 is now 20 sites. No amplified sound. I guess I don't get to go camping.
Mr. Chair, we're going to modify it on the
Okay.
on the PowerPoint
And I guess the other
so
point of
everybody can see
clarification,
it.
which might actually get me to come along, is, and that those are for those that are abutting Ag 1 and residential zoning. Those ones that are not,
Right. That's only the ones that are abutting Ag 1 residential zones.
right?
Correct?
That's what I'm
Yes.
hoping for.
Okay. Okay.
So I guess while they're bringing that up, so those that are not abutting Ag 1 and residential would be able to have the 15, 20, 25, and 30 options? Okay.
Okay, so one other item while we're correcting this that we need to address is the percent owner provided.
I think we came to an agreement, so
I think it was 70 or
Split the middle.
75%.
We're going to go 70, 70, 30?
70.
70%.
Okay.
Got it. Thank you.
What color are the tents going to be? What should we do?
Dodger blue.
Oh, I'm out. I'm out. Brown and gold, baby.
Okay. Okay. All right. So what we heard was, and I'm going to repeat this, in the LUP category, for 100 to 200 acre, it's up to 15 sites.
Correct.
And for over 200 to 320, it would be up to 20 sites
Correct.
and no amplified sound.
Correct.
And
Okay.
And to clarify, that's for the abutting Ag zone and residential zoning. My hope with,
And yeah, these are abutting Ag 1 and residential zones.
I just want to make sure, because I don't want to get lost. And then we're looking at the small scale alternative for those not abutting that you see down there in the bottom column or bottom box there.
They would just follow the PC recommendation.
Well, no, it's
Are
actually
they off a little bit?
It's a little bit
Oh,
more.
yeah. Okay, I got it.
So
There's a few changes.
there's actually just one change that I'd like to keep
Yep.
there.
Okay. Good? We're good?
Good.
Okay,
All right.
so was that a motion then? Would you like to make that as a motion? Okay.
I'll second
Please
that.
make- With the the alternative as posted with the changes in yellow on the screen.
And
Okay.
Mr. Chair and members of the board, so this is one of the 12 changes. So I just want to make sure that the motion is, everyone's clear that what the other changes are. And we went through each one.
Yep, the whole
great.
ordinance. Right?
Yep.
We're good? We're good. Can I get a second? Oh, is Supervisor Williams seconded? Hold on. It's okay.
Mr. Chair and members of the board, I was just looking back. I just want to make sure that,
No,
that all, the
there
direction
seems
is
to be a
really clear
question.
for every
Yeah.
12, every category.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
We just want to make sure the whole ordinance at this point, we were just focused on this, so we're making a motion, but is everything else, you guys got your hands around everything else?
We do.
Okay.
We do.
Okay. Steph?
So in addition to what I moved on the campground alternative, I would also include A through E in our staff report for the ordinance.
Second is,
And the seconder agrees with that.
okay. Let's do a roll call vote.
Supervisor Hartman,
Aye.
Supervisor Nelson,
Aye.
Supervisor Williams,
Aye.
Supervisor Capps,
Aye.
and Chair Lavanino.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
right.
One, thank you.
Uh-oh,
We
hold
don't
on.
clap. I know, I'm gonna.
Making sausage.
I do have one question. And that is, we have the issue on the low-impact campgrounds about the bathroom facilities. And if the board wants to allow something other than a permanent restroom with a leach field, we would need to give direction to environmental health to pursue a change in the code.
Yeah, go ahead, Bob.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chair Lavanio. Yeah, I would like to direct staff, and I'd like to get the board's support in directing staff to examine potentially changing the lamp to comply with the goals that we've set out today with the Ag Enterprise Ordinance.
Is that broader than what you asked? I'm ready to say yes, porta potties on on low impact campgrounds.
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, when we spoke with environmental health, they wanted to keep it sort of broad so that they could figure out what the best solution was.
Maybe composting toilets, or there's other
some
technology
technology
out there
that's
that they can solve our dilemma. Let's let them do it.
Are we making a distinction between the low impact and the other?
Correct. This is just for low impact. Is that correct? Yes.
And then just could you remind me what's required for the other? More of a sewage
More permanent
treatment?
restroom facilities.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll second.
We're good with that. Yeah, it's just staff direction, so yeah, we're good with that. Okay? Oh, we want it to be part of the motion? Okay. Okay.
This is a supplementary motion.
Okay. We're all good. Rachel's, yeah, you want us to vote on that?
I would like you to vote
Okay.
on that because I don't
All
think
right.
it's
Everybody
part
in
of the original
favor
motion.
of the staff
direction?
Aye.
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 All right, we're good. I Yeah, now we're done for that one.
The 9-year process is done.
I wouldn't say it's done. It's coming back. All right, so that takes us to number 5. Okay, yeah. Okay. Huh? Oh.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, departmental item number 5 is from the Planning and Development Department.
Folks, I know we got a lot of people moving around, but we need the clerk to be able to hear.
It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding appeals of the County Planning Commission approval of the Miramar Acquisition Co. LLC Housing Mixed-Use Development Project, case numbers 24 APL 27 through 24 APL 31, 24 RVP 50, 24 RVP 51, 24 AMD 8, and 24 CDP 77, and this is in the 1st District.
So our last item's been read into the record. Why don't we, let's take care of ex parte off the top. Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavanino. I met with Bryce Ross and Katie with at the Miramar this last week. I got a tour and where we discussed the project, the housing, and the parking.
Supervisor Hartman?
When the previous issue came up about historic designation for the church, I met with the agents for the Miramar. And then more recently, I met with Mr. Caruso on a Zoom and talked about primarily the compromise and lowering the level of the housing so that the view would be maintained.
Okay, very good. Supervisor Capps?
Yes, yesterday we did a site visit with Mr. Caruso and Mr. Ross, and previously, prior to the other vote, I had a conversation with Mr. Ross, and as well as I've been in touch on and off with Hillary Hauser, the executive director of Heal the Ocean.
Supervisor Williams?
Well, I will not, I will only go through what I think is the interested parties, which is appellants and applicants. Two meetings with Mr. Caruso, Friday, March 31st, 2023, and Monday, October 16th. Many calls with Bryce Ross, agent, including 9/18, 10/11, 9/25, 10/18, 11/8, and this Saturday, 12/7. In-person meetings with the development team, Tuesday, August 1st, 2023, Thursday, April 4th, 2024, December 8th, 2023, and Wednesday, May 1st, 2024. Meeting with All Saints, one of the former appellants, Thursday, May 2nd, 2024. Meetings with Mr. Chitillo, the attorney for All Saints, one of the former appellants, 8/22, 11/7. And phone calls with Mr. Chitillo, 9/14, 9/17, 9/30. And then conversations with neighbors that I think are in the appeal. One was at an art show last fall. I don't have the date for that. And Mr. Cliff Gerson at a Montecito Association meeting. I don't have that either. And then numerous conversations with half of Montecito.
All right, cool. I had two phone conversations with Mr. Bryce Ross. I had one short conversation with Mr. Caruso, and then also spoke to Mr. Ross today about just scheduling. Supervisor Hartman.
Just wanted to add that my Zoom meeting was November 7th.
All right, excellent. Okay, let's get into the staff presentation. Director Plowman.
Yes, Mr. Chair. This is an item that has been appealed from the Planning Commission. Planning Commission made a decision on this on October 9th, 2024. It is the appeal of the mixed-use project where we have a number of affordable housing units for employees on site and some commercial and market rate units to support that. Today, I have Travis Seward, Deputy Director, Joe Dargle, Supervising Planner, and Willow Brown, who's the planner, and Ms. Brown will be making the presentation today.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the board. I'm Willow Brown, and I will be presenting the Miramar Housing and Mixed Use Development Project. The project site is located at 1759 South Jamison Lane and 96 Eucalyptus Lane in the Montecito Community Plan area, 1st Supervisorial District. The project is located in the existing northeast and northwest parking lots outlined in white. This is a photo of the northwest parking lot where the market rate apartments and resort shops will be located. This is a photo of the northeast parking lot where the affordable employee apartments will be located. Here is an overall site plan showing the existing resort development in addition to the proposed development in the northeast and northwest parking lots. The project consists of approximately 55,000 square feet of development in the visitor-serving commercial zone, consisting of 26 affordable employee apartments, 8 market rate apartments, and commercial space including up to 12 resort shops and a resort cafe. Development in the northwest lot will consist of 2 new mixed-use buildings with commercial spaces on the first floor and market rate apartments on the second floor. The resort shops will include uses such as resort-oriented clothing shops, jewelry stores, and wellness and beauty shops. There will also be a subterranean parking lot with 79 parking spaces. Development in the northeast lot will consist of 1 new residential building comprised of 26 affordable employee apartments. There will also be a reconfigured parking area with 350 spaces, including surface spaces, car stacker spaces, and an elevated parking deck. The project also includes parking and lighting improvements in the Union Pacific Railroad right-of-way. The project was approved by the County Planning Commission on November 1st. The Planning Commission's approval was appealed by 5 parties. There is overlap of the appeal issues across the 5 appeal applications, and so the issues were organized based on the topic. The first appeal issue is regarding concerns with construction-related impacts such as generation of dust and noise and concerns of cumulative construction impacts due to other projects occurring simultaneously, such as the Highway 101 widening. There are short-term construction-related impacts expected from any project, and there are standard conditions applied to address these impacts, such as construction hours and dust control measures. With implementation of standard conditions, no cumulatively significant construction-related impacts will occur. In addition, the Highway 101 ramp closures are estimated to be completed by spring of 2026. The second appeal issue is regarding CEQA review of the project. The appellants state that the project does not qualify for a CEQA exemption for reasons such as the site size and unusual circumstances applying to the project, and state that piecemealing has occurred based on previous approvals for development on the site. The current project meets the parameters for the statutory CEQA exemption for mixed-use development as detailed in the CEQA Notice of Exemption included as Attachment 3 to the board letter. No piecemealing has occurred as adequate environmental review has been done for the existing development on site, and this project qualifies for the CEQA exemption. The third appeal issue is regarding traffic and parking concerns, including the studies being inadequate and existing protocol being ineffective. The project will not have significant impacts to traffic or parking. The traffic and parking studies were submitted by a licensed engineer and were reviewed by P&D staff and the County Department of Public Works, who agreed with the study's conclusions. The existing protocol for monitoring parking has been effective as shown in the annual compliance reports. Since the resort opened in 2019, permit compliance staff has coordinated with the Miramar to resolve any parking complaints in a timely manner. The conditions have also been revised to include additional monitoring of the public spaces, with hourly monitoring from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. on weekend days throughout the year, during the week in the summer months, and on all special event days. The applicant will keep a log to document that the monitoring has occurred. The fourth appeal issue is regarding potential impacts from greenhouse gases. There will not be impacts from greenhouse gases as demonstrated in the technical report submitted, which relied on published estimates for the proposed land uses developed by technical experts. Staff reviewed the report and found it consistent with county policies and agreed with the analysis. Additionally, the applicant has revised their project to fully electrify the proposed units in order to comply with the new greenhouse gas thresholds from the 2030 Climate Action Plan. The fifth appeal issue is regarding evacuation concerns. The appellants state that there should be an evacuation plan prepared for the Miramar and the surrounding community, and that there are public safety concerns regarding delayed evacuations related to the project's valet service and proposed parking configurations. The project will not result in impacts to evacuation. The Montecito Fire Protection District reviewed the project and the proposed emergency access and determined that it meets all code and safety requirements. Additionally, the fire department has completed several evacuation studies for the Montecito area, and these studies do not focus on a single property but look at the community as a whole. Based on testimony from the fire department, the Miramar property has been used as a shelter-in-place location in previous emergencies. The fire marshal is available over Zoom to answer additional questions. The sixth appeal issue is that there was a lack of a fair and impartial hearing because review of the project was moved from the Montecito Planning Commission to the County Planning Commission. The plans were not reviewed by the Montecito Board of Architectural Review, and the applicant was given more time than the public commenters to present. The public hearings conducted by the County Planning Commission were fair and impartial hearings that complied with the Brown Act and the County Planning Commission Procedures Manual. The County Planning Commission heard the project based on county code. The project was also presented to the Montecito Planning Commission for them to make a recommendation, but they were unable to do so due to a loss in quorum. The project is a Housing Accountability Act project. As such, it can only be measured against objective policies and standards, and review by the MBAR is inherently subjective. Finally, time limits on public testimony are established at the discretion of the chair, and all public speakers are provided the same standard amount of time to give testimony. The seventh appeal issue is that the project will result in impacts to coastal access. The appellants list concerns with the resort being underparked, resulting in a loss of public parking spaces, and concerns with the project impacting the public easements over the Miramar property to the coast. The proposed project will not have impacts to coastal access. As stated previously, the traffic and parking studies submitted by a licensed engineer concluded that the project will not have a significant impact to parking and traffic in the area. Additionally, monitoring of the public spaces is required by the project conditions. The project will not result in impacts to any of the public access easements. Public access through the property will be maintained pursuant to the project conditions. The eighth appeal issue is that there are concerns related to flood hazards, which include discrepancies in stormwater runoff calculations, uncertainty with sea level rise calculations, and new FEMA maps placing the affordable housing in a FEMA flood zone. The proposed project was reviewed and approved by Public Works Water Resources Division, and they determined that it meets all requirements, including stormwater control and floodplain management requirements for areas located in the flood zone. Additionally, the updated flood maps show a reduction in the flood hazard area in the northeast lot. This is a graphic showing the reduction of the flood hazard area. The blue overlay on the map on the left represents a 1% annual chance of a flood hazard, and the yellow overlay on the map on the right represents a 0.2% annual chance of a flood hazard, which means that the area of affordable housing outlined in green shows a lower chance of a flood hazard with the updated maps. The ninth appeal issue is that the project is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan, including the Montecito Community Plan and Article 2 regulations. The project is consistent with all policies and development standards, including policies regarding adequate services, circulation, coastal access, and protection of biological resources, visual resources, cultural resources, and water resources. With the approval of the state density bonus law requests for 5 waivers to Article 2 development standards for floor area ratio, height, number of stories, setbacks, and open space, the project complies with all applicable standards in Article 2. The project is consistent with the purpose and intent of the CV zone district, the permitted uses for the zone, and the requirements for development plan modifications. In summary, the project before you today is a housing accountability project that cannot be disapproved or conditioned to lower density unless the decision maker finds, supported by a preponderance of the evidence in the record, that the project would have a specific adverse impact upon the public health or safety, and there is no feasible method to mitigate or avoid the adverse impact. The project is consistent with all policies and development standards in the comprehensive plan, including the Coastal Land Use Plan and the Montecito Community Plan and Article 2. The project meets all requirements for the statutory CEQA exemption for mixed-use development. The applicant has proposed to modify their project to electrify all of the proposed buildings and maintain the affordable units as very low, low, and moderate units for the life of the development. Staff recommends that your board deny the appeals, make the required findings for approval of the project, including CEQA findings, determine the project is statutorily exempt from CEQA, and approve the project subject to the conditions as revised. Staff is available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Bless you.
Can I just get can I just see appeal issue 5 and 6 again? And 6. Got it.
Okay. That takes us to our appellant's presentation. This is the first time that I've been here that we have multiple appellants. So this is going to be a first of trying to break up the time. This has all been agreed upon with our clerk and county council's concurrence. So we're going to call folks, and hopefully you'll stay to your, well, you will stay to your time because I've got the microphone. So we're going to go, we'll start with in-person Zoom. That's Hillary Hauser, Noah Bolin, and Paul Wisniewski for 11 minutes. Oh, Hillary's here. Not on Zoom.
Hello, Chair Lavagno and fellow supervisors. I'm Hillary Hauser from Heal the Ocean. As Executive Director of Heal the Ocean, I've been before this board and many iterations of this board in the 26 years I've been at this business. I've been personally involved with the Miramar property through the Bill Gosner, thank you, through the Bill Gosner ownership, My family became friends with the Gosners in 1955. Through Heal the Ocean, I got to know Ian Schrager in 1998 when he bought the hotel from the Gosners, and I also got to know Ty Warner. In 2016, when Mr. Caruso bought the property, the hotel had deteriorated and was a terrible mess, an eyesore. So when Mr. Caruso began to tear everything down and clear the property, a lot of citizens were cheering, including me personally. However, in 2018, Mr. Caruso began developing the property. The plans called for an underground garage with a pump for groundwater, the alteration of Oak Creek with a higher wall that would arguably aim floodwater straight to some neighboring beach houses, and so forth. So Heal the Ocean objected to this stuff. We tangled, butted heads. We got some, lost some, but the hotel was built, and a sufficient number of our concerns were met, and the hotel really was quite spectacular. Mr. Caruso has welcomed everybody to the Miramar, has held fundraisers and Christmas events, dog shows, and fashion shows. That said, some of the issues Heal the Ocean raised in 2018 are coming right back at us now. Underground garage, stormwater runoff to Oak Creek, and so forth. Heal the Ocean is all for affordable housing, but we note the plan is to build this affordable housing in the newly mapped FEMA floodplain. Through this present permitting process, Heal the Ocean has been asking questions about some of the hydrology studies submitted by the applicant, the drainage report, the stormwater control, the sea level rise report. Not getting any answers or clarity, we engaged Integral Consulting Corporation to peer review these reports, and this consultant, Paul Wisniewski from Integral, will be speaking to you of these reports momentarily. The review has been submitted to you. Unfortunately, County Planning Commission did not have this information when they approved the project. There are missing pieces in the Caruso Affiliates report that are serious. Our consultant will explain to you. It is our request of this board that this project be put on hold until some of these issues are resolved, because the implications of what Integral has discovered are significant and have to do with human safety as climate change bears down on us. But first, Noah Bolins, our Heal the Ocean policy analyst, has a few words.
The County Planning Commission erred in their decision to approve this project. This project should not be statutorily exempt from CEQA pursuant to CEQA section 21159.25. Your staff has determined that the CEQA exemption does apply, but we urge the board to take a closer look at some of the conditions that should disqualify this project from an exemption. This project is not CEQA exempt because approval of the project would result in significant effects on water quality, meaning condition 5 of the notice of exemption is not met. Flooding is a water quality issue. FEMA maps show that the Northeast lot is subject to flooding. The project proposes to mitigate flooding issues by raising building base floor elevations, but the calculations do not take into account sea level rise projections. The project would result in an increase in impervious surfaces confirmed by the drainage analysis report. To decrease peak flows on the property, the project plans to expand the size of the underground catchment basins. However, our experts have something to say about these catchment basins. Sea level rise and climate change exacerbated storm events will increase pressure on the drainage systems. Overflows in storm periods will be directed to Oak Creek, which we have no information on. The CEQA exemption also should not apply because the cumulative impacts of successive projects on this property is significant. Cumulative impacts across successive projects on this property span multiple CEQA categories, but the impacts related to water health and coastal access are of particular concern to us. As this property becomes further developed, impervious surfaces will increase, and the coastline's innate ability to adapt and serve as a buffer to our community from sea level rise and flooding will become significantly weakened. 2 days from now, the California Coastal Commission is holding a hearing on the county's request to amend the coastal zone ordinance portion of its local coastal program to make room for new state housing laws. In its review of proposed changes, the Commission over and over stresses the importance of protecting coastal resources. And now, to Integral Consulting to discuss their review of the project's drainage analysis, stormwater control, and sea level rise report.
Thank you, Noah. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Paul Wisniewski. I'm with Integral Consulting. I'm a professional geologist here in the state of California, work primarily in coastal resiliency, hydrogeology, and stormwater issues. And we undertook a review of some of the underlying documents that were used to support the project, particularly the stormwater control plan, drainage analysis, and sea level rise studies that were completed by Flowers and Associates and Geosoils, along with the GPI's GPI geotechnical report that also discusses in part sea level rise. We have a few concerns with the project as it's currently planned. I believe you have received a copy of the memo that we prepared. The first is tsunami and flood risk. As Noah mentioned, the areas within the FEMA Park flood zone, and that the GPI report points out that the lot is subject to up to 7 feet of flooding. These flooding estimates don't account for sea level rise, which is on the order of 4.5 feet for this area. And so accounting for sea level rise, we're looking at potentially up to 11.5 feet of flooding in this area. Also, the project, I believe in its entirety, is within the tsunami hazard or tsunami run-up zone. And particularly, of course, the northeast lot is more vulnerable. But we would also like to point out that the entire property that includes the subgrade parking would be vulnerable under such a scenario as a tsunami. The second point I wanted to make is mudslide risk. In 2018, mudslides severely impacted the Montecito community. According to the USGS, the eastern portion of the northeast lot includes Oak Creek, and it's mapped as a known mudslide area. And so its occupants could be vulnerable to mudslides. Some of the underlying studies that I mentioned earlier, we reviewed and took a look at the underlying HydroCAD models that underpin those studies, particularly the one prepared by Flowers and Associates for the preliminary drainage analysis. And we identified a number of flaws in the model. While the model does predict an overall decrease in stormwater flows with the northwest and northeast lots combined, redevelopment in the northeast lot would result in increased stormwater flows. The model shows different drainage areas than those discussed in the text of the reports. Specifically, the text describes drainage management areas or catchments that are not shown in the model. So the model fails to define the extent of the drainage management areas and does not define or show the drainage management areas in the report or drawings, which tends to prevent a reliable interpretation of the model parameters or its outputs. Page 4 of the preliminary drainage report, we have an excerpt there from the appendix that illustrates this point. They refer to drainage management areas A, B, and C, that those are not included on drawings. And then there are schematics also that refer to 3S subcatchments that are also not defined or shown. The model has some other flaws in it, one of which is the time of concentration, which is the time that it takes for water in the uppermost part of the property to make it to the lowermost part of the property. For the pre versus post project is unchanged in the model, which is unlikely to be representative of actual conditions. Further, no additional data are provided to show the stormwater flow path, which is typically provided in these models. For example, is the water sheet flowing or is it shallow concentrated flow? The model has insufficient output or metadata to evaluate various parameters. Again, failing to show those catchment areas in the model makes it less transparent and impossible in some cases to interpret. Each drainage management area should include a separate time of concentration and its own pervious versus impervious surface calculations in detail in the model. but does not do so. Also, the model uses hydraulic soil group A, which is much less conservative than group B. Group B is indicated for use at the site per the USDA web soil survey. So the resulting higher curve numbers, which are dimensionless parameters to estimate the amount of runoff, for group A that were used in the model result in lower discharge values that are not really representative for the site. And we highlighted the HydroCAD hydrology calculation forms for the northeast lot accordingly. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Okay, perfect timing. Good job, Hillary. All right, that takes us to our second appellant. Be in person with 8 minutes is Clifford Gerson.
Good afternoon, Chairman Levino and members of the board. My name is Cliff Gerson, and I live in Montecito, right around the corner from the proposed Miramar high-end mall and mixed-use project. I've lived there for 48 years. I'm not a high-powered attorney or a land use expert. I'm just a very concerned citizen, resident, and voter. My friends and I founded a local protection group called the Neighbors of the Miramar. To be clear, none of us here are in opposition to more affordable housing opportunities for folks who work locally. What we do oppose is the massive 34,000 square foot, 33-foot high commercial and apartment buildings proposed for the west side of the Miramar property. I feel that the Planning Commission erred when it went along with the staff approvals for this development. I feel that the health and safety of our neighborhood residents will be threatened by the effects of increased traffic, congestion, and spillover parking all around the residential streets. Remember, we have a venerable church, a preschool, a senior daycare center right adjacent to this project. Many retirees and families live and walk in this neighborhood. The traffic around the Miramar area is already getting too heavy, even with the freeway on-ramps closed. I am objecting to the approval of this project for several reasons. The first being that this plan ignores and violates the Montecito Community Plan. The community plan was carefully crafted a few years ago to look ahead and preserve the character and beauty of Montecito. This development tramples on and ignores that plan in many ways, and the planning staff here is wrong in their dismissal of some of those elements. Land Use Policy M1.1 states, commercially designated land serving local needs shall be provided in the village area, but not expanded to new sites. Well, first of all, this hotel and its project are definitely not in the areas of Montecito known as either the upper or the lower village, and that cannot be disputed. Even though the entire Miramar property is zoned visitor-serving commercial, and staff argues that the new project will be mainly for visitors, many of their assumptions are wrong. Having 21 or 22 shops at the resort is what I would term over-commercialization. In the ATE traffic study, the authoring engineer estimated that perhaps 50% of the customers of the new shopping mall will be hotel guests. However, in most of the public meetings held by the Miramar executives, which began in May of 2023, Caruso's reps have always emphasized the attraction of their hotel enhancements to the community. They would say with great animation before us, "How many of you neighbors would like more shopping close by? How about raise your hand if you'd like a nice cafe where you could grab a quick cup of coffee or some food to go?" It was definitely always marketed to us as a benefit for community customers. But now, according to the planning staff rebuttal, the story has changed. The staff and the Miramar representatives are now stating that the development is mainly for their visiting guests. This feels a bit like the old bait and switch, where they change around. Now, Mr. Caruso himself has said, "My retail properties are about creating town centers that are retail and mixed-use destinations." These intentions raise more concerns for us neighbors about future traffic issues and congestion. I say build a town center, but do it in a town center. Another Montecito Community Plan entry says new commercial land designation and uses shall be limited to those needed to serve the greater Montecito community. This retail spread plan for the property is definitely new, but it has an expanded commercial use of the property, and now of the property section, which is now used as a parking lot. The very extravagant shops planned to go in there do not serve the greater Montecito community. At this time, we see several other retail centers, shops, and restaurants also opening in different parts of Montecito in the upper and lower village. We don't need more retail and more eateries, especially in our residential neighborhood. There are other MCP goals and building standards that the staff has dismissed, but they're all important, they're all objective, and they're all measurable, in spite of what the staff has said. They should not be glossed over or dismissed. These are valuable standards for the community planning process and should not be skirted. The project further violates County Article 2 regulations, which state, commercial activities at resorts should be so designed and limited as to be incidental and directly related to the needs of the visitors and do not change the character of the resort facility. But how many shops are enough for the Caruso affiliates? There are now 9. They want to add 12 more to have 21 shops. This plan provides 1 shop for roughly every 7 hotel rooms. No other hotel has this high of a ratio. By having so much retail space at the resort, it goes beyond the incidental needs of visitors and completely changes the character of the place. But where do we draw the line here? The government, you folks, must make the limitation and say that's enough, because it really is quite excessive. Another reason I feel why the issue should be rejected by your board is because I feel there was a lack of a fair and impartial hearing by the Planning Commission at their November 1st meeting. On November 1st, Mr. John Park, who had brokered a deal a week earlier between the Miramar Hotel and the neighboring All Saints Church, to the benefit of the hotel, refused to recuse himself from the Santa Barbara Planning Commission proceeding, even though it was very clear that he was prejudicial in favor of the Miramar. This was emphasized by the fact that he had become, on his own, a mediator between the two parties. At that November 1st meeting, we asked the chairman of the commission, Mr. Martinez, to have member Park recuse himself, but Park refused. At the hearing, he was not very clear about explaining his role to help the hotel or how the church was forced then to withdraw their opposition. Park's support of the applicant's project helped lead to the approval by the commission. It didn't appear to several of us that he had a balanced or fair point of view. Lastly, let me say from my perspective, there should be more conditions of approval for the construction phase that need to be considered. My colleague, Mrs. Teufel, will mention a few. However, I see no conditions for the operational phase of the project, similar to the operating conditions that Caruso affiliates adopted when they opened their Pacific Palisades Village Mall. My colleagues and I have submitted suggestions that the county should adopt. I submitted this list to you as Exhibit 10, and I hope you will support these conditions. To conclude, the Miramar has been a Montecito fixture for more than a century. The current resort serves guests and locals well. However, Mr. Caruso, a shopping mall entrepreneur, wants to generate more income from this hotel. The affordable housing angle is the key. I ask you, do we want developers from Los Angeles to come up to Santa Barbara and further clog and tie up what is a world-renowned beachside community? This will make our narrow lanes less safe. This project can be greatly reduced.
Thank you. That is your time.
Thank you very much. Next for 5 minutes is Ms. Julie Teufel.
Good afternoon. My name is Julie Teufel. My husband and I have been residents of Montecito for 30 years. We are opposed to the Crusoe-affiliated mall proposal for many reasons, with one of our biggest issues being the construction phase process. It will present many challenges, disruptions, and disturbances to not only the immediate neighbors, but to the entire community who will be living with this for 1.5 to 2 years. Our concerns are many. It should be mandatory that the public parking spaces on South Jamison and Eucalyptus remain as public parking and not to be used for construction parking. There has been discussion that the construction workers will be bussed in with parking at an off-site location, which should be mandatory considering the lack of on-site parking. No parking for workers on public and residential roads should be allowed. During clearing, grading, and demolition for the underground parking, the environmental aspects of this are a concern. Demolition and removal of current asphalt pavement will present an environmental danger due to toxic particulate matter in the air. Sprinkler systems should be mandatory during these stages to eliminate dust, dirt, and pollution. Semi-trucks delivering large parcels such as lumber, roofing, paving, etc., can be anywhere from 60 to 72 feet in length. South Jamison is narrow, and it appears from the plans that the entrance to the mall construction is even narrower. The logistics of this seem difficult and dangerous. Double parking on South Jamison or Eucalyptus cannot be allowed. There should be a plan for how these larger trucks will enter and exit the construction site, the deliveries should be brought in on smaller loads, which of course means less disruption. The traffic pattern for all trucks entering and exiting the construction site will create congestion and safety issues for residents and pedestrians and bicyclists. There will be hundreds of truckloads removing dirt for the underground parking construction. It should be mandatory that the traffic patterns for all trucks exit the construction site by turning right and heading down South Jamison in front of the hotel entrance to enter the 101 freeway at Posilipo. Trucks traveling on the newly paved and newly landscaped San Ysidro roundabout will once again create a safety hazard and congestion, and we're requesting that not to be the case. Trucks delivery to be scheduled at a specific time window and not all day long. Newer diesel-powered equipment to be used, and the diesel fumes should be monitored. Noise monitoring should be conducted on a regular basis, and the decibel levels should be 65 or lower. The hours of construction, 7 to 4, Monday through Friday, no weekends, holidays, and no night construction. Fire access must be filed with the Montecito Fire Department. Excavation grading to be done April 15th to November 1st. Public restrooms should be monitored and attended to daily and locked at night. And sediment on local roads need to be cleaned and removed the same day. Thank you.
Thank you. That'll take us now to Christopher Horner for 8 minutes.
Excuse me for just one moment. Respectfully to the chairman and members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Christopher Horner, a 12-year resident of the Miramar neighborhood. Like other locals, over the years I have witnessed many days of heavy traffic congestion, particularly during summer and major church and hotel events, as cars circle around adjacent streets vying for limited public beach parking. Part of the problem was lax oversight by the Miramar Resort to keep its employees, vendors, and those visitors seeking to avoid valet fees from parking in public spaces around the hotel and on adjacent streets. There is substantial evidence of this pointed out in various resident declarations, opposing legal opinion, and photos showing employee vehicles with Miramar decals and delivery vehicles parked in those aforementioned spaces, contributing to traffic congestion and reduced public parking availability. The Miramar has just recently pledged stricter oversight. remembering a similar pledge made before the Miramar was even built and then later largely forgotten. We'll see if this one proves more effective. Like most local residents, I am concerned for the safety of the neighborhoods adjacent to the Miramar, as well as coastal access availability to outside visitors. As currently configured, the proposed Miramar revision project could threaten that safety and access, in my opinion. I believe the County Planning Commission may have erred in its November 1, 2024 decision to approve the Miramar revision in its current dense configuration. Mark Shatillo and Phil Dracht, attorneys working with All Saints Church, prepared detailed briefs and supporting exhibits outlining the church's concerns, now in the public record. When the church settled with the Miramar prior to the November 1 CPC hearing, Shatillo and Dracht were excused and prohibited from speaking about their findings. So those briefs were not publicly heard or debated before the CPC at the November hearing, and their concerns, backed by evidence and argument, which I have included as exhibits, were never raised before the CPC made its approval decision. It is the church's prerogative to do what it wishes. However, those concerns need to be heard and studied so that more fully informed decisions can be made going forward. Planning Director Plowman and Caruso Land Use Attorney AGD's rebuttals refute every claim made by today's appellants, which include those brought up by attorneys Shatillo, Dracht, as well as by lawyer Mitchell Sy in his public comment to the CPC prior to the November 1 hearing, and by attorney Jordan Sisson, whose own appeal will follow this one. One major focus of the rebuttals hinges on CPC and AGD interpretations of whether the project is less than the 5-acre threshold to qualify for CEQA statutory exemption versus the 16 acres of the entire hotel footprint, a size which I believe both the Miramar and the county have used on past occasions to describe the property. However, that sizing would likely lead to CEQA review and possible EIRs to follow. The CPC has chosen to support the Miramar's claim that the new project area is only 3.077 acres, even though the new project would not even be possible without the functions and clientele provided by the hotel. In fact, the Miramar itself claims the new shops and cafe are primarily for hotel guests. So how can the new project area, including those shops, be considered separately in this piecemealed fashion? The new and old are inextricably linked, with cumulative impacts on the entire Miramar complex and surrounding neighborhood. Miramar's 3.077 acre claim seems a part of the Miramar's repeated efforts over the years to avoid full CEQA review of the entire 16-acre property. Many feel that given the size and impact of the entire Miramar resort, including the new proposed elements, it is high time for such a review in order to get objective answers about the resort's full impacts and to make adjustments as required to this new proposed expansion. Additionally, the CPC and AGD rebuttals dismissed the traffic counts and resort parking deficiencies suggested by Dracht in his October 26, 24 parking analysis and critique of Caruso traffic engineer ATE's assumptions. These deficiencies are also suggested by Shatillo and Sisson in their respective briefs, but ATE's parking numbers are again accepted in favor of the Miramar, with no transparent discussion by the CPC of possible deficiencies in ATE's calculations. Further, the CPC and AGD rebuttals do not consider certain specifics of the resort site in their analyses. Some of these include the complexities of the intersection of South Jamison and Eucalyptus Lane, which services on and off-ramp traffic from the 101, north and southbound traffic to and from San Isidro Road, and traffic to and from the Virginia Road area, especially afternoon southbound traffic, hoping to bypass the heavy rush hour traffic on the 101 South. It can be chaotic and even dangerous for cars and pedestrians. When additional traffic to the proposed new shops and residents in the adjacent northwest corner of the Miramar property is added to this mix, even heavier congestion could result, causing nuisance or worse to both the resort and the surrounding neighborhood. Any backup onto South Jamison due to visitors waiting for valet parking at the new commercial residential area could seriously exacerbate the problems. The traffic flow through this intersection at different times of the day and during heavy summer usage is in sore need of further review. Due to expensive valet charges and the time-consuming valet process, some hotel visitors park in public stalls or on adjacent streets, leading to lessened public parking and coastal access, more traffic congestion, and potential safety issues such as emergency vehicle access. Again, this will likely be exacerbated by outside visitors to the new shops and cafe. How will the all-valet resort deal with such rogue visitors? Number 3, turning to the low-cost housing in the northeastern lot, where will visitors to those residents park? New pressure will likely be placed on the few public spaces near the entrance to the northeast lot and further north on South Jamison. In this case, coastal access to beachgoers via the northeast access pathway could be impaired. 4, historically, certain deliveries and service providers to the Miramar have caused temporary traffic and public parking access blockages along South Jamison Road. The public has not yet seen how deliveries, trash, and other services to the new commercial and residential areas will be handled or had a chance to evaluate potential negative traffic and safety impacts. When and how will the Miramar address this and share their plans with the public? The Miramar expansion project, assuming it is built in some form, will last for decades, as will its consequences, likely changing the neighborhood's semi-rural character with it. All stakeholders deserve to know that it will be a safe addition to the community and guarantee public coastal access. To accomplish that, the project requires further objective review by CEQA and EIRs in the areas brought to light today and in previous hearings. I thank you sincerely for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Our final appellant presentation is 8 minutes. Jordan Sisson.
Good afternoon,
man, don't bang on my microphone.
So sorry, Chair.
We invested a bunch of money in that thing.
I'm terrible. I've already infected the decision making.
You're good.
I apologize. I know my esteemed opposing counsel won't make the same mistake. Thank you so much. Jordan Sisson. I'm a CEQA land use attorney for Appellant United Local 11. First, Local 11 supports housing, but they are concerned about this project. However, we're not asking you to deny this project. We're asking for to grant the waivers, but put reasonable, feasible mitigation measures and conditions of approval. That's what we're asking. In short, we're asking for a TDM program that's more robust, that covers the entire area, entire site. Second, we're asking for fundamental assumptions about parking to be enforceable with explicit conditions. This relates to the local nature of the assumptions in their traffic study, which impacts their public access to coastal parking spaces. This includes also requiring 6 parking monitors, as they had when this site was last studied for a survey back in October. Additionally, we're asking for a mandatory commuter reduction program for the employees for the entire site. Again, this relates to coastal access parking issues. This could be feasibly done. Third, we do believe that if this project was strictly housing, a combination of market and affordable, that would be prudent and reasonable and address the parking issues and the coastal public access issues, or putting in a real condition, making sure that the retail uses are local serving, enforceable. And lastly, we do support the other appellant's recommendations in prior hearings that they consolidate the residential to the other lot and swap the commercial area to the northeast site. In my remaining time, I'm going to try to highlight just a couple of few key points that weren't addressed by the other appellants. As a special matter, this resort has a long history. Back in 2000, they proposed about a 900 square foot tennis shop next to a tennis court. In 2015, this body approved a project that included about a 1,000 square foot salon with an attached sundry. That's what the only retail that was proposed the last time this was before you in 2015. Since then, they've expanded to about 9 luxury retail and about 8,500 square feet. With this project, it would increase that to 20 plus luxury retail establishments over 20,000 square feet. That is significant. In 2015, it was assumed that the retail uses would not drive a significant amount of unique trips. That is not the case anymore under this proposed project. Also, as a threshold matter under the Housing Accountability Act, they're required to make specific findings if you disapprove or reduce the density or make the project infeasible. We would contend that the conditions that we're asking for is not a disapproval. We're saying you grant the waivers, but these are feasible, and there's no evidence to suggest that the conditions would make this project, especially the housing density, infeasible. 5 quick points about the parking study. They just released a parking study released Friday. We're still going over it, but I want to hit a couple of fundamental assumptions that aren't made enforceable. They make assumptions about 50% being from the resort. That's not enforceable. They also assume 70% will be local serving. Again, that's not enforceable under the current plan. Additionally, we asked for redacted copies of the transactions that supposedly demonstrated that the parking rates that they assumed were legitimate. They didn't provide that at all. Furthermore, prior models have shown to be incorrect. Substantial evidence by first-person personal accounts by residents, as demonstrated in the appeal, is substantial evidence. That demonstrates that the prior parking studies models have proven inaccurate. As such, you have substantial evidence to disagree with that. The applicant relies heavily on that October 2024 traffic survey. They do not dispute that they had 6 parking monitors when that study was done, but they're not proposing that. That is significant. They also claim that they don't use the off-site parking site for employees for parking demand. It's only to make it more efficient and to make it easier for the valet. That stretches a little bit of credulity. They're parking employees at another site and busing them in because there is a lack of parking. That's demonstrated by substantial evidence by residents who've experienced this site for multiple years. 365 days, not 2 days when there's 6 parking monitors and when the applicant is not doing a summertime traffic study. October is not summer peak season. Very different times. Also, there's a claim that because there's no notice of violations or enforcement actions, that everything's honky-dory. But as this body well knows, that enforcement is discretionary. Just because the county has not issued a notice of violation does not mean that there aren't spillover impacts or that public access is not being impacted by the lack of parking on site currently. Third point on this is they rely on a new cap. And we're glad to see that they added additional analysis, but in terms of their TDM that they require, it's very weak. First, they provide no VMT analysis because they assume that this is local serving. Again, that assumption is not enforceable in an explicit condition. Second, they commit to 50 to 80% telecommuting for eligible employees. This is a hotel retail. It's largely service workers. So exactly how many employees are they assuming are going to be able to telecommute? Again, a mandatory commuter reduction program is feasible. It is not uncommon for big, large-scale projects and operations such as the one being suggested today. Also, the conditions of approval. They require, through condition 36, 37, and 40, they largely say, do an annual report. We're going to require the resort to inform staff or employees that there's public parking along the side streets and you can't park there. Require employees to have decals and do annual reporting. That is largely what's been in place since 2015. As you saw through the appeals, there was ample evidence from residents that says that's not doing the job. What seems to be doing the job is when you have 6 parking monitors out there actually enforcing. Now that's what they did, that's what they should commit to, and that would be the most appropriate. A 5th point, in terms of commercial uses, light commercial, such as barbershops and beauty shops. Again, here, it was only proposed 1,000 square foot salon and sundry. 20 plus luxury retail establishments, over 20,000 square feet, is a significant change and a definite driver of average daily trips that was never contemplated at this site. That's a substantial issue. In my last minute, I want to just highlight some CEQA issues in terms of piecemealing and cumulative impacts. It is clear when you look at the retail component that this has been an expansion in the last 5 years. They went from 1,000 to now they're proposing over 20,000. That is significant. In terms of the Costco case, they suggest that this should only be considered a 3-acre site, citing a Costco case. This is nothing like the Costco case. First, that Costco case involved a warehouse and adding a gas station. That one, admittedly, the gas station was limited to only Costco employees. That's not what's happening here. Nothing prevents other folks to utilizing this retail. Second, the Costco case admittedly removed an existing use. You don't have that. Today, you have just more additional retail from a known developer of luxury retail. Also, the Costco site was on a massive shopping center intended always to provide massive retail in a huge parking lot in an incorporated area. This is an unincorporated semi-rural area. This site has never contemplated retail. Finally, with unusual circumstances, you are the fact finder. The fact that this has a unique mudslide issues, the fact that they have to use off-site for their employees, and the parking spillover is all factual grounds that you could find unusual circumstances. Finally, in conclusion, as we said, we're not asking you to deny the project. Grant the waivers, put reasonable conditions to protect public access to parking. Thank you so much for your time and indulging me for the extra 10 seconds.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I mean, maybe someone told you that all you have to do is commuter reduction program to get my attention. What specific action besides the monitors do you suggest or prescribe?
So sorry, Honorable Williams. First, it shows that the TDM, only about 20% of the members, of the current members, are currently using the commuter reduction program, the TDM program. That's pretty low. So we would say a commuter reduction program that not only subsidizes public transit, provide greater carpools, also requires a mandatory participation rate. Again, we are not suggesting that there are no feasible alternatives here. We've provided CAPCOA, South Coast AQMD, as well as the Southern California area, SCAG area, as well as other regional planning agencies, have detailed measures that could be part of a commuter reduction program. We provided that. We have no problem of having a mandatory commuter reduction program required as part of the conditions of approval, put some performance standards, and allow the applicant to demonstrate these are the 5 or 6 different measures we are going to incorporate to incentivize far greater participation in hitting real VMT targets, hitting real ADT targets. Again, that's what performance-based is. Right now, the parking program, it's alleviate. It's very wishy-washy, very vague. And so this body putting in enforceable performance standards would be important, and it would really guide the decision-making of staff and the applicant to decide what's the right mix. Right? Every project's a little bit different. Does that answer your question, Mr. Williams? Any other questions? I'm more than happy, or I can answer during rebuttal.
All right. Thank you so much. We
Thank you,
appreciate
Chair.
it. Okay, that takes us to our applicant presentation. And we have Chris Robertson in person. Oh, Mr. Caruso's going to lead off. Okay. They get 40 minutes. They get 40 minutes. It's based on how much time all the appellants got. I don't believe you're planning on using the entire 40, though. But
I don't know. Maybe I'll use the entire 40 minutes. No, I won't. No. They have much more interesting things to say than I do. But good afternoon, Chair and Supervisors. I want to thank you for your time today, and thank you for considering our proposed affordable housing and retail plan for the Miramar. This plan was developed over many months of meetings with our neighbors and the community, and reflects the priorities we heard. We are incredibly grateful to all who shared their feedback, their thoughts, and their ideas with us. After diligent review by the County Planning Department and the Planning Commissioners, we're proud to have earned unanimous approval of the County Planning Commission last month. We ask today that you uphold their decision. We're looking forward to achieve an important first in Montecito, new affordable housing. Providing quality, affordable housing for our employees will vastly improve their quality of life. We couldn't be more proud to be a member of this community and to bring this plan forward. This project has 2 inseparable parts. The new retail supports the affordable housing and now in perpetuity. This plan also delivers on your affordable housing commitments to the state. We share the belief in taking care of our community, and I understand that your responsibility, and you have held it well, is rooted in civic duty, public service, and a commitment to the dignity and the humanity of every individual who works and lives in the county. Today, you can fulfill that role in a very special, unique, and meaningful way. The most respected organizations, whether a company or a government, recognize that their success is built on the well-being of their people. But the exceptional ones, the best in class, make caring investment for their workforce as their top priority. Santa Barbara is a county that prides itself on being best in class. And as leaders of this great county, you have appreciated and shared a commitment to those who support and serve us all. We all enjoy the many benefits that the Miramar and this community provide. And it is only right that we give back to the people who make it such an exceptional experience every single day. I respectfully ask you uphold the decision of the County Planning Commission approval. Providing our employees with a place to call home within walking distance of their work, improving their quality of life, and giving them the gift of time. Time off the road to spend with family and friends in this remarkable place. It is simply a good thing to do. Just as I promised in 2015, when the Miramar was first approved by this board, we continue to work hard to exceed your expectations every step of the way. And today I renew that promise. We will work tirelessly to make this project something that Santa Barbara County and Montecito will be truly proud of. This is not just our pledge, this is our sacred duty. I know you feel the same sense of duty. With that, I'd like to turn things over to Katie, Justin, and Chris, who will provide greater details of our plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sorry, I just need the, can you hit the? Oh, if I click? Oh, okay, great. Sorry. Hi. Good afternoon, Chair, Supervisors, and staff. I'm Katie Mangan, Senior Director of Development at Caruso, and will be joined by my colleagues Justin Caruso and Chris Robertson. On behalf of our entire team here, we would like to extend thanks to the county staff here today and all who have contributed to the county's rigorous review for their diligence and effort. We are proud to serve this community. In the 17 years we've spent getting to know our neighbors, we've had tremendous fun taking part in time-honored traditions like Montecito's Beautification Day, end of school year beach days, bringing back the beloved Miramar Beach swim raft, our annual tree lighting, and hosting events for local organizations. 87 members of our team have been at the Miramar since opening day. We have the best employees in hospitality. They're the heart and soul of the Miramar and bring it to life every day. There are 4 existing affordable apartments for our team members at the Miramar, and we hear directly how valuable a benefit this is and would love to provide even more. Which brings us to why we're here today, asking that you follow staff's recommendation and uphold the County Planning Commission's unanimous approval of our plan. I think it's important to directly acknowledge that this is a housing project. 2/3 of the space in this plan are designated for residential use. Our plan includes significantly more housing than would otherwise be required. There are a plethora of state laws mandating new housing across the state, and this plan complies with several that are intended to facilitate housing in high barrier to entry areas like Montecito, where aside from our 4 existing affordable apartments, there has not been new affordable housing in nearly 3 decades. We always start by listening. In 2 years, we've sent over 3,109 outreach invitations, resulting in hundreds of meetings and community workshops, which meaningfully shaped our plan. Our plan includes 26 affordable apartments for our employees, designed with attention to detail and crafted in the same style and quality as everything at the Miramar. These 26 apartments account for 76% of the residential program of the project. This plan alone provides 26% of the employer-provided housing mandated by the housing element to be accommodated in all of unincorporated Santa Barbara County.
This is the community room for the employee apartments. Now, over the course of 2 years, we've made many significant changes based on community feedback, some of which include voluntarily eliminating the 3rd floor from this view and further reducing the height at the corner of Jameson and Eucalyptus to 1 story, which resulted in a reduction of the market rate units from 15 to 8. These buildings are consistent in height with the existing 2-story buildings along South Jameson Lane. Here we have at the top the existing walking path showing the seamless transition and connection to the resort, to the new shops and market rate apartments. And then below we have the existing driveway on Jameson with the new shops and market rate apartments. All of the shops are oriented around a new park space, which you see here. And we're pleased to have reached an agreement with our neighbor, All Saints. As described, the plan now includes an additional 40-foot step back from Eucalyptus Lane on the 2nd floor of the building closest to the church. So our 26 affordable apartments represent 76% of the residential component of our plan. Significantly more housing than is required because, as Rick mentioned, it is important to us. We want to continue to attract and retain the best talent and care for our team. This is the only affordable housing proposed in Montecito. And as Director Plowman mentioned, last month, the County Planning Commission unanimously approved our plan with tremendous community support, which Justin will speak to.
Thank you, Katie. My name is Justin Caruso. Over the last 2 years, we have done extensive community outreach from one-on-one coffees to living room meetings to larger gatherings. And we have hundreds of support letters and hundreds of supporters who have come out to support us, as well as some supporters here today. My family sees our communities as an extension of our family, and we're so excited to give them this opportunity to live on the property and to spend more time with their family and off the road. We are so excited about this project, and we hope you withstand the approval. Thank you.
Good afternoon, honorable board members. It's great to be here with you today. For the record, my name is Chris Robertson, SVP with Caruso. I'd like to echo Katie's comments earlier, thanking staff for all the hard work that they've put into reviewing our project. In particular, Ms. Brown and Mr. Dargle for reviewing a 100-page plan set, application materials, hundreds of pages of technical studies. We really appreciate all the time that they've put into reviewing this important project. Ms. Brown did an excellent job in the staff report and thoroughly reviewing all of the appeal points and underscoring that all of the issues raised and all of the appeals are without merit, as substantiated by a preponderance of evidence in the record. As you know, our site is located in the housing element, identified as an ideal site to accommodate not only affordable housing or housing in general, but employee housing as a means to provide much needed affordable housing and much needed employee housing to attract and retain jobs. We're also vested under SB 330 and a Housing Accountability Act project, and as outlined in the staff report, the project may only be denied if there's a specific adverse impact to public health or safety based on an existing objective standards. We have prepared and provided robust technical studies prepared by subject area experts that have been independently reviewed by staff, showing that there are absolutely no impacts of any kind. As Katie mentioned, aside from our 4 existing affordable apartments we have on site currently, there hasn't been any new affordable housing in Montecito in nearly 3 decades. This plan is privately funded. It doesn't require any rezoning. It complies with the general plan. It's fully compliant with all relevant plans and policies, and we are incredibly excited to bring this to fruition. As recommended by staff, we'd respectfully request that you deny the appeals and approve the project as unanimously supported by the Planning Commission. We would prefer to request or reserve the remainder of our time for rebuttal after public comment, and of course, we'll be available for any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. So we'll just bank 28 minutes just in case you'd like to use those later. And that'll move us to public comment at this time. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, just because of the time, I just want to make sure that I give staff time that I'm just interested in the TDM conditions that the applicant has proposed and that staff has proposed. So I just want to make sure you guys can get that on a slide after public comment. Plus, just a little editorial. I know we're in the age that we use every weapon at our disposal rhetorically. I think that's a bad age to be in. But I think that Mr. Park should not be impugned by being very active in his efforts as a planning commissioner. He does this. He wades in. He does the work. He tries to bring parties together. That's exactly what we need in planning commissioners. And I just don't think that should be impugned.
And I'll say from a North County supervisor, we also find him to be very fair and balanced. And I know he's very active, but like you said, that helps us get to decisions much sooner than we normally would. So Mr. Park's a fine public servant, and yeah, that was also a little discouraging to hear. Okay, so we will move to public comment. Madam Clerk, how many
Chair
speakers do we
Lavanino
have?
and members of the board, we have 21 requests to speak on this item.
Okay, let's go 2.5 minutes apiece.
We will begin on Zoom with Todd Baird, to be followed by Cheryl Trosky here in Santa Barbara. Todd?
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair and board members. My name is Todd Bohr. My family owns several properties near the Miramar. When I was a kid, the hotel had a resort shop. Fast forward an indeterminate number of years, and the hotel still had a resort shop, a 1,000 square foot resort shop, and the original Caruso plan for the revised Miramar. Now we find that, absent Planning Commission notice or approval, 9 new retail shops have been approved by staff directive in the last 2 years, and even more are being requested. Plus some new dining on top of the new dining that's already been added for good measure, for a total of more than 20 resort shops. This proposal is the current step in the incremental creation of a new retail zone, which in its totality would never have met with approval, and which is specifically disallowed by the Montecito Community Plan. Caruso representatives cannot credibly claim that the resort already is not chronically underparked. All Saints Church presented a table depicting the hotel's robust purchasing program of parking spaces from the church to the tune of hundreds, particularly during the busier summer months when kids on bikes and moms with strollers are trying to traverse the San Isidro roundabout, freeway overpass, and small yet busy intersection at Eucalyptus Lane and South Jamison, adjacent to the freeway off-ramp, which they must cross to reach the relative safety of the sidewalk to the beach. Staffing the corner of this intersection with men and women dressed in black wearing earpieces is not a viable mitigation to the heightened risks posed by new commercial development to pedestrians and cyclists, many of whom are children, in what is fundamentally a residential neighborhood with several heavily utilized public beach access routes and no bike lanes. The hotel already is busier in terms of vehicle traffic and parking utilization than was predicted. The Caruso proposal will magnify this problem by making the Miramar even more a destination and increasing staffing and visitorship, we believe, beyond what is projected in the various studies. This is a residential neighborhood. It's not appropriate for a new retail zone. Regarding the affordable housing component, we're in support of affordable housing.
I'm sorry, sir. That's your time. I'm sorry.
Sure thing.
Thank you.
We will now return to Santa Barbara with Cheryl Trosky, to be followed by Jonathan Duran. Cheryl?
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Cheryl Trotsky. I'm a Montecito resident, and I am one of the hundreds of residents who have worked closely with the Caruso team during their outreach and engagement process on the Miramar Plan. For 2 years, the Caruso team has been in regular dialogue with residents to hear our thoughts and our priorities. They must have had thousands of conversations by phone, in person, and even in many of our homes. Our input is directly reflected in Caruso's proposal, which will provide an unprecedented level of affordable housing for Miramar employees. They made a number of significant changes along the way to make sure the plan meets our long-term needs. I know some people are challenging this plan, which was always expected, but please know this proposal has earned a tremendous amount of support from our community. And the Caruso Company has built an incredible amount of trust for all they have done. We know they are here for the long term, and they act like it. The County Planning Commission did the right thing in unanimously approving this plan. I hope you will support it as well. Thank you.
We will now go to Jonathan Duran to be followed by Alex Perez. Jonathan? Is there a Jonathan Duran? Oh, he's coming. Okay. We will go to Alex Perez to be followed by Crispin Carrasco. Alex?
It's been a long day for you guys. I'll keep it short and sweet. My name is Alex Perez. I'm a member with the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters, and we are in full support of the project. It's going to bring the developers committed to use local hire for a state certified apprenticeship program, and we're in full support. Thank you.
We will now go to Crispin Carrasco to be followed by Channing Smith. Crispin?
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Crispin Carrasco. I'm a union member for the local carpenters, and I fully support this project. Western State Regional Council of Carpenters support this project, and that is because the developer has committed to work with responsible contractors. And then these responsible contractors, what they do, they look around for find local hires, local carpenters in the surrounding areas. Meanwhile, these responsible contractors are so experts when it comes to develop projects like this. These responsible contractors, they build hospitals, schools, metro stations. They got anything, all the knowledge to have all this safe environment, either for the local, for the city, for the workers, and for everybody who's going back and forth in this project. That is why I would say that I will fully support this project. Thank you very much.
We will now go to Channing Smith to be followed by Sergio Barragan. Channing?
Channing, just a moment. I just wanted to thank those workers were sitting out there at 8:30 this morning, I guess because they're carpenters. So anybody who is willing to stay here all day to do public comment deserves some thanks.
Absolutely. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Channing Smith, and I'm the rector of All Saints by the Sea Episcopal Church and School. I stand before you today to say that All Saints withdraws opposition to the revised alternative project that is before you. We are grateful to the solution that we have worked out with the Caruso team to find a path forward as neighbors. It was the hard work of many people in and outside of our organizations to reach this point of understanding. Underlying our ultimate goal on both sides was the belief that this was possible. It was an effort of a village of people with an eye of respect and returning again and again to seek the possibility of a solution. Should you approve, we look forward to participating and having input into the construction planning and phasing, including the particulars of how construction will be implemented. We have a good track record of working with the Caruso organization during the hotel's construction and look forward to being included once again in the design of any construction-related items, such as hours of construction, noise, traffic impacts, key contacts, etc. This will be particularly important as we are the landlords of the Friendship Center, which is located immediately across the Eucalyptus Lane from the portion of the new construction. Thank you for your consideration of all that is before you today. We at All Saints are grateful for your leadership and for your service to the people and the communities that make up Santa Barbara County. Thank you.
We will now go to Sergio Barragan, to be followed by Danny Zaragoza. Sergio?
Good afternoon. My name is Sergio Barragan. I am Vice President of LIUNA Labor's Local 220. We represent 23 hardworking men and women that live in Santa Barbara, San Luis, and Kern counties. We are in favor of the Miramar mixed-use project, which will provide 26 affordable apartments for employees in Santa Barbara that is very much needed, as well as as we all know. There is a severe shortage in affordable housing in our community. In addition to providing housing, the project will also create apprenticeship and training opportunities for young people in Santa Barbara. These opportunities will help them gain the skills in construction industry they need to succeed in the workforce and build a better future for themselves and their families. LIUNA Local 220 believes that the Miramar mixed-use project is a valuable investment in our community. It will address two critical needs: affordable housing, workforce development, and will have a positive impact on the lives of many Santa Barbara residents. I urge you to vote in favor of this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Danny Zaragoza, to be followed by Cam Gittler. Danny?
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Danny Zaragoza, and I was born and raised here in Santa Barbara. I am also Tri-Counties Building Trades Vice President and Secretary Treasurer for LIUNA Labor's Local 220, and we are in support of this project. The project will create good-paying middle-class jobs for local tradesmen and tradeswomen, and it will provide an opportunity for residents to work locally instead of having to commute long distances. LIUNA Local 220 believes in the Miramar Lane mixed-use project is a worthwhile investment in the future of Santa Barbara. It will create jobs, boost local economy, and improve the quality of life for all residents. We urge you to vote in favor of this project. Thank you.
We will now go to Cam Gittler, to be followed by Eric Mozillo. Cam?
Hi, my name is Cam Gittler. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I am in support of the project. We are neighbors. We are very close neighbors, a good baseball throw away. We would be impacted by a number of the issues that were brought up by the opposition. One of the biggest ones is, to me, is the parking. In the past, we have never had any issues with any overflow parking taking over our property, zero. I've never. And on the flip side, I am a huge proponent of affordable housing, which seems to be an oxymoron in this town. But my background is 20 years of working with the homeless, used to be at Transition House for 8 years, and then doing volunteer work, and I still sit on a board that serves that population. It is a critical need, and the thought that an employer in town is reaching out to do something for their employees, to change their lives, really, to keep them with their families, not sitting on the freeway for hours and such, is admirable. And the fact that the county, we're not paying for it. They're paying for it. So, and I know there's a lot of talk about the retail space that is proposed, and as our downtown shrinks and shrinks, I think a little retail might not hurt, but I think more importantly, if it gets us housing for the employees, I think it's a win all the way through. So in full support. Thank you.
We will now go to Eric Mozillo, to be followed by John Davis. Eric?
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Eric Mazzillo. I live on San Ysidro, and my family's been in Montecito for over 30 years. I am in full support of this project, and you look at something like this and you say, wow, someone is presenting to the county an opportunity where they provide affordable housing, which we hear throughout the nation, through the state, through the city, through everywhere, that we need housing, and they're providing it. But not only that, they're providing it at no cost to the taxpayer. I think this is huge. And I think this is not something that we should just approve. This is something that we should celebrate. We should broadcast. This is something that you can make Montecito and Santa Barbara County very proud to show to the nation about how we can address this issue. So again, very exciting. I'm again in full support of that aspect of the project. The one thing that I want you to think about, and it's a question to all of you, is, one thing about Caruso, he's not just elegant, he's not just smart, but he's inclusive. And that scares a lot of people. It really does. It scares communities. Does it change the allure? Does it change the elitism? Does it change the access? And it does in some ways. If you don't like exclusivity, if that scares you, then forget this project. Matter of fact, condemn the whole property altogether, because Caruso is inclusive. I went to his tree lighting in the Grove, and we don't want to compare this to a mall because it's not. There's 15 shops, not 500 shops. But we went there, and I thought I got VIP access until I sat there with all these movie stars and all these incredible people. But right in front of everything, of the full presentation, were these kids from Paris Los Niños, which is a school and development center in Skid Row. Okay, this is Caruso. If you don't like that, vote no across the board on this, because you're going to get that with Caruso. And you're also going to get someone who's going to support this community better than you've ever seen. Thank you very much.
We will now go to John Davis, to be followed by Austin Harley. John?
Good afternoon, Chairman and Board. My name is John Davis, and I've been a resident of Santa Barbara County for 34 years after having moved to Santa Barbara from Pacific Palisades in 1989. And I'd like to make just several observations about this project. First of all, I'm, as a career real estate developer, when I was still doing that, I am really impressed with county staff. The thoroughness, the professionalism, the time that they take to really, I've seen a lot of this in my career, and I'm very, very impressed. The purpose of the project of providing affordable housing is state mandated and has enormous merit. But what is extraordinary is Caruso affiliate is voluntarily proposing and financing this affordable housing project. It has been remarkable to witness the Caruso team take such great care to be sensitive to the neighbors and the community during the entire entitlement process. It has also been truly extraordinary to have experienced Rick Caruso and his senior team reach out to the neighbors and the Montecito community with frequent updated information about the property, with meetings, large, small, and with individuals being open to suggestion and listening. And in the spirit of continuing being a great neighbor, modifying where feasible the project to address immediate concerns, reaching, as an example, to their sensitivity to neighbors' concern and agreement and compromise with All Saints Church. This exemplary way of demonstrating their commitment to being a great neighbor could not have been more evident than this last Sunday evening, when the Miramar hosted a Christmas tree lighting and Santa Claus event for hundreds of local families, not hotel guests, but for the community. It was a magical evening with spectacular lights, music, and fun for the entire family. I know of no other developer or five-star resort that would open up the resort and treat the community to such a wonderful family evening. All this clearly shows the Caruso commitment, dedication, and passion to serve the community. So I, along with thousands in the community, wholeheartedly support this project and recommend the board's approval. Thank you very much.
We will now go to Austin Harley, to be followed by Rock Rockenbach. Austin?
Dear Chairman, members of the Santa Barbara County Supervisors, I'm speaking today as a Montecito resident to support the plans to improve the Miramar Hotel Affordable Employee Project. I believe these plans are both practical and thoughtful. I'm a housing provider as well as a local developer. I understand the state housing laws, and I believe this project has over 3 times the affordable housing units that are required by the state and has only 1/3 of the shops to support the affordable housing allowed by the state laws. This project is hardly pushing the envelope and probably the nicest affordable housing project on the planet. Building affordable housing isn't affordable. It costs the same amount of money as market rate housing. There has to be some economic component to make the project work to enable the affordable units. Hence why the state has implemented for-profit provisions in all of its recent housing initiatives. In addition, I've sat at the Coastal Housing Coalition's monthly meetings regarding employee-sponsored housing. This is the wave of the future and must be supported by this community to have sustainable workforce. Proof is in the recent Newshawk article showing that Cottage Hospital is planning 204 housing units, and I know that Yardi Systems and other local companies are exploring employee-sponsored housing as well. This project has to be viewed as a community benefit. Thank you for your time, and I request that you improve this important project.
We will now go to Rock Rockenbach, to be followed by Corey Heyman. Rock?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. My name is Rock Rockenbach. I stand to support wholeheartedly this project. I grew up in Montecito. I left to go to law school, served my country as an officer in the Air Force, and returned as a service-connected disabled vet, living in my childhood home, which is interesting. You know, I've been going down to that beach and that resort since I was about 6, 7, 8 years old. And over time, how it changed was disheartening. Before Caruso, that place turned into a real eyesore. It was a problem, rat infested. After Caruso, beautiful, vibrant, a center for the community. You've heard people talking about the tree lighting ceremony. They were there on Coast Village Road for the tree lighting on Coast Village Road. So we welcomed this LA developer who made this problem that no one locally, I guess, was going to tackle, this beautiful, beautiful place. So it's a story of before and after. Now we're in before again. We're out of compliance with state housing regulations. There's nothing else on the table. After your vote, boy, are we in a lot better position because of this LA developer coming up and doing this, as someone just said, no tax money, no public land. Manning Park, just fine, intact. You know, this LA developer has done more for our community than most of us have. Volunteer hours, money to MUS. Let's not even talk about the tax dollars that come in from the resort. They're everywhere. Beautification Day for the Montecito Association. They're there providing food, but not only that, they're there with tongs and a safety vest, and they're going out and picking up our trash. So to answer the question that was posed before, do we want LA developers to come up here and fix these things? Yes, we do. Thank you. He's about to do something that hasn't been done since the 90s, which is build affordable housing. You know, I was at Westmont when they were talking about the last affordable housing project. That's how long ago that was. And it didn't happen while I was there because I'm getting that old. So he's about to fix our problems with nothing from us. So I say let's give him our vote. Let's give him our thanks. Thank you.
We will now go to Corey Heyman, to be followed by Podrick Davis. Corey?
Good afternoon, Chair and Supervisors. It's nice to see all of you. I strongly support the Rosewood Miramar proposal, and I hope you will as well. Besides the Miramar, Montecito has not seen any affordable housing project in decades. The Miramar is proposing 26 units of housing that will be permanently affordable for the employees, including those with the greatest need. That means their project will be more than 3/4 affordable more affordable housing than we've ever seen in one project and being done without any public cost. The county has an obligation to fulfill its regional housing needs assessment, and this project will go a long way toward making that possible. Caruso is a very well-respected company with a team that really cares. I have worked several years with this team, and they are committed to our community. They have thought through every detail of this magnificent plan, beautiful architecture. And we know that when Caruso takes on a project, they do it right. Many of us are grateful for Caruso's contributions to Montecito, and we encourage you to approve this plan today. Thank you.
We will now go to Podrick Davis to be followed by Floyd Wicks. Podrick?
Good afternoon to the Board of Supervisors. I'm Podrick Davis, and I worked at All Saints by the Sea from 1989 to 2022. At the time of the construction, I was the director of the preschool, attended many meetings with the church, school, and Caruso affiliated. It was a lot of negotiating, a lot of talk, and a lot of care and concern. I just was very, very impressed. Working out the details of the construction or demolition first, I appreciated the fact that they really made me feel secure running a preschool for children 2 to 5. It requires a lot of requirements and details, and I was able to get my needs met by all these wonderful negotiations, all in good neighbor, that satisfied even my parents to know that the air quality, the noise quality, everything that was going to go on at that school allowed them to feel comfortable sending their children to the preschool. And the things that Caruso affiliated did for the school, they built a huge, there actually was a picture of it a minute ago, a huge plexiglass window that let the children see the construction workers. They did a video above so that the children could see what was going on. Mr. Caruso gave all the children hard hats, yellow plastic hard hats. So everything that happened under the Caruso construction was positive. And I am just so for this project because I know it will, the affordable housing was important. I understand that, but the way they do things required negotiation, and I'm so glad it all got worked out because that was what I wanted all along. Thank you for your consideration. I approve this project majorly.
We will now go to Floyd Wicks to be followed by Dot Ensel. Floyd?
Chairman, Supervisors, my name is Floyd Wicks. I'm here as a resident of Montecito with my wife, Diana, right there. And full disclosure, I'm on the board of the Montecito Water District, but not here representing them. So Diana and I call her Dee Dee. A lot of people call her other things, but Dee Dee mostly. We've lived next to the Miramar Hotel now for 32 years, right next door. When I say next door, we share a common property line. That's how close we are. And we believe the Miramar is one of the best things ever to happen to Montecito in a long, long time. And it has the Miramar team at Caruso has our full and unqualified support. It's a beautiful and well-run property, very professional management, considerate neighbor, and a genuine asset for our community. The good, the bad, and the ugly. Miramar was once a blight on our community, as everyone certainly remembers. The prior hotel on the site was literally falling apart. The way the Caruso team stepped in to deliver this transformation was a long-term benefit to Montecito and, of course, the entire county of Santa Barbara. Dee Dee and I have had a great memory of Rick Caruso and his team members coming actually into our living room to share the proposed plans for the Miramar, excuse me, and to hear what we had to say about it. Dee Dee and I thought it was a great idea then, and I'm happy to say we were right. It's a fantastic property. I know your job is not easy. It's to consider certain appeals to the project. I'd like to emphasize that this plan has gone through rigorous analysis by your own county staff, and they've done a fantastic job, as others have identified. It's a sound plan in every way. Supporting it today is the right thing to do. Those who are appealing are essentially saying, not in my backyard. But nobody except Dee Dee and me, literally in this entire room, can say that the employee housing project is actually in our backyard. From my office, I can see the entire property, specifically the east parking lot where the building's going to be built. We're delighted to have the hotel's professional workers be our full-time neighbors.
Thank you, Floyd. That is your time.
They're great people. Pardon me?
I said, thank you, Floyd. That is your time.
That's my time already. Go Bucks.
We will now go to Don Ensel, to be followed by Dorian Lee Johnson. Da?
But he's committed.
Hi, I'm Dan Ensel, long-term resident of Montecito. I'm here to say I fully support the project for the enhancement of the existing Miramar property here. I feel that the property as it is right now is a tremendous asset to the community. I think that it's an asset for both the tourists that come to visit it and the locals who have the ability to enjoy it. They can come, they can go dining there, they can go to events there. It is just a very special place. It's very rare to have, you know, a 5-star resort of that quality and have it be as welcoming as it is here. And the proposed plan that they have for it, I think, enhances what is already there and makes it even better. To allow your employees the dignity and the opportunity to live on site and where they work there is tremendous and unique. And to have have it paid for by the property owner and not the taxpayers, I think, is unique. And so again, I think it's a wonderful project as it is right now, and I think this is an enhancement to that wonderful project that would benefit the community tremendously.
We will now go to Dorian Lee Johnson, to be followed by Brandon Arroyan. Dorian?
Yes, hello. Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Dorian Lee Johnson, and I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for hearing the Rosewood Miramar project today. And thank you for your hard work throughout the Santa Barbara County. I have lived in Montecito for 21 years and born and raised in California. I have been actively serving on the Montecito Community Board since 2008. And I have, which included the Architectural Review Board and as the chair of the land use during the recovery of the debris flow. I am currently serving again as the chair of the Montecito Land Use Committee, and I was elected to the Montecito Sanitary District Board of Directors. I will be speaking today as a resident of Montecito. The Rosewood Miramar Hotel has earned and been awarded 2 Michelin stars and the triple Forbes 5-star rating. Rick Crusoe and his team, Bryce, Katie, and Justin, have met for over 2 years and had numerous public meetings with our MA, Land Use, MBAR, MPC, and CPC, and many one-on-one meetings with the All Saints Church and neighbors of this project. I look forward to welcoming the employee families and their children to attend our schools, churches, and hiking trails, beaches, and community events. This project will be a wonderful opportunity to have more diversity in our community and help our future generation to grow and be successful. I strongly believe that the 26 affordable housing projects will be transformative and beneficial due to the shortage of housing in California and in Montecito. Rick Crusoe is the only developer that has met the state employee affordable housing requirements in Montecito, which is a plus for our community. I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for your consideration in supporting this Rosewood Miramar Hotel project today. Thank you very much.
We will now go to Brendan Arroyan, to be followed by Dr. Jennifer Musselman. Brendan? Is Brendan here? All right, we will now go to Dr. Jennifer Musselman to be followed by Alexandra Abrahams.
Hi. Thank you for having me. I'm a Montecito resident. I moved here a few years ago from Santa Monica. What partly brought me to Montecito is the Affordable Housing Act. It became untenable. It felt very unsafe for me as a single woman and living as a homeowner there. And so when I first heard about Mr. Caruso's plan to involve employee housing as part of that process, I listened closely. I have no other skin in the game other than that I came to Montecito because I did not feel safe in the community that I had been living in for over 26 years. And this seems to be a very smart, strategic way to incorporate inclusivity, equality, and also to honor what is our civic duty to incorporate people and include people who deserve the same opportunities that maybe some of us were privileged with. I am a beneficiary of social services. I grew up receiving social services in another community. So I am an example of what can happen when you invite and encourage access to resources that otherwise would not be given to you because you didn't grow up with some level of privilege. These kids that are going to be growing up with the beach in their backyard are going to also be enrolled in some of the schools that are going to have access to new laptops. They're going to be able to, make friends with people who can help get them into college one day and come back and serve this community in the way that this community served them. What message are we sending if we don't invite them? And I've heard a lot of people say that they're all for it, but then throw a lot of obstacles up against it. And so that message to me says that if I'm one of these employees, you're welcome to service us, but you're not welcome to be one of us. And I don't think that's the message that Montecito should be sending to people. And I'd like for Montecito to send the message to other communities that, hey, you can do this too. I will also add that I've also heard the term mall thrown about quite a bit. It seems a little theatrical to me. Given that I worked at Nickelodeon and did the Double Dare Mall Tour, I've seen the inside of a lot of malls.
Thank you. That is your time.
Thank you.
We will now go to Alexandra Abrahams to be followed by Jonathan Duran. Alexandra?
Hello, Chair, Board of Supervisors, and staff. My name's Alexandra Abrams. I'm a resident of Montecito, and I'm a strong supporter of the Miramar proposal. It's a sensible, well-designed plan that will be extremely positive for Miramar employees and the Montecito community. The Caruso team has developed this plan very carefully with a lot of input and feedback from the community. I've been deeply impressed by the extensive engagement effort led by the Caruso team, and they've helped shape this plan. Our feedback made a huge difference. They reduced the amount of market rate units and retail space. They removed a driveway from Eucalyptus Lane. They increased the number of employee housing units, and they removed the entire third floor from the west parking lot. I'm also very, very pleased at All Saints Church is supporting the plan as well. It's yet another example of Caruso's ability to bring people together. This revised plan has earned a tremendous amount of community support from me and my neighbors. We trust the Caruso company. We respect what they've accomplished at the Miramar. And I hope and I trust you'll support this plan today. Thank you all.
And we will now go to Jonathan Duran, who is our final speaker on this item. Jonathan?
Hello, chairs, supervisors. Name is Jonathan Duran. I'm a representative with the Western States Carpenters, Local 805. I've been on staff now for a little over about 14 years. So I've had an opportunity to actually be see the Miramar be built the first phase of it get going, and it's great. It put a lot of hardworking men and women to work within this community. What the Crusoe team is committed to help bring hardworking jobs within this community and allow people to work here locally and have an opportunity for the next generation of tradesmen, women to be able to come and be able to be a part of this program, be a part of this industry. And again, it's a great opportunity to be able to work close to home, have an opportunity to be able to provide for your family, and then, hey, have a quick drive home to your house. But again, this is something that, again, the Crusoe team is committed to and in full support of this project. Thank you so much.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, that concludes public comment. That takes us to our appellant rebuttals. We have a total of 15 minutes for rebuttal, and we're going to have two appellants splitting that time. The first will be Paul Wisniewski. I believe he was online.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes, I just wanted to indicate that an opportunity to respond after the applicant's rebuttal to the extent that they make any comments relevant to my testimony here today. And I'll concede the rest of my time back to this.
Hold on just a moment. We're going to have counsel weigh in on that.
Mr. Chair, let me check the procedures really quick. I think this is our typical that we have the appellant go first and then the applicant speaks last. So, but I'll double check if that's not the case.
All right, we're going to double check that real quick, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, this is typically the way that we do it, but under the procedures, you have discretion to have them in
discretion
either
either
order
way?
for the rebuttal.
Well, whose discretion is it, though? Is it the appellant's or mine?
It's yours.
Okay. Well, this is the way we have it laid out. This is the way we've always done it. So, sir, I'm going to go ahead and ask you to do, Paul, go ahead with your rebuttal. You guys have 15 minutes on your side, and then we close generally with the applicant. So go ahead.
Paul, please proceed.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I did hear some general objections from Caruso indicating that their studies were peer-reviewed, but I did not hear any specific rebuttals to my points about their HydroCAD model being flawed or the other points that I made earlier. And so again, I would just like to restate that if, we're not necessarily indicating that, the project should not be approved, but we should, the board should consider having the project proponent rerun their HydroCAD models to address the issues that we brought up earlier. Specifically, time of concentration, pre and post project is unchanged in their model. That should not be the case, highly unlikely. The model output or metadata to evaluate the parameters isn't defined, and the catchment areas are not shown, making it difficult, if not impossible, to evaluate their model. Each drainage management area for stormwater flow should include a separate time of concentration in your calculations, and also differentiate between pervious and impervious calculations, meaning hardscaping versus landscaped areas. Also, the model should be rerun using a more realistic soil group rather than soil group A. The USDA Web Soil Service indicates group B should be used, which would result in probably very different numbers that were generated by the output. Soil group A generates a much lower discharge values that are probably not representative of the site. And so again, we just encourage the Board of Supervisors as a condition of approval, perhaps, to require that the HydroCAD calculations and the model be rerun to address these issues. And I'll concede the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you very much. The balance of that time goes to Jordan Sisson.
Good afternoon again, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity. I probably will not take the entirety of the 12 minutes. Wanted to highlight a couple of responses. Again, applicant has reserved the rebuttal time, so obviously we have no opportunity to respond to anything these state, so makes it a little difficult. But in terms of the Caruso team's comments, I want to highlight a couple of rebuttals. First, today, Local 11, as the appellant, is not asking you to deny this project, nor deny the waivers. We're asking for reasonable conditions of approval, and that there's been no evidence to suggest that the conditions that we requested are infeasible. We're not asking for the density be reduced in terms of the housing component, and that is something that is very relevant. Yes, this is housing, and we're not asking you to deny the housing component. Second point, there is a suggestion that the retail is necessary to offset the affordable. However, there has been no discussion about this entire site, this entire luxury hotel resort, that whether or not that offsets the affordable, nor has there been a conversation whether or not the proposed market rate housing, as currently proposed, or an additional market rate housing would not be able to offset the affordable housing component. So that is also significant because, again, infeasibility. That is the requirement. Does the condition make it infeasible or reduce the density? Third, I think it's also important to remember that this site has a fundamental assumption that only 102 employees will be on site. That is a significant limit on the expansion of this site. This has been critical back in 2000, also in 2015, and it's the reason why we're here today. There's an assumption that there's only 102 employees. By adding the hotel, the workforce staff, that alleviates that to a certain extent, and that provides an opportunity to not require the off-site employee overflow staff. Again, this is a very unique situation where this applicant has already utilized 2 off-site locations. That's pretty unique, definitely unusual circumstances when you can't put all the employee parking on the site. It's unusual. Fourth, I think it's also important to remember that in 2015, when this body last considered this, a major fact, the project's retail as well as other ancillary uses were reduced as a factor because to make it more compatible with the community. Now, whether or not that was negotiated and then subsequently submitted by the applicant is irrelevant because it is still factually accurate that this was a factor. Again, in 2015, you had a 1,000 square foot salon and an attached sundry. You did not have 20-plus luxury retail over 23,000 square feet, as allowed under the proposed condition number 1 in the conditions of approval that was part of the staff report. There has been some suggestion that there's some folks that have qualms about an LA developer. Let me be the first one to say, no qualms about where Mr. Caruso comes from. He has very nice projects, but what is relevant is that he has a demonstrated background and demonstrated history of developing luxury retail that has a significant traffic component. That's a significant factor. That's unique to this site. And in fact, if you look on paper, condition 1, 21 luxury shops over 23,000 square feet, that is significant. And to put that in context, their new GHG study suggests that on site there'll be 34 employees just based off the 12 retail units. So you have an assumption of 102 employees on site that was supposedly just a hotel resort. And now they're adding just 12 local serving retail. That's not going to fundamentally change it, but they're admittedly going to add more than a third more employees. That's factually significant, substantial information that these are significant. And bear in mind, in 2015, the assumption was that these retail component, this sundry, would not draw special trips. No reasonable person can conclude that the proposed commercial retail uses will not draw significant new trips. Also, there was a suggestion that this site is only two-thirds housing. Again, that relies on the narrative that this site has not, for over 20 years, been considered a 16-acre resort. That is how this body has always considered modifications. modifications to the 16-acre resort. If you look at the entirety of the operation, which again, all of this relies on a shared parking study, this is not 2/3 housing. There's a massive commercial component to it. But that being said, we're not asking to deny this project. We are asking for reasonable conditions. In terms of the parking, to address some of the TDM conditions that the Honorable Mr. Williams asked, again, we were asking about 6 monitors and also reporting. To that point, I'm assuming that there's going to be significant qualms about having 16 parking monitors, which was essentially what was going on when the parking study in October was done. In their response, they provide a 2-sentence response on the STEAM AGD letter of page 14. As set forth in the AT responsive comments, the presence of additional monitors did not affect the accuracy of the survey. The appellant has provided no credible evidence to contradict the parking survey. The fact of the matter is you have documentary evidence, oral testimony, written testimony, drone footage, and also years of residential experience with this site, stating that there is a parking spillover effect, notwithstanding this 2-day October of 2024 survey when you had the unusual circumstance of having 6 parking monitors. Any reasonable person understands that the parking monitors served a function to make sure that parking was being abided to. If that's what they want to do, great. Put it as part of the conditions of approval. That is part of the assumption that's fundamental to this entire analysis, that the October 2028 was great and there's no spillover impacts. That the substantial evidence from the residents belies that conclusion. In terms of the conditions, Mr. Williams, you asked about the conditions, and I was responding to the conditions that were noted in the response. They have now thus changed in the staff report. I believe they are now condition 50, which is what we contested, are vague protocols to inform residents, employees, hey, don't park on the side, around the streets. In condition 52, that's the one that requires employees to have a decal, requires an annual monitoring report, and requests an amendment. And that amendment is, again, having a survey or monitor between the daylight hours during weekends and during the 4 summer months. We would ask that that should be done throughout the entirety of the project, as well as if you're not going to require the real objective clear-cut additional requirements, such as the 6 monitors. Also having a commuter reduction program. Maybe that makes it less necessary. But moreover, that monitoring is still vague. They don't state what evidence is going to be provided. They rely on an annual report. As we've experienced with the residents, waiting on an annual basis has not been sufficient, nor has the discretionary enforcement actions by planning have been proven adequate to address public access to the coastal parking. As such, having it quarterly would make it much quicker in terms of enforcement. And on top of that, excuse me, I'm trying to go as quickly as possible. In terms of having a mandatory commuter reduction program, that can be part of the verification process. And why is that important? Because it reduces how much parking is spilling over. And the last point is that under existing conditions, there's been at least 2 sites routinely used for off-site employees. That has been the church, as well as this QED site that has been utilized by the applicant. Just moving forward, what happens if their monitors come back and say, hey, we have no public access spaces? What happens if there are issues? There is no protocol or specific actions in terms of enforcement. And so one way to address that is ensuring that there is an off-site location. So when and if, which is demonstrated by 4 years of experience that there has been issues with public parking, that they can quickly address these issues by utilizing that off-site location. That would be a very reasonable term. And that is the remainder. The last thing I would address is in terms of TDM and VMT measures. Again, there are over 20 different specific actions that the CAPCOA provides in terms of mandatory commuter reduction programs. None of that has been addressed or considered here. Before you are not being asked to deny, this is my last point here, you're not being asked to deny this project. You're not being asked to deny the waivers. You're being asked for reasonable conditions. And I would respectfully request you to utilize that. You have substantial evidence to demonstrate that there are issues that can be addressed, that you could put reasonable conditions of approval to this project that address them. I thank you for your time and wish you the best in your decision-making. Thank you, Honorable Supervisors.
And by CAPCO, you mean the Association of Air Districts?
Correct. They are the ones who do the Cali mod. Their most recent CAPCOA study is, I believe, in 2021. It's an update to their 2008, I believe, GHG mitigation. But there's ample traffic, and also they deal with a commuter-specific reduction program. So a specific commitment level, a VMT performance standard that's stated, and allow the applicant to incorporate. And again, if you have quarterly reporting, there can be a verification whether or not they're meeting those requirements and make the adjustments.
Thank you.
And I can't remember, are you a neighbor representative of?
Oh, apologies. Thank you, Chair. Jordan Sisson, Land Use Equal Attorney for Unite Here Local 11, one of the appellants.
Got it. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
And I hate to do this because we've been going at this for quite a while, but we do have a translator and we have to take a break every once in a while. We can make it a short 5-minute break, but we do have to break for our translator. So let's go 5 minutes and we'll be back at it. All right, we'd like to reconvene this meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors, and we are ready for the rebuttal from the Caruso team. I hate to tell you that you have 28 minutes worth of rebuttal time.
I know it's been a long day, so I don't think I'll need that much.
We're starting. Here we go.
Okay, again, Chris Robertson for the record. And first of all, I'd like to just thank all the community members who came out today and spent essentially their entire day here. It's really been humbling to see the level of support for the project. Okay, so to start with some of the appeal points raised by the first appellant, flooding during a tsunami. The northeast lot is within the tsunami hazard area. However, the lot set back from the ocean and the parking lot has an elevation of 17. The habitable space in Building C has been elevated to 28. The project was reviewed and signed off as complying with all applicable requirements by the County Flood Control District. Regarding mudslide risk, the resort did not experience flooding or mud flow during the severe mudslides in 2018. The parking lot has an elevation of 17, and the habitable space has been elevated to 28. The project was reviewed and signed off as complying with all applicable requirements by the County Flood Control District, and Building C will not face a significant risk due to mudslides. Regarding sea level rise, we did submit, as was mentioned earlier, a sea level rise report, which confirmed that the project will be safe from coastal hazards, including from flooding and erosion during its design life. And the project hydrology reports were prepared in accordance with county requirements and reviewed and approved by county staff. Regarding groundwater intrusion, the finished floor of the project subterranean garage is proposed at elevation 23.5 feet, and the groundwater is at an elevation of 12 feet. Therefore, the garage will be 11.5 feet above groundwater. Nonetheless, the garage will be water and flood proofed. Building C will be built at grade and will be an even greater distance from the groundwater. Therefore, the project will not affect groundwater or be affected by it. And again, as part of the application materials, we did submit a preliminary stormwater control plan, drainage analysis, water resources report, which have all been independently reviewed and approved by the county. There were some comments about incompatibility with the height of the buildings. The entire building or both buildings on the west lot are well below the height limit established by the zoning code. We also, as you heard earlier, set the building back an additional 40 feet from eucalyptus, working with the church. The building on the east lot is a couple of feet higher than the zoning code, but again, we've submitted density bonus waivers. The surrounding development is 1-2 stories, and the church goes up very, very high, higher than the buildings that we're proposing. So to assert that what we're proposing is incompatible with the character of the surrounding community is untrue. There were some conclusory statements made regarding safety, which is unsupported by any supporting information. And all of the retail resort has been designed so that it's entirely internal facing, meant to cater to the guests at the resort. The assertion that we're creating a mall is absolutely untrue. We're talking about 15,000 square feet of retail, visitors serving up to 12 shops. Parking for the public is maintained via a very robust parking plan that we have in place. When you make a reservation to stay at the hotel, you're informed that it is valet only. You're not allowed to park on the street. It's reconfirmed when we send out the confirmation email. When you check in, you have to sign something at the hotel desk saying that you know that you can't park on the streets. And then the employees have to provide a lot of information when they're hired, showing their vehicle, they're advised of the parking policies, they have a parking decal, and we have staff monitoring that. We've also agreed in consultation with staff to amend one of the conditions of our existing approval to increase staff surveillance of the parking on an hourly basis. We will be required to provide a construction management plan as we move into design and ultimately construction. The construction management plan will include a lot of different details around different items, but it will provide off-site parking during construction for construction workers and resort guests and visitors as needed. We will also have a parking management plan. There was a mention about fire department review. The fire department has reviewed and approved the project and was even at the commission hearing last month, I think that was last month, in support of the project. Regarding the parking study, we did submit an updated shared parking study as part of our application materials, which complies with the county's regulations, which was, again, independently reviewed by county staff. We also did a parking survey where we went out and counted the number of parking spaces that were occupied on a beautiful sunny day when we had a 200-plus person wedding going on, and that showed that we had a lot of extra parking. On-site parking demand at the resort ranged from 43 to 75%, obviously demonstrating the adequacy of existing parking. And then the use of adjacent public parking spaces on Jameson and Eucalyptus and Miramar range from 44 to 80%. We also had our parking study and traffic studies peer-reviewed by LLG, which was submitted as part of the package. And I should have mentioned at the beginning that we did submit a very detailed response to each of the appellant's issues raised, along with supporting technical memos from transportation, air quality, GHG experts, showing that what we've submitted stands true. Let's see. We talked about valet. We've also been in discussions with planning staff that we would be happy to look at the signage we have included along Jameson and expand that over to Eucalyptus. And if there's additional verbiage or the county would like it worded differently, we would be happy to take a look at that as well. There was a claim about potentially interfering with pedestrian beach access. That's absolutely false. The pedestrian access will be maintained. We've modified it slightly in the east lot just to accommodate the project, but that will remain unchanged. Let's see, I guess in here. The resort has operated with a shared parking plan since we opened over 5 years ago. And CEQA was very clear that when you're looking at a project, you're looking at the area of the site that has the potential to be physically disturbed. So we're in compliance with that. There's no doubt that we qualify for the exemption as very clearly articulated by staff and as underscored in the notice of exemption that staff's prepared. We've been very clear from the beginning that this is a privately funded 76% affordable housing project that doesn't pay for itself. We need the retail to make the affordable housing work. But it is meant to be retail that accommodates our guests and local serving. And all of the changes that we've made to the resort over the last 5 years have been in substantial compliance. It's gone through a process with the county who's reviewed our proposal, found it to be in compliance with all of our technical studies and parking analyses, and we have never received a notice of violation. We've also volunteered to modify our project description to comply with the climate action plan that the board recently adopted to electrify the building as a community benefit. We've also volunteered to make the affordable units affordable for the life of the development, as opposed to the standard 55 years that would be required as part of density bonus. So I think that wraps up my comments. At this point, I'll turn it over to our legal counsel to make a few closing remarks, and of course, we're available for any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, honorable board members. My name is Dale Goldsmith. I'm with the AGD law firm. As Chris mentioned, we submitted a rather lengthy and comprehensive letter supported by expert memoranda that demonstrates with substantial evidence that the project fully complies with the CEQA exemption requirements. And in addition, that memo, letter, and supporting data responds to each of the appeal points on a point-by-point basis. I would like to briefly address a couple of the issues that you heard this afternoon. First, and in no particular order of importance, first, Mr. Sisson, who is a lawyer, but I don't believe he's a parking expert engineer, speculates that the use of off-site parking from time to time is evidence that there's a parking shortage. The resort has utilized parking for special events from time to time, but that is to increase operational efficiency, to reduce valet parking times and parking waits, and it's not because there's insufficient parking. On the contrary, a recently peer-reviewed expert study and survey showed that there's adequate parking on a sunny weekend day where there were a number of events happening at the resort. Secondly, there were some suggestions, both by Mr. Sisson and perhaps one of the other appellants, that the parking analysis, shared parking analysis, didn't take into account seasonal variability, and including the parking survey. But the shared parking model does reflect seasonal variability. It assessed a worst-case scenario that assumed 100% occupancy at the hotel, a 400-person event, that's the most that's allowed, fully utilized restaurant space, and peak beach club use during the summer. And even with that worst-case perfect storm of events, that study shows, which has been peer-reviewed and reviewed and approved by the county, shows that there'll be 18 surplus spaces, even in that worst-case black song sort of event. There was also a lot of discussion regarding the effectiveness or lack thereof of the project's, or the resort's TDM program. The conditions of approval already require a rather robust and extensive TDM program. The resort has implemented that for a number of years.
And can we just have that up while you're talking about it? Is that possible?
So the parking analysis and the traffic analysis, to be extra conservative, didn't take into account any credit for ride sharing or other trip reduction strategies as part of that TDM program. The project's traffic impacts were found to be less than significant even without taking that into account. Therefore, nonetheless, though, the project will continue to implement that program, and we don't see a need to add a new condition because there already is one existing. Mr. Sisson contends that there's a number of unusual circumstances. You heard that term quite a bit in his first presentation, as set forth in the Echo Tierra memorandum, which is attached to our memorandum, and Echo Tierra is a CEQA expert. None of the purported unusual circumstances are in fact unusual. And indeed, the applicant has failed to show, the appellant, excuse me, has failed to show that there's any credible evidence that these, quote, unusual circumstances would result in a potentially significant impact. So therefore, the project qualifies for the exemption. The exception for unusual circumstances does not apply in this case. There are also arguments by Mr. Horner and Mr. Sisson that the exemption is inapplicable because the project is beyond 5 acres, notwithstanding a staff's determination and the CPC determination letter. CEQA defines a project as an action that has the potential to result in a physical change in the environment. And the project site, which is 3.077 acres, includes all the areas that will be physically changed. No other portions of the resort are going to be changed. They're part of the existing physical environment, or to use CEQA parlance, the environmental baseline. And therefore, they do not need to be analyzed. They're not part of the project. We cited in our letter and memo a very important case, Protect Tustin Ranch versus the City of Tustin. That strongly supports the county's use of the exemption in this case, including specifically the definition of what the project site is in the context of a larger development. I actually represented Costco in the underlying approvals and in the litigation. I think I'm uniquely qualified to talk about whether that case applies or not. Mr. Sisson suggests that it's distinguishable. I would strongly disagree. The case is directly on point. In Protect Tustin Ranch, there was a 2.96 Costco gas station in a 15-acre larger Costco shopping center. Just as in this case, there's a 3.077 acre project site in the context of a larger existing resort. In the Protect Tustin Ranch case, the gas station was fully integrated into the shopping center. And indeed, only Costco members could use that gas station, so therefore it was fully integrated. Just as in this case, many of the guests of the hotel resort will use the resort shops, and the employees of the resort will live in the employee housing. So that's another key factor that is exactly the same in the two cases. In addition, in both cases, the parking was shared. So that it's okay if there's a smaller piece of a larger project. It doesn't preclude the use of the exemption so long as the physical activity, the physical development is limited to the project site as it is in this case. So therefore, we believe that the Tustin Ranch case strongly supports the County Planning Commission's determination that the project meets the CEQA exemption. I'm available for any questions you may have. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Okay. We're ready for board deliberation, correct? Is that anything staff heard from either side that you'd like to correct on the record? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I just want to reiterate that all technical studies provided by the applicant have been reviewed by P&D and the applicable departments such as flood control and transportation and determined to be acceptable. The project has several conditions to address construction impacts, including dust control measures, construction equipment washout areas, a construction fire access plan, cultural resources monitoring, construction routes, biological resource monitoring, and construction hours. Additionally, in order to address monitoring concerns for the public parking spaces, the project conditions have been revised to include a condition for a designated traffic coordinator or designee to inspect the public parking spaces from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. on weekend days throughout the year, during the week in the summer months, and on all special event days.
So did I get that right, that there is parking monitors in the conditions of approval during construction and on special event days?
That's correct.
Got it.
Supervisor Nelson has a question.
Yeah, just had one question about the affordable housing piece of this. I've heard from a lot of the speakers that it'll be available for their employees in perpetuity. How is that being done? Is there going to be a deed restriction recorded on the property? What was the actual mechanism for the affordability?
Mr. Chair and Supervisors, there's a couple of things going on here. So for an affordable project, this is a little unusual. So the applicant has revised their project description to include that the affordable units will be provided for the life of the project. So that is above and beyond what is normally required, which I believe is 55 years. And normally, if it was just a state density bonus law project, that would be recorded as part of a deed or a covenant to require the 55 years. But the project description does include the for the life of the project requirement for the affordables.
So the affordability is part and parcel to the entire project, and without that, the project essentially falls apart and would need some type of amendment in the future if they wanted to do something other than that.
That is correct. It is part of the project.
Okay, that's satisfactory. Thank you.
Okay, staff's complete. We'll come back for board deliberation, and let's lead off. It's in the 1st District. Supervisor Williams, you want to kick it off?
Yeah, I just first of all want to say that some of the sentiments, I don't think the legal points made by the appellants, but the sentiments are well taken. They're in places like this because it's attractive. It's the problem of prosperity. It's close to one of the best beaches. It's all that sort of stuff. There are sometimes parking issues. I will tell you, as someone who's gone to that beach for many, many years, there have been issues before the Miramar opened, getting parking there, both to use the beach and even to go to the Friendship Center. It's hard to park. So, and has been for a long time. I would just say that steps that the county can take, and we try. We changed some of the signage along there recently. Hopefully that will help the situation. We are somewhat constrained by the Coastal Commission's desires with that signage. Some of it is hotel related, but I don't think so much from hotel workers or guests. It's people like me that are locals and too cheap to go use the valet, right? They're going to work out at the hotel, which local people do. They're going to do X, Y, and Z at the hotel, which local people do. And maybe we should all use the valet. So I do think that there is some value, especially during construction and so forth, in the monitoring that is required. But I don't want all of these things to take away from the big issue, which is this is the highest percentage affordable housing private project that I've seen in 20 years in this community. You know, it addresses all of the sort of defeatism about housing, right? Most of the time when people are against local housing, it's because they are not sure that it's actually going to go to local people or local workers. Well, 76% of it has to go to local people or local workers. And so we have a housing project that hits the target that we as a community need to hit, which is local workers. And it does so in a way that will address the very transportation issues that's spoken. When you do worker housing, you reduce peak hour trips. You may increase some non-peak hour trips, but nobody really worries about that because that's not when it's congested. You also reduce regional trips. And so I found the reasoning on greenhouse gas emissions ironic when it is our very lack of affordable housing that drives 60% of the state's emissions. The commuting, having workers live very far away from their work. And this project, addresses that. And I hope it sets a trend. I know that it is the goal of many people that work in and around the city of Santa Barbara to see hotels do their share of addressing the housing crisis. That hotels should and can include housing as part of their projects. And this project is, I think it's easier to make that case to other hotels if this project does so in such a meaningful manner. So I think the potential to address some of the very traffic problems that the appellants even talk about is very meaningful because it is not, the hardest part, the thing that I hear from constituents in Montecito, broadly, is one of the biggest ones is traffic. And what that traffic is, most of it starts very early because it's not just commuters. A lot of it is people working on site, meaning working at places in Montecito that then leave Montecito. You can't address that traffic problem except with worker housing. Am I enthusiastic about the commercial? No. A lot of other conversations with me and the Caruso team was about how you could minimize or reduce the commercial. They did that. Do I know enough about their finances to understand how far they could have pushed that? I do not. I do also think that people have a right to make money. Like a business has a right to make some money. But I do think that what is in the county's interest and in the community's interest is the scale and the percentage of affordable housing that we know is going to go to local workers, so it addresses the very traffic problems that scare us about growth.
Supervisor Capps.
Mr. Chair, I don't know if did I miss my window to ask some questions?
No, go for it.
Okay, I know we're on our
No,
ninth hour here, but I have three areas of response to this. First is safety, second is housing, and lastly are the concessions that have already been made, and this agreement with the church is very significant to me. So I just had for staff, I just wanted to, can you just summarize a lot of the back and forth about evacuation plan safety? Obviously, everywhere is important, but particularly in this community, and your assurance about the evacuation plans as stated. But if you could just kind of keep it in a nutshell as we conclude here.
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Capps, we don't do evacuation plans on a site-specific basis, but the Montecito Fire Protection District did do a community evacuation plan, I believe in 2022, for the Montecito area. Additionally, they have reviewed the emergency access and found it adequate. And the resort is 100% valet. I know there were concerns about that with evacuation, but it is currently 100% valet, and there hasn't been an issue with evacuation, and that was also reviewed by Montecito Fire as well.
And Supervisor Capps, through the chair, I think it's important to for the board to understand that evacuation planning is done in a regional way. So we look at an entire community when we're figuring out evacuation planning. And Montecito Fire has done that for Montecito, and the county is doing it currently right now as we update our safety element for the other areas of the county. So, with respect to the valet parking, there's a lot of businesses that use valet parking across the county. And, you know, the thought is that, you know, if there were a situation that people would be let out and in groups to make sure people could get out. But fire department did not find that there were any issues in particular with their concerns about the site or people's ability to mobilize and get out of the site. And in fact, the site has been used as a place of refuge during other periods of crisis or emergency. So we are, the department and the other departments that review the project don't have any concerns with respect to this.
Thank you. And then along those lines with the parking, I understand that's a subterranean parking lot, which I've been supportive of in other projects because it's just an efficient use of space. I take very seriously when Heal the Ocean raises environmental concerns. Can you speak to water table? I think we saw it, but I just want to, again, concisely confirm that our staff do not see any issues in terms of water table or sea level rise, et cetera, with that parking situation.
Joe, do you want to take that?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Capps, with regards to sea level rise, the nearest habitable development is located approximately 425 feet from the shore, and there are several structures between the shore and the proposed development, including the railroad and other residences. The project, including a stormwater control plan and drainage analysis, was reviewed and preliminarily approved by flood control, and they are required to submit, the applicant is required to submit final reports prior to issuance of the permits. So flood control will continue to work with the applicant to make sure that any minor adjustments are addressed.
Okay, that's helpful. So just next on to housing. I mean, the one silver lining, I guess, of this months and months and perhaps years of this project is that every single person says that they're for this affordable housing project, and that's the consensus, which really is significant. It's because, as we well know up here, and most importantly, people know in our community, that affordable housing is our biggest crisis, and people cannot afford to live where they work. So I applaud the workforce housing. We are far behind in workforce housing in every sector. Westmont was mentioned as a player in this space. The county is getting involved and pushing for that. Cottage Hospital is taking the lead significantly, and so I really applaud the fact that it's not huge numbers, but it is significant workforce housing with this lifetime affordability. And I was able to really dig in on that. What does that mean? It far exceeds the county's rule of 55 years. So this means permanently affordable housing. And I just need to set a little context as someone who represents District 2 that received 3,482 units in this last RHNA cycle. This is 26. So just think about the magnitude of construction, of impact, of noise, that will be happening all over. Another context setting is the city of Santa Barbara. The mandate was 8,000 units. So Montecito is getting 26, I believe. So we just need to keep things in perspective. And I really appreciate the neighbors, both sides of this issue that have clearly, they care so much about the magical place and the beautiful place that they live, but particularly the neighbors who literally this is their backyard, who are all in support of this project because, again, I believe that the way in which housing is now moving forward is too highly concentrated on one part of our South County, which is Goleta. And so again, small piece of the pie, 26 units, but it's significant and means a lot to those families that will not have to commute long time. And you just think about the kids and what that does, that commuting does to families where your kid is going to school in a different place than where you are during the day, something really important. So really, I just wanted to applaud the work that's gone on. Sometimes we're up here as the last in the line after many, many hearings, and both sides have kind of dug in. But we do have a lot of concessions that have already been made, and it's very significant. And I just want to acknowledge, as has been stated, that we have the main appellant from the previous rounds, All Saints, is now in support of the project. And so I think I would like to just conclude my comments, my questions, really to underscore some of the significant concessions that have been made, and some of the speakers referenced them, but I don't know if that's a question to staff or it's a question to the applicant, but I think it's important to keep in mind that this is not the same project that started out at the beginning. Thank you.
Could I have that slide, Willow, at the end, or Ms. Brown, excuse me? Yeah, thanks. So as you mentioned, over the course of 2 years, we have made a significant number of changes based on the constructive feedback we heard, not only from our neighbors, but as Ms. Brown mentioned, from MBAR, who, although we weren't required to go, we did take a previous version of the plan and incorporated all of the core elements of their feedback into our revised plan. So these are some of the key areas where there were changes made in response to what we heard from neighbors and from stakeholders throughout the community. So we reduced the height at the corner of Jameson and Eucalyptus, eliminating that third floor and bringing the height into consistency with the existing buildings on South Jameson. As some of the speakers mentioned, we eliminated a driveway and vehicle ingress egress from Eucalyptus Lane, so there's no longer a driveway there, and it's just a landscaped hedge neighboring to the community there. We reduced the number of market rate apartments from 15 to 8, and at the same time reduced the space, as Supervisor Williams mentioned, for shops by about 32%. We also, at the same time, increased the number of employee apartments. The original plan had 14, and as we've all noted, this plan has 26. We increased the landscaping and mature trees around the perimeter on Jameson and Eucalyptus, as all the way down near the all edges, so that there's a consistency around the entire perimeter of the resort. We will maintain all of the beach parking. There's 87 spaces along Jameson, Eucalyptus, and Miramar Ave. All of those, the number of spaces will stay the same, and then we'll increase the number of parking spaces on site, as you mentioned, through the introduction of a subterranean garage as well as some vehicle stackers. We will also have, at the strong encouragement of MBAR in reorganizing the program, on the west, we're able to introduce that park-like space in the center that we saw earlier. And then finally, as you mentioned, the increased step back on the second floor of the building closest to All Saints, an increase of 40 feet from Eucalyptus Lane.
Thank you. And so this list, this was a result of all the listening sessions, where the most specific one was the height of the market rate housing related to the church, related to All Saints. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's both the third story coming off and then the increased step back from Eucalyptus Lane are both resulting from feedback from many neighbors to the west, but most specifically from All Saints.
Thank you very much. Yeah. I'll just wrap up, but I agree with Supervisor Williams. I'm not, I'm not thrilled or enthusiastic necessarily about retail. That's not what my mission is every day when I go to do this job. But I am, as stated, dedicated to making sure we have more workforce housing. So again, people can live where they work. That's the Santa Barbara that I grew up in the 70s and 80s, and it's just almost non-existent now. And again, this is a very small step, 26 out of thousands that are happening elsewhere, but it does get my enthusiastic support.
Supervisor Hartman.
Yes. Well, I keep thinking, what is our discretion and what really is the developer required to do? I think if we looked at that list that was just presented, I don't believe most of those things are required under the Housing Accountability Act or to get the CEQA exemption. So I think that's been a lot of flexibility and eagerness to work with the community around this and to educate all of us. When you see the site, one thing that really impresses me is that the workforce housing, the employee housing, it's not stuck in the back. It's not of inferior quality. I think many of us would love to live there. And so I really commend that. I think we heard Mr. Caruso and his team described as inclusive. And I think that there was a lot of talk about activities in the community, and I really applaud that. I think that creating an exclusive island of wealth and privilege is not a great thing, and so all the community activities are good, but I think the housing symbolizes a kind of inclusivity that, again, isn't required, but I think is really a model. So I'm prepared. I don't think, I can't find a specific adverse impact to public health and safety. I can't find something, I mean, we have a lot of evidence in the record with the various studies that have been done that suggest that the CEQA exemption is appropriate. So I guess what I'd like to close with is, in our housing element, we have a lot of underused commercial strip mall spaces, and we want workforce housing, and we'd love a LA developer to come in and help us with it.
I don't know if we have one in mind, but go ahead, Supervisor Nelson.
Well, thank you, Chair Lavanino. This project wasn't really on my radar. I wasn't really tracking it too closely. I had heard about it, and at that time when I initially heard about it, I think I maybe even bought into some of the criticism that this was maybe just an affordability washing of a commercial project or a retail project, that this is really a retail location with a minimal amount of affordable housing to expedite it through our process and expedite it through CEQA. I don't know how that argument can be made with a straight face at this point. 76% affordability. If our board turned this down, I just don't think we'd have any credibility at all. So that's one point. The other thing I heard often was that this was something that was getting pushed in the last couple of meetings of Supervisor Williams' tenure here. I sat down with the project team and saw all the work they've been into this. I mean, there's a lot of things that happen behind the scenes the public never knew about. But sitting down with the team and understanding all the meetings and all the compromises that have been met just to make it, public or get to eventually a hearing, satisfied my concerns about that. I think that the Caruso team, frankly, just hit this out of the park. I know the opponents are looking for a pathway for denial, and I think we'd really be strained to find one at this point. Our job up here is to try to reduce conflicts. That's what we're doing. People propose projects. All projects have impacts. All projects have risks. This project is no different than that. But at the end of the day, we want to make sure there's compromises so that, those conflicts are at a minimum. Thankfully, the applicant did that ahead of time, so we didn't have to do it up here on the board. When you literally have the next door neighbors, whether it's All Saints or Floyd and Didi, that are saying, yes, we're supportive of this project, I don't know how us as board members could turn this down. So I would join whatever motion that looks like that would deny this appeal and move this project forward.
Okay, and I'll just wrap up with, I guess I'm the only one that's excited about the retail.
No, I'm excited. I'm excited. I love sales tax.
No, I can't. I won't be shopping there, but
no,
I wanted folks to understand something too, because we've got like our job creators, right? The guys here that are supporting this. I represent North County, so like I'm the farthest away from the Miramar. But what it does is it's a triple threat for the county. And it's sales tax, it's TOT tax, it's huge property tax. And what does that do in my district? It helps a single mom that's struggling be able to go to the county and go to social services, and we help out. It's the veteran that can't find housing. We build, housing for veterans. That's what the Miramar does in my district. So the best predictor of future behavior is past behavior, I've always been told. So I was on the board when the Miramar first was approved, and I remember at the time people said he'll never build it. This is a scam. It's never going to happen. He's going to bait and switch you with we're going to put these plans out, but it'll really turn into something else. And now here we are where it is the gem on the Central Coast, and I fully expect that this housing project will be nothing short of that as well. It's just a really cool project. I heard all the, I understand. It's anytime you're putting affordable housing anywhere, what does everybody say? Love affordable housing, just not right here. I appreciate all the staff work that went into trying to go line by line and going through all of these. So everywhere, whenever we go anywhere, all we ever talk about is making sure that we start putting start putting housing where the jobs are. That's our number one goal moving forward. It improves quality of life, it improves the environment, and so I'm very happy to support this. So Supervisor Williams, would you like to make a motion?
Yes, I will make the motion to deny all the appeals and uphold the Planning Commission's approval of the project. And just say, with housing or for just trying to make the world a better place, you don't get perfect situations. The site is constrained. It's hard to do a project. You make the world better by incremental improvements and projects that can show other people that it's possible. Not by the perfect situation. That this is a good project, and that team that you have, Mr. Caruso, is really stellar team. They went out to the community and talked to everybody and tried to keep on talking with them over and over and over again, and that was really good outreach. It's shown by the final product.
So Mr. Chair, if I could make a quick clarification.
Sure. So that's approved staff recommendations A through D.
So for the recommended action, so there is a change to the project description that the applicant they put forward. So I just want to make sure it includes direction to staff to include those changes. So that's including the electrification of all the proposed structures, as well as making the affordable units affordable for the lifetime of the project.
Longer affordability than we could do in our whole housing authority projects and sustainability. I think I can agree to that.
Second again.
All right, let's have a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Hartman?
Aye.
Supervisor Nelson?
Aye.
Supervisor Williams?
Aye.
Supervisor Capps?
Aye.
And Chair Lavanino?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right, we're adjourned to Tuesday, December 17th in Santa Barbara.